Hey, welcome everyone. Hopefully you can hear us. I'm here with Isidafo as usual.
Hello.
Can
Hopefully we got,
you
two people this time.
can you hear both? Hopefully you can hear both of us. Oh, and good timing. So thank you to EVC for the raid. Always
Yep.
enjoy the theme team streams.
Thanks.
So
Yeah, definitely fun to watch. Anyone who's not aware of the theme teams, definitely
Dukeston here's
something to
three of
consider.
us.
Uh, that wouldn't be the worst audio problem we've had. So
Absolutely. Of the various audio problems we've had, if all it is that we've got one of our imaginary friends on here, I feel like that's a pretty good problem to have.
yeah,
So
it could be worse.
yes, let's see. Will there be discussion about the Discord drama? Well, I'm happy to answer any questions that come up. I am perhaps not fully aware of all of the Discord drama.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's been happening the past few days besides what some other people have told me, but I think yeah, if people have questions about what happened on Wednesday, I think we're pretty much willing to answer them.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
basically the way this stream has always worked is we're gonna give you our honest answers to things, whether or not they're the answers people would prefer to have. Doesn't make us always right, but you'll always get our honest opinions on stuff. So,
yeah,
yes, if there are any questions about stuff other than simply rating the dead ball cards, we're certainly happy to
yeah.
to do that.
Well, Stratico, I got bad news for you there, buddy.
Let's see what happened on Wednesday. Okay, so I'm
We're
actually
just
not entirely sure. I guess I can give you the parts of it that I'm aware of. Um, so on Wednesday they released limited edition Corey Kluber, which is I guess one of the cards we'll talk about on stream. Uh, there was the usual. Actually, I'd say a less vibrant discussion than I might have expected on the main Discord about it. Um,
yeah, it was. I mean, I was a pretty active participant in that discussion. It was, we've had a lot of discussions in the Discord and other places about these LA cards in the past. It felt to me like it was pretty in line with most of those.
yeah, so I actually missed most of the discussion. I was out a lot of that afternoon, um, but I guess the one thing I saw was in the middle of it. I did get directly pinged by Kidneys, who was sort of asking, had there been, because he apparently also is no longer an affiliate and was asking had there been any communication, and I just matter of factly said the same thing we said on stream last week, which was no, we've had no communication about it, but it's really OOTP's choice who they want to be affiliates. Um, and then we had a couple, fun posts about getting a streamers poker night together, which we still should do, by the way. Uh,
Yeah.
and then and then after that, I pretty much logged off for the night. It sounded like there was a little bit more of a discussion. Uh, nothing at least that people have told me about that sounded incredibly out of line. But then at some point while I was asleep overnight, several of us got removed from the main Discord. And again, there was no like communication or explanation about it. So that means uh, that's the information I have.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
mean
know if you
that's
have more
pretty much.
information.
No, I mean I guess I can. There was I didn't think there was anything in that discussion that was really substantially different from previous discussions. Like I said, we were removed, and that was kind of it. Um, so yeah, I think that's just kind of where things are. I mean, I'm speaking for myself at least. You know, um, if they don't want me there, they don't want me there. It's out of the park development's platform, and they're they can have who they want on their platform.
Yeah,
So
I think
I'm not asking to get reinstated. I'm not. We're just it's not a secret. I think what happened, and so we're just gonna say what we think.
yeah, I think look, it's a private company. As a private company, they're allowed to decide what kind of speech they want on platforms they support. Um, I personally don't think it creates a healthy environment when you're essentially censoring people that disagree with some of the decisions you've made, because it makes it very difficult to get meaningful feedback from the community. And one of the things that I think has been great about OTP is the vibrant community that we have. Well, having a vibrant community means that you want people to have you know their honest opinions. Um, the one thing I will say is I can't think of anything. Again, I didn't see the whole discussion. I certainly can't think of anything I said, but also that others said specifically on Wednesday that would have been objectionable. So I think it was I'm taking this more as a general decision that dissent is not allowed on the main Discord,
Yeah,
rather than something specific that happened on Wednesday.
yeah. I mean,
That's my understanding of this.
so kind of to Duke's question is there anything new to this? I don't think so. I don't even know that what happened was directly related to the discussion on Wednesday. Um, I suspect it was a bunch of things. I mean, I don't think either of us have really been shy about criticizing decisions that have been made in the past, and in all honesty, I think praising decisions when we agree with them.
Yeah.
Um, so it's something that happened. It is what it is at this point. I'm not upset about it. I'm not. It happened. It is what it is. Yeah.
Right. No, I like I said, I really do think that OTP has, you know, they have a right to decide how they would like to run their Discord. Uh, I don't think it's a good decision, but obviously there are other decisions that they've made this
No,
cycle that I don't think are healthy for the community in the long run.
I don't
You
agree
know,
with it either. I mean, I think I don't think it's really, you know, this kind of decision really reflects positively on out of the rec developments or on CompTUS as a company. Um,
well, I think
you know,
what it means is basically it means two things. It means in the short term that what ends up happening is people feel uncomfortable being part of the community because they're uncomfortable expressing their opinions. That has various long-term effects. The other thing I think it will likely mean is that a lot of discussion will move away from the main Discord and into Discords where people are more free to express their opinion. If I had to guess.
yeah, it probably will.
That is to say, telling people that you know a lot of societies have done social experiments of saying that you're not allowed to have certain thoughts, and it doesn't stop people from having those thoughts. It simply means that they express them in different forums.
Yeah. I guess the only other thing I would say is that, um, I don't want to do any kind of speculation on who or what was responsible for the decision. I don't think it really helps anything to do so either. I don't know. I don't care. And I don't think it's fair to blame anyone in particular for it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it a little bit differently. I would say that the forum is an official OOTP forum, and therefore, whoever specifically was involved in making the decision is an OOTP decision, not a decision made, not a
Yeah.
decision that we should ascribe to like some particular personality.
I think that's
This is
the
the
way to say it.
it's a on a corporate forum, it's a corporate decision to run the forum that way, and that's the way I think we should think about it. That
Yeah.
it's a decision made by the company that this is the way the Discord operates, and should be seen that way.
Yep. Um, yeah. I don't know if anyone else has other questions specifically, we can answer them, I guess, but I don't know if you've any, I don't really have anything else, I guess, in particular to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, I said I'm not, and I'm not I'm really not upset about it. It's actually, my reaction was more kind of to be amused than upset, uh, because it also doesn't reflect well, I think, when this is people's response to criticism.
Yeah, I don't agree. I mean, Mr. Audit, my understanding is the other people were your kidneys and Adobe or Type. I'm not sure which one he goes by.
I think
Um,
I'd heard there were a few others, but
I don't know.
I wouldn't want to say that I had a full list. It's you know
Those are the people at least that who have said so in other places, kind of semi publicly. Um, so those are the ones I'm aware of.
but I think it's more. I mean, this is a question we could ask the chat. I mean, in response to this, does it make you uncomfortable to express opinions on the main Discord?
Yeah,
Because
that's
that's really what will determine whether this is good or bad for them in the long run.
yeah. Um, well, I mean, I guess it depends. What the goal for that Discord is. If the kind of the goal is to build an echo chamber, then probably actually suppressing people's uh, desire to critique is from that point of view a good thing. So who knows? But
I mean,
yeah,
I will say there is one other issue here that I think maybe has been glossed over because like I said, the censorship thing is, again, I disagree with it, but they can do that if they want to. That's really their call. But I do think the communication is an issue. That is to say, it really is the case that if you ask me, was I banned from the Discord, my answer is I don't know.
right.
I am no longer in the Discord.
Yeah,
Nobody has said anything to me about the reasons I'm no longer in the Discord, whether I would be allowed to rejoin the Discord. I haven't attempted to rejoin the Discord because I've inferred that probably it's not worth attempting to rejoin the Discord. Uh, but nobody's actually said anything. Nobody has said anything about the reasons behind it, or anything like that. Um, but I think there's another communication issue in there, which is that at present there are some things that are pretty close to essential for playing Perfect Team, which are only communicated in that Discord.
yeah, or at least were before. Who knows what's in there now? But or at least I don't know. Uh,
Yes.
but yeah, I mean, we've had a lot to say, I think, about communication as it relates to Perfect Team in the past. In my opinion, it's been,
We actually still haven't been told that we're not affiliates.
that is also true. I mean, in my opinion, like Larry said, the communication there just kind of isn't any for the most part. There's a lot of stuff which is kind of no one says anything, someone notices and asks, and then maybe eventually, a few weeks down the line, they'll be like, "Oh, yeah, that was a thing," but you know, it's very minimal, and I think, in all honesty, it's probably the biggest thing that would improve Perfect Team as a game. Um, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I think that's
Wait,
the, you know,
drops are on.
really. I didn't think are drops on? I didn't think
Uh,
drops were on. That's interesting. That's interesting if they are.
if drops are on, I'm very confused.
I would be very confused if there were drops on the stream right now.
Uh,
We show up in the search for the. Okay.
well, I got all mine already from ABC, so I'm not sure. No drops. You
Okay.
show up in the search in the affiliate inventory. You show up in the search for the affiliate inventory search. I have no idea.
Okay. Well, you know, I don't
Yeah,
know.
Audio World. I, I, I think that's kind of what we're saying. That in general, they're just when decisions are made, whatever the decisions are, there's just very much a lack of any explanation or communication or anything. And I think that really would be very helpful if there were. Not just about this. I mean, I think it'd be helpful to something about this too, but really any kind of decision that's made is just sort of not communicated.
Yeah, and that's where I think we, like I said, the best we can do is give you our honest opinions on things. We're not, as you've probably seen, we're not going to be right every time, and there are some things. I know there's at least one card later on today that we're going to disagree pretty sharply on. So,
Yep.
at least one of us is badly wrong on that one. So, you know, but what I think we can promise and like continue to promise is that what you're going to get on the stream is our honest opinions of things, and that even though we're no longer bound by some of the various rules, yeah, we still would follow them. That is to say, we're still not going to be a space that will personally criticize members of the development team or Major League Baseball players or anything like that.
Yeah. No, I mean, like kind of said last week,
we're a card rating stream.
yeah, not much really is going to change as a result, either of the decision to remove us as affiliates or of the decision to remove us from the Discord. We're just going to do the same thing we've always done, which is to say what we think, and yeah.
Well, we can bash so we can bash the Yankees for being Yankees. Sorry, what I should have said is that yeah, it's perfectly legitimate to bash Major League Baseball players in their capacity as baseball players. In the same way that it's perfectly reasonable for us to critique cards, and sometimes that will involve praising card decisions, and sometimes that will involve hammering card decisions. But we're going to be talking about the decisions and not the people.
Yep. And yeah, I think that's an important.
Yeah, you can say how could you possibly like leave that hanging change up there, but not this person's like a bad person for doing it. They're just
Yes.
they're just a bad pitcher.
Yeah, you should be arrested for throwing that change up. Clearly an evil person. Yeah. No.
It's still not a let's explore players on the yeah. Anyway, you get the idea. But yeah, it is the case, Audio World. We have not been informed. Well, we have not even been informed about the reasons we're no longer an affiliate. Although, as we mentioned, like last week's stream, we had actually proactively, I had proactively gone to OOTP about a month before we stopped being affiliates, and actually suggested we might no longer want to be affiliates because of the direction things were going. So it's actually possible that they just eventually responded to that request a month later.
Yeah, but I think that's kind of the point. We don't know. We don't. Things have happened. Like, we can say quite confidently what has happened. Well, that's not true. We can say, like, we can say that we're no longer in the Discord, we're no longer an affiliate. But that's really it. Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I like I said, I don't know exactly the situation, but in any event, I think as long as it's kind of helpful for the community for us to rate cards, we're happy to keep rating cards, and whether or not that is something which is supported in an official way. I think that's kind of our position on this. So, thank you. I would love to see one of us, from a purely selfish point of view, I would love to see one of us win the PTMS as well.
Yeah, I'd be very happy to win either PTMS. That would be fine with me. Well, actually, I wonder what would happen if it's very unlikely, obviously, but if someone won both, because as far as I understand, it's supposed to be four people, and then there would not be really a clear way to pick another one. Um,
I haven't seen an official date for the PTMS, but this is supposed to be the last PTCS that qualifies for it, so I imagine it will be like shortly after that.
yeah, I mean PTCS, is next Saturday the 9th. I assume that the PTMS will be either the week after that or following one, so the 6th or 23rd. But again, yeah, no one has said anything, so it's anyone's guess at this point.
Yeah, so we'll see. Um, to be honest, I'll win Perfect League this week. I think the reason I won't win Perfect League this week is my team's not good enough. But Isidafo's team actually has been excellent.
Yeah,
We can check out the standings.
yeah,
Isidafo's team has been great this week.
I've gotten some luck for sure, but yeah, things have gone fairly well.
Well, you can't. I mean, you can't. Well, you can't have a really good season without some luck, also. But it takes both, right?
Yes, no, I mean, I'm missing some cards, but I'm doing the best with what I got, and
But
it
let's
seems to
take a
be
look
seems to
at.
be okay.
I'll look at the normal standings. You are 91 and 57 at this point, or magic number of 5 for the division. So I think you may even have already clinched.
I'm pretty sure I've effectively clinched a bye, because the other division leader is only 77 and 71.
Yeah.
Um, so it's probably just about the best odds I'm going to get to win this year. So yeah, hopefully Sunday goes as well as the rest of the week has, I guess.
And we're still trying to just see if we can make a late run to survive, but
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's a pretty close wild card race as it often is. Right now, I guess you'd be in a one game playoff. It seems
is that what
so.
it'd be in? Yeah. Well, usually these things shake out by the end.
Yep. So yeah, best of luck the rest of the way. I don't know if we have any games left, but
Let me see. Do I have you? What do I got on the schedule? No, I've
doesn't
got.
look like it.
No. What is bye? Is there
Uh,
a there's a ghost ship in here. I see.
aha. Uh, very very kindly labeled for us, so that's appreciated. Um, yeah, we're Perfect League does end a little bit earlier than all the other leagues, so we're actually pretty close to the end of the week at this point.
Yeah. Anyway, we've got.
Actually,
So go ahead.
you're looks like you're playing the other team that's tied with you.
Oh, am I
So
right
those are
now? Or
no. This I think this Mount Pleasant Mounties that you're
Oh,
playing.
is that
in,
the team
in a
that?
few
Okay.
games.
Okay. Well,
So
so then almost certainly we won't end up tied. One or the other of us will. And we get them at home at least, so that's pretty good.
yeah, yeah, right. That division has been pretty back and forth the whole week.
Oh yeah.
It's been
Looking at this,
a
it's
tight
been
race.
a tough division, and actually with the 3 division format, I think which division you end up in is even more important this year than last year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it looks like I think 8 of the 12 playoff teams from last week ended up in the AC, and only 4 in the NC. Um, so there's definitely some imbalance there, I guess.
Yeah, well, I guess
Um,
with fewer teams staying up, it just randomly you're going to get a little bit more of an imbalance because it's smaller numbers.
yeah, it does definitely seem that way.
Wait, so is Gary as a ghost town? Is this a ghost ship or is this just the name?
I
Because that looks like it's
I
usually the
don't
Gary
know.
Railcats.
It is usually the Gary Railcats. Oh, he has Monty Ward in his team. Okay, so it's not a total ghost ship.
Okay, so
At least.
maybe it's just a different team name then.
Yeah. No. Yeah. This is the team formerly known as the Gary Railcats.
Yeah, I've definitely
Uh,
seen him around as the Gary Railcats as one of the really strong teams. At least every cycle I've played. I don't know how long.
yeah. Yeah. No. He's consistently had top level teams.
So
Yes, Dukes, and I believe he was in the Perfect League Finals last week. So I mean, it's probably a good demonstration of the kind of randomness of this. The back-to-back defending perfect league winners, 66 and 82. Um,
Yes, they are.
so you know,
Is this with a different build or just?
I think it's just an unlucky season. Looks pretty similar to me.
Hmm. Oh, that Raleigh Fingers. That's
That's a good card.
well, it's a good card, but not a good
Not
season.
not having a good season so far. Yeah, it's only very few innings, but yeah. No, I mean I think it's actually a pretty clean demonstration of how random this game can be, even with a 162 games sometimes.
Yep.
Um,
So, which one are you, Ilge Which team are you? Can pull up.
oh,
You're the hitman. Okay. Oh, in that
oh
case,
yes, condolences on that. That's
okay. Well, in that case, then you can definitely answer.
yeah, getting clobbered by luck to minus 12 Pythag. Yeah, that's pretty
Minus
brutal.
12. Hold on. Is that okay?
That's pretty brutal.
That's actually about as bad as I've ever seen.
Yeah, that really is.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I think
it looks like
unfortunately, yeah.
the team is playing a bit worse and getting a lot less lucky. So
No, but that definitely explains it because at the perfect league level, the gaps are a lot narrower. So I basically don't think there is a team you could build in this game which could be minus 12 to Pythagorean and still manage to make the perfect league playoffs. I think that's
yeah,
just,
probably not.
there's just nobody that's that much better than, kind of the rest of the strong teams to do that, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in PT23, you could do it because the much higher percentage of teams made the playoffs. So there were some people who had really bad Pythag seasons and still kind of snuck in as wild cards. But this year, it's super tough.
Yeah.
You got to get some luck to get in.
But congrats on the last 2 weeks. 'Cause that was
Yeah,
impressive.
absolutely. That was really. I think that's got to be the best playoff run we've seen. So it was pretty cool.
So anyway, we are half hour in, haven't even looked at a card yet. So perhaps we should
Get into
perhaps
the
we should start to
regularly
look at a
scheduled
card.
programming.
Yeah, exactly. These things happen, but
Yeah, typical. Yeah, that's true, Mr. Black. This is pretty normal.
well, we
not
usually
exactly
at
the
least get
speediest.
one or two cards in before getting off track, and
Yeah,
for but I think we expected this week that it was possible that would happen. Oh, actually, what we could do, though, since we do have a bunch of people in here, should we do an imperfect draft? We can't offer packs for it, but
yeah. I mean, if people wanna do one of those, I'm not sure what which kind of weird thing we want to go for, but I'm open to it.
let's do an imperfect draft actually. So maybe we'll put a poll up. We'll rate one or two cards, and then we'll do an imperfect draft. So if we've got some suggestions from chat, if we've got some suggestions in chat, um, what would be a good rule to add?
Yeah, the two we've done in the past are no catchers and no cards listed as starting pitchers.
The no cards listed as
Those
starting pitchers actually worked quite well, by the way.
It did. I'm
I'm willing
happy
to
to
put
do
that
either of
one
those
up
again.
again. Yeah.
Or if someone else has a no outfielders. Oh God, that's yeah. Rob Deer in the Headlights. September to Remember was announced, I believe, starting on Monday. So I don't think there'll be new cards today or tomorrow.
Let's see. No outfielder. All right. No pitchers over 60 PBABIP. That could be fun.
That could be fun. Yeah, we could. Some kind of rating restrictions could be interesting.
Hmm. So no catcher. We can add no
I think
catcher. No starting pitchers again. No outfielders. No pitchers over 60 PBABIP.
infielders need less than 60 range, so we just want to have everyone score 1,000 runs a game. Okay, I'm fine with that. Could be funny. Um, Lowest rated card, regardless of what it is. Are we allowed to pick if there are ties in that
I
format?
guess we must be allowed to pick if there are ties. I think it would be nice to get something where you at least have to have a choice and have to like strategically get around it though.
Yeah, probably.
How about cannot play anybody at listed position,
Oh, I like that one. That could be fun.
except for pitchers.
Cover pitchers.
How about that?
Yeah. Yeah, that's basically no catcher on steroids, I guess.
Yeah, so you cannot play the listed position, but you can play anything else.
Uh-huh.
All right, we'll put a poll up. Let's put a poll up, and then we'll.
And then we get started with a few cards, I guess.
Yeah.
Do the bronzes. Sure.
All right, Pat Deasley. We actually got a card we can look at. All right. So what do we got? We got a 60 overall catcher with 80 catcher ability.
Yeah.
And actually, this is not a bad bat either, is it?
No, it's a pretty decent bat. I mean, I think certainly this is the best 60 overall catcher by a pretty big margin.
So I guess there's no bronze floor cap anymore, right? So
there are two actually. There's the weekly with the weekly bronze only is effectively a bronze floor cap because it's bronze only.
that's true.
And there's a daily. I think it's bronze floor gold ceiling. It fires like I don't know if you actually played it at all. But
Okay, so yeah, I haven't played that one at all either. Okay,
yeah,
so then this is a card that's eligible for those. Definitely your best 60 overall catcher.
yeah.
Um,
I don't think it's probably quite good enough to play in even kind of open low bronze.
no, I mean, so in open bronze, I'm always going to play some combination of Shaw, Charlie O'Brien, and Petway. I think over this card.
Yeah, even Mathis certainly, if he's
If it's
eligible. I
not
mean,
bronze
yeah,
only, yeah. So Mathis,
yeah.
if it's not bronze only.
I
Uh,
guess in low bronze you can't play any of those cards. So what other cards would we run instead? I'm sure there's some. I'm just kind of
let's.
pull it
Oh
up.
yeah, because there are a bunch of right. Because Hunley's a 65. All right. Let me
Yeah.
actually.
Well, actually,
Let
I
me pull
guess
up
in
the
low
model.
bronze, it seems like it's kind of probably a pretty decent card. Uh, I mean, Mathis is better, I guess, but I think this is somewhere in the conversation for the other catcher.
That's really funny. So my model says that in low bronze, the top four catchers are all not just irons, but like 50 and below. However, this is the top. So the top five actually. But then this is the top actual bronze. In fact, this is the only actual bronze card in the top 10 catchers for me in
Uh,
low bronze.
yeah, I have Tony Pena also, which I think this is a 61. That's a pretty new card.
Okay, I've got him, I think, 11th or 12th.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a lot of irons. Brian Downing and Hank Severy. Those are kind of other cards that look interesting to me for this.
Okay, so
Even both freehand,
probably,
yeah.
so probably then, this is a card that isn't playable in any kind of open format, but probably does have a spot when you're looking, because so I guess right now, maybe the card to compare him with is this
Yeah,
Muddy
and
Rule
it's
is the
substantially
60
better.
overall who does end up on a bunch of tournament rosters just as a free kind of as a free backup catcher.
Yeah,
And this is a big upgrade, right?
big up. Yeah, they're the exact same shape, and you just get 10 catchability and a better bat. So it's a big upgrade over Rule. Um, I guess the other thing, maybe which we can mention now, is the upcoming PTCS is Deadball to Golden Years cards only. It's relatively limited. That's less than 1960
Yes.
on the year. So all of these cards, obviously, since they're Deadball, are going to play in that, or eligible at least. I don't especially with Shulk around. I don't.
This
and,
one
and
still
Petway,
doesn't play though. You're just
doesn't
going to
play
play
in
Shock
that.
and Petway instead.
Yeah, but I will try to note. I think I went through very quickly and kind of made preliminary rosters. So I will try to note if there's a card that I think will play in that and kind of not anything else.
That makes sense, yeah. But I think it's Shock, Petway, and even maybe Dink. You might even play
Yeah,
Dink at catcher in that era.
yeah. I mean, I think probably 98% of teams will play Shuffle that way,
Yeah, sounds right.
unless there's a new card released in the next week, which is of course possible.
You don't think they'd release a new card the week of the PTCS that plays in the PTCS, do you?
No, impossible.
Never.
Yeah. Stratico, it's modern era settings, but it's only cards. The only cards that are eligible are ones that are before 1960.
No, I think no.
Um,
He's making a good point because I was sort of thinking that you might even run Dink if you don't care as much about
with
capturability.
Dink, you mean?
But yeah, but if it's
Yes.
modern era settings, you're not running Dink at catcher. I mean, you'll play Dink somewhere, but you're not going to play him at catcher.
Yeah. Yeah. Dink definitely will make the roster someplace. Probably not a catcher, though. Maybe he has some use there as a backup. I don't know. I haven't actually built the roster yet, so we'll see.
So okay, and the winners cannot play the listed positions. So let's grade this card, and then so we at least get one card in, and then
Um,
we can.
yeah, I mean, this is a pretty decent card. I guess it's probably like a C or something.
Sure. Well, how
It
about
should
we'll give him
make,
a C. Give him a C for catcher, right? He's a
yeah, it'll make basically every bronze floor cap team. So can't be an F for sure.
All right. Should we do an imperfect draft? Let's.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So the rules are going to
Not
be you cannot play the listed position on the card. So pitchers obviously are still pitchers, but you cannot put your starter as somebody who has the listed position. And the only
what about as a
exception, I was going to say, the only
backup?
exception would be if you, like, if you cannot find a non-catcher to put at catcher or something. I guess you'll get stuck. But you know,
Yeah. I mean, can you set the player at listed position as like a depth chart backup? I think probably you shouldn't be allowed to do that either, right?
that sounds fair.
Like the
Yeah,
only
let's.
players in your depth chart have to be at positions other than the one that's listed on their card.
Okay, I think that sounds good. All right,
Yeah.
let me
So
just switch to the other. Let me
I guess
switch
what
to
that
the other
basically
account.
means
Yep,
is any single position player is undraftable.
correct. Yeah, you cannot draft a single position player.
Um, and in terms of strategy, I guess it's the same thing with the catcher draft. So you can find two catchers. It's good if you can't find two catchers. You should take none.
All right, should we jump in? We could do it as the Deadball to Golden Years one also.
I don't.
That's even
there's
tougher,
so
right? Because maybe there are
there's
too
so few
few.
cards. Well, it's also not enough cards. I think we need to do
All
a.
right, let's jump in 500. Let's jump in 500 here. I do see there are two random teams who, will have real drafts, but if we do well enough, we can beat them, right?
Sure. All right. 500 for anyone who
500
wants to
for
do this
anyone
with
who
us.
wants to take the challenge. So again, the challenge is cannot play anybody at the position listed on the card. Pitchers accepted, of course.
Yeah. I mean, bonus points if you can find non-pitchers to pitch.
Oh,
But
all right. Actually, you know what? I'm going to suggest the following rule. Would this work? If you get any pitcher to play a position, does that maybe you get a freebie back? No, that's fine. We'll just do it this way. Cannot play the
no, no,
position
no.
listed on the card. All right, here we go. So let's see. So for example, Ross Barnes. Oh no, Ross Barnes would be allowed to play short.
Okay. So
Uh,
so Corbin Carroll and Jeff Kent are both pretty decent cards because they can play other positions.
right. Mendez is
Mendes
just
is just
decent.
terrible.
I
But it's
mean,
just such a bad card.
that's true. And
Eddie
Eddie Murray
Murray
is
we
not
can't
allowed to
play.
be drafted.
Right.
Or
I mean,
sorry,
I
I
think
guess you're allowed to
we can
DH
play
him,
with
right?
DH. Yeah. But I think we should save that. That's an important position to have for this. It feels like.
I'm thinking Corbin Carroll with the idea of running his 92 range in center.
Yeah, that sounds right. I think I like that.
Yeah, let's go Carroll. Um,
And also, he's
yeah.
really good if people don't have enough catches because he'll steal a lot.
Oh, that's a good point. And we are going to have some lousy catchers possibly.
Yeah.
Okay. So I like Melanson just in general.
Yeah, I don't think we
Stargell, the
picked
problem
him
is you'd have
here.
to run him at first.
We could take Crow Armstrong and play him in right.
The problem is most of his value is that 101 range in center.
That is so. Maybe we just take Stargell and play him at first. think that's
I mean,
probably what
if you're
I would
playing
go
someone
for.
at first, Stargell at first is better than Deacon at first, for sure.
Yeah, Deacon's actually a pretty decent card, but only a catcher.
But Melanson
So
is legitimately like I'm running him on my league team.
no, I am too, but a reliever in this feels, especially since we're going to be kind of restricted on position players in the later rounds. I think it's probably good just to get some good ones out of the way.
I can't tell because I feel like just generally drafting good play. All right, should we go start? We'll go Stargell at first. I just
Yeah,
feel
I
like
think, I
first is
think
someplace we're going to want to end up dumping somebody.
maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's still taking relievers unless you have nothing else. Doesn't feel great.
All right, we're going with it. Next, let's see. Pee Wee is undraftable. Gruber is
I don't. I
undraftable.
Does Gruber
So,
not play second? Oh, he's undraftable. Yeah. What does Valo play?
not even list. Let's see.
No, he doesn't.
Valo does play left, right, center, but
Okay,
really shouldn't.
so he'd have to play right. So probably we should take Meekin.
I don't think you can play Valo with a 31
No,
arm and right, can
that
you?
doesn't. I think probably it's Meekin. Meekin's decent.
Meekin's decent. It's not really what we wanted.
I mean, the Type
Tug's
McGraw's a
fine.
really good reliever, but still feels like the starter has to be the way. Like Meekin's going to be better than like most of the golds we'll see. So
All right. Meanwhile, I'll ask Chad, how many of you were in, and how are you doing? Did you get anybody good? Did you get like a Bullet Joe or something to really help at the beginning?
yeah, Bullet Joe would be good. The new Monty Ward would be a good one.
Could be,
We'll
yeah.
play him at second. Cristobal, right? Yeah, that would work well.
Oh, Cristobal would be a good call. This could be like the one place that you get like Heavy Johnson to work. Maybe actually, the card I want from a while back is that Martin Digo.
Oh yeah, that would have been a good one.
Um, let's see. All right, next round. In the meantime, let's see. Okay,
Well,
Mantle's a good call. So this Montalvo's
yeah,
great. I mean,
yeah. Montalvo has to play left field because he can't play center since Carroll's there, and he can't play right. But that's fine.
but the point is, he's a three-position outfielder where we'll just put him somewhere else.
Right. You can't play one of them, but yeah. And then I guess we take Andy
Let's see.
Ashby or Andy Messersmith. All the other cards look terrible. We can't take Collins. I don't know if Ashby or Messersmith is better. One of those two, I guess. Yes, Mr. Black
I've not
pitchers.
really looked much at either of these cards. Just
Pitchers, you
'cause-
can do what you want, but bonus points if you get non-pitchers to pitch to.
Yes. Evie's baseball isn't Ruth. Oh, because Ruth technically plays three positions, right?
Yeah, Ruth can play right.
Oh,
and
Scales
DH,
Scales is great in this.
Scales is good. Yeah, does Dandridge play? Dandridge plays second. Yeah, that's nice. That works
Yeah.
really well.
Crash, you already have two first base and left fielders. See, that's the problem with that is that everyone gets stuck at first base because like, oh yeah, and they got stuck at first base at some point late in their career.
Yeah. Of these two, I guess Messersmith is probably better.
I think so. The one concern would be, are we going to be running awful defense to the point where the walks kill us?
I think our defense will be good enough. We still have Carroll in center still. It's still okay.
All right.
Roger Maris in center is really nice. That works.
What do we got here? This is a rough round. Okay, Frank Smith, I guess. Just
Can we fit Berkman? And Berkman could play right field.
so Berkman can't play first for us.
Right. He can't play left, but he could play right or DH. I mean, only one way, I guess, but it's really good the one way.
Are we really willing to put him in right?
Oh, Gold Roger Bresnahan. That's
Gold
a good card for
Bresnahan's
this
great.
format. That's a really good card for this format.
Wait, because is he listed as a center fielder? Is that?
Yes, he's a center
That's
fielder.
right. Yeah. Oh, that's got to be the best catcher in the format for sure.
Yeah, that is excellent.
So Veritek would be fine, but can't play catcher.
Yeah, D Dempsey, catcher is basically the game is just gonna put what if you draft the catcher to play some other position, like a card that's listed a catcher to play third or whatever, it's just gonna put the guy at catcher anyway. So that's fine because you can't stop it.
You have to try to list the catcher as long as you list the
Yeah, yeah.
catcher elsewhere. So it has to be a
Listen
catcher that
somewhere
you
else,
list
but
elsewhere. But if your AI manager then just like ignores that,
it
Um,
is. Yeah, you can't
all
stop it.
right.
It
So
does
I'm
what it does.
thinking this Frank Smith is probably fine,
Does
right?
does that lemon play right? Because that's a decent card. It's really
Does he play
only
right?
it's
He
good
does
in
play right. Uh,
it's it's mostly a defense card, but
this isn't a good round. Yeah. So if we put Lemon in right, Montalvo in left, and Carroll in center.
that works.
So
And
here, I'll
Stardust at first.
just to help our thinking here a little bit,
Yeah,
something like that. Usually I don't try to set this until the end, but here I think it may be. All right, should we do this?
yeah,
Let's do this.
yeah. I think that looks good.
So we're running Lemon and right. So we actually have managed a decent looking defensive outfield.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Oh,
I
congrats. Good luck,
really
man.
wish this Paul Blair were eligible to
Yeah,
do something other than play center because that's a
that
wonderful
Paul Blair
card.
is a phenomenal card. That's one of the
Okay, so
best
Michael
cards.
Bush is a great card in this format because you don't want him playing second anyway,
But he has a DH, I guess. Then
or Stargell. Which one's yeah? So I'm okay DHing him. What do you don't like
yeah,
that
that's
option?
probably no. It's probably fine. There's no other good cards, so
Gil McDougald. Well, actually, the nice thing about this McDougald is he really shouldn't be a shortstop anyway,
oh, we can play second. Oh, we should take this then. I
or
like putting
or
that at second
third.
or third even. Yeah,
Yeah, let's take McDougald.
yeah, good flexibility too, which is going to be hard to come by for this, I guess.
So we're now thinking McDougald probably is a second baseman. Bush is probably a DH.
Oh, we got Louis Dula is a position player, also.
Bonus points.
Yeah,
67.
not a good one, but
No, but we'll take what we
I
can
actually
get.
didn't know he played shortstop too. I thought it was only left and right, but it's a decent reliever anyway.
We can take him.
Yeah, I think that's a decent card. This round doesn't look great.
No, is Tully Sparks
Ellie Sparks is one of the new cards. It's
probably the best
not
option?
the worst thing, but yeah, it's not great. So I think we take it though.
This has been a rough round. Yeah, I mean, like Jay Bell's only one position. Jaha would have to DH, but we're already stuck.
Yeah, we can't take Jaha.
Yeah, we have very
Uh,
few people we can actually take this round. So I think it's Sparks and Dula by default.
yep, I think so. And we need pitching, so it works out.
Yeah. All right, next round. Well, I like a couple of the relievers this round.
Yeah, I do two.
Don't like
Deion
much else.
Sanders is bad.
Lee May, I guess, only gets. The problem is Lee May is really a one position outfielder that's eligible for the other two. Uh, is it Wood and Segrist, or do you like Spooner enough that you get a fifth
I don't
starter?
know what that card looks like in all honesty.
That's
Oh,
not a
it's
good
50
sign.
stamina. Yeah, I think we
I
take
think
the two
it's Wood and
relievers.
Segrist then, right?
Yeah, we still have another silver round to go, so we might get a starter.
Okay, well, this actually looks like an interesting round. So, if we took Clarence Palm, the problem is he can't catch.
Right, so that's
I'm
probably.
thinking, okay, so normally Eshelman I really like.
I do like
Billingsley's
Eshelman.
fine, but Candy Jim Taylor.
Yeah, I think I would take Taylor and Eshelman.
Because Taylor plays technically five positions,
But
so
yes,
he'll
I
still
mean,
play four for us.
this works fine. I mean, he can play second, and McDougal can go to third.
Yeah,
That works
I
out.
like that.
That works out well.
So McDougald plays third. So at a minimum, I think we are actually going to successfully get
Except for
ourselves a
catcher.
roster.
We have no catcher, but
Okay, so
it is what it is.
yeah.
Okay, Greg Harris is phenomenal. Greg
Okay,
Harris is
sorry, definitely taking
excellent
Greg
run.
Harris. Let's see, Finnegan.
I think it's okay.
Money. I mean, money. The problem is you don't really want him playing third or left.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good card for this. So I guess it's probably Finnegan.
I think
Can't
we should
take
look into taking one or two of the
We're
lives
alive.
that.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. I assume we're just going zero catcher is probably our plan.
At this point, I don't think we have another option. Oh, Jocko Fields plays catcher.
Does he? Okay, so now the question is, because if you take Jocko Fields, the problem is if you don't find a second catcher, it might be even worse.
Might be, yeah.
I sort of want to take the risk. What do you think?
Yeah, there are actually a decent number of irons that play catcher.
Or what do you think, chat? Should we take Jocko and hope we find a second eligible catcher, or are we better off going with zero? Because clearly you want an even number of catchers.
Yeah. I mean, it's actually it's not even the worst catcher. It's but like there's some irons, right? I mean, there's this King Kelly. There's a Buck Ewing.
There are definitely a few, yeah.
Yeah,
We could still hit a Schwarber or something next round too.
that's true. Um, hmm. Yeah, it's tough to know what to do with that. Join us on the ghost and other. Yeah. Well, I guess
All right, I'll see what chat thinks. I'll put up the very quick poll.
who
I'll
do
put
we
up the
think
1 minute poll.
who do we think the
Uh,
game will put at catcher if we don't take one? I guess is the question.
well, the main thing is it'll put different people each time, so it'll keep them
Right.
rested.
Right. But like, I mean, is it gonna actually know to put some decent hitter there, or is it just gonna put some kind of random bronze or whatever it is?
I don't know. All right, we'll do a very quick poll. See what everyone thinks. D Dempsey, the only Nolan gonna come in clutch.
Only Nolan. Oh, he plays the outfield? I didn't know that.
I will say if there were one card they were gonna make like an LE1 of, at least that one would have been funny.
Yeah, that one would have been quite funny to make an LE one out of. That'd be a good actually like April Fool's card, just like an LE one the only Nolan.
The only Nolan,
Yeah.
and as long as it's not like a key meta card, I'm fine
Right.
with it. You know.
So actually, now that they have printed, this is the first ever version of the only Nolan in any perfect team. So I don't know that they can print another the only Nolan. That is the only Nolan after all.
Yeah. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow. All right, sounds like we're taking Jocko Fields, is what chat thinks.
All right,
and
let's do it.
what do you do for the other one?
Pitcher, probably. I think these are.
Yeah, I was
Who
tracing.
do we
We
have?
happen to have like a
We
five
have
position
no
player.
shortstop.
We have
That's a
no
problem.
shortstop.
But the two.
Well, we can't.
shortstops that-
Well, we've been
that are
offered
shortstop.
3 this time, and we're not allowed to take any of them.
Yeah. There's been a good PTCS all-around winner award, the only Nolan. Yeah. That would be quite funny.
I guess we take a picture then. Yeah.
Probably take a picture.
What do you think? There's not
How's Al Javery?
I was gonna say is Javery. I was thinking it was pronounced Javery. Could be Javery.
I have no idea.
He's not that good, but I think it's.
He's probably still the best pick.
All right, we'll do it.
The Merrill Kelly's a pretty decent lock.
All right. First off, so that's a good question. Do we take Fogarty as our shortstop?
No one has ever played that card anywhere except for
I know. We can be the first people in the history of PT
think-
to play Jim Fogarty at shortstop.
I think Javier Perez plays some positions.
Oh, who plays? That's some positions, yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, so maybe we take him and Fogarty?
He doesn't play catcher though, right? Just to check, there's no
No,
one
he
here
doesn't play
that
catcher.
randomly plays catcher,
I don't think so.
other than the listed catcher who only plays catcher.
Right.
I
Yeah.
think we can be the first people in the history of perfect team to play Jim Fogarty someplace other than center field.
Yeah.
I think that's a
All right.
plan. All right, and
Yeah.
most importantly, did we get a catcher?
We got a catcher, but it's a catcher.
I mean, we did not, All right, Tommy Byrne, I guess, is the pitcher.
Tommy Byrne
here.
is good, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Kevin Seitzer is only third.
Seitzer's only third. Whitney's only third. Howard first, technically third, left, right. Brock is only right. David Dahl, 3 outfield
Okay, we
positions.
should definitely take David Dahl.
Just
'Cause
yeah.
he can back up 2 outfield spots. That's fine. What is
So
his
we're
Grant Ricky
so we're,
only catcher? What about Ricky? Is Ricky? I just okay. What is Brock's speed? Can we take him and play him as a pure pinch hitter, a pinch runner? No, not really. Okay.
well,
Uh,
but he does have the word catch on his page because he's in the can't catch me mission.
oh. Okay, I guess
Um,
we should just check if any of these like pitchers
so
have
the problem
catcher
is Brock
ability.
only plays right, and Seitzer and Whitney only play third. So
Does that
and Ricky
random?
only plays catcher. So actually, even Howard we have to take because he's the only person we can not DH.
Yep. Do any of these pitchers have random catcher ability?
Hold on, Logan Gillespie is qualified to appear at catcher.
Oh, excellent. How much catcher
Well,
ability does he
actually,
have?
wait, catcher first, second, and third. That's incredible.
Yeah.
41 catcher ability,
Whoa,
68
whoa,
arm, 68
whoa,
arm.
whoa! It's a catcher. All right, let's take that card. Wow.
That is a heck of an iron pick
41
here.
ability on an iron pitcher. Amazing. Okay.
Two-way player, yeah. Let's see. Eric Ullman is qualified to appear at first, third, and left, actually. Is that
Is that better than the? Maybe we should just take one of the good pitcher instead and just have 13.
well?
Like,
It'll be 14. We're already taking a good pitcher. We're already taking
Yeah.
Byrne.
No,
Okay,
no,
hold
but,
on. Josh Walker is qualified to appear at first base.
Wait, how many pitchers do we have? I thought we only had 11 starting.
We have 11, but if we take Tommy Byrne, that's 12 real pitchers.
Right, yeah. So I mean, so Gillespie's a catcher. Okay, Gillespie is definitely not.
Not a pitcher. So,
Not a
but
pitcher.
I'm saying Eric Ullman plays first, third, and left. So he's
You know what
our,
I mean? Like,
yeah.
maybe we just take Maeda and just have 13 pitchers. Like, I think we have all the spots backed up at this point with how many positions Perez plays.
All right. You don't want to play 2 pitchers in our starting lineup?
I think we have everything covered. Just
All right.
it's very
All right.
questionable.
All right, let's do it. Questionable is precisely the way these drafts go. It is an
Yeah.
imperfect draft after all. All right, we actually do have to set a depth chart in this, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, like Mr. Gluck
Whoever
says, remember
we are up
everyone
against, we are okay. So
to set your depth chart. Okay, so the first thing we gotta do is make Gillespie play catcher.
yeah, so he's a two-way player.
Yeah, just
Actually-
honestly get rid of his pitching. He shouldn't even be allowed to pitch.
Hold on, am I actually allowed to just set his?
Yeah, I think we could just set him as catcher.
Set him as a catcher. Now that I've set him as a catcher, if I unset him as a two-way player, he's just a catcher?
Yeah, I think so. I think that is correct.
Okay. Now Jocko Fields is
Jocko
our other
Fields,
catcher. Is our other
That's
catcher?
definitely
Okay.
our starting catcher.
All right. So let's start with this. All right. So we're legal at catcher. First base, we're starting Stargell and Bush. That's fine. Second,
That's fine.
Candy Jim Taylor's fine. Can't play Bush.
Nope.
So
Perez
Fogarty's
and
the backup.
Fogarty. Oh, and Perez and Fogarty both play that, so we could do either.
Perez is listed as center field. Ooh,
So we
shortstop
I
is
don't-
not where we want to play him, is it?
I think we have to play. I think Perez and Fogarty are only 2 eligible shortstops. Oh wait, no, Candy Jim Taylor's a shortstop. Is that better? Yeah, we should put Taylor.
Okay,
at
so
short.
we have. Hold on, no, wait. Louis Dula also plays short.
Oh, that can't be good.
No, but I'm listing him as a two-way player.
Yeah, I think we play Taylor at short and either Fogarty or Perez at second. Right? That seems the way to go.
Let me see. What does Fogarty look like defensively? I'm
London-
actually looking at his
London's
infield ratings.
This is quick draft 500. We were playing with a restriction, self-imposed restriction. I think other people are joining. You cannot play any player at their listed position.
Right.
So Jim Fogarty says center field in his card. We have to play him somewhere other than center field.
Correct. Okay. So maybe we start Fogarty at second. Candy is our best shortstop, I guess.
Yeah.
78 range. Okay,
Oh
this
no,
is
we should put McDougal at second and Fogarty at third.
so McDougal
That's much
can't
better.
play short.
Right, but he can play second,
So McDougal plays second,
and
Fogarty at
then
third, Taylor
Fogarty
at
at third.
short, and Montalvo, Carroll, Lemon in this order is legal.
Yep, that's acceptable. We have to take
Carroll
Fogarty.
cannot be the backup. Okay, so these
Yeah,
cannot be
Carroll,
backups.
Carroll and Fogarty have to go. Uh,
These are now these are now
no,
legal backups.
Dahl can't back up. Dahl can't back up center. I think Montalvo has to back up center.
Oh, Dahl's listed at center?
Yeah,
Dahl's listed at center. Okay, so our backup center.
I think it has to be. I think Montalvo's our only eligible one actually. That's fine.
All right, I think we have a legal depth chart.
Okay, we should just copy this, I guess, to the other side.
Is there an easy way to copy it?
Yeah, just copy. Oh, yeah, use the copy depth chart.
Copy,
But I think
and then go to left, and then just paste
Yeah,
depth chart. All right, I think it may not be a good
Oh no, wait.
draft, but I think
Howard-
we've got a legal draft.
Ivan Howard can't back up first. That's
Oh, is Ivan Howard? Good call.
Yeah.
He is, in fact, not allowed to back up first. Okay. I think, I'm not sure it's good, but we have a legal. Okay, and no, Brandon Finnegan is definitely not our fifth starter.
why. No, it's Greg. Oh, actually,
It's Eshelman.
is Greg Harris better than any of?
He might be Tully Sparks, actually.
Yeah, maybe. Probably is.
I mean, we have 16 pitchers? How did we end up with 16 pitchers?
Because Montalvo's a pitcher too, I think. Oh, and Perez.
Then Perez is a pitcher. We've ended up with 16 pitchers on the roster. I
Nice.
feel like that's probably a mistake somehow.
Montalvo and Perez, I think, have really terrible pitching ratings. But
Yeah, so for anyone tuning in, yes, you have just seen us, draft a 16 pitcher draft, and so now you should go back to listening to our good advice about like how to build rosters.
yeah, don't do this. Whatever this is, don't do it.
Absolutely. I think what is it? You at Meekin Smith Messer,
Uh,
and we somehow have drafted basically no lefties also.
Yeah, that looks fine. I mean, I think Harris is probably better than Sparks, but it doesn't matter much. It should be.
All right, well we'll run Harris, and let's just. I don't even let him auto set the bullpen. Is Montalvo Montalvo at closer? Why not?
Oh, a closer, sure.
Why not? What's the worst
really
that
bad.
could happen? He is really bad. You know what?
It's in the spirit of the thing to let him pitch. We should.
That is no. All right, you let him, all right. You're right. It's in the spirit of the thing. Montalvo, you're a closer. Why not?
Yeah.
Okay. Now the question is, can we actually win a game? Well, if we end up with another team doing the same thing, we have a shot. If we end up with one of the random signups, we're in trouble.
We should make sure Corbin Carroll steals a lot.
Hey, there's still 5 spots. If anybody wants in our imperfect draft, still 5 spots.
But the thing is, I think actually we got 2 sort of real catchers, so like this is not this. I think this is above average for this.
Yeah, I think if everyone had the same restriction, this is not the worst draft possible, for sure.
Yeah. That Roger Bresnahan would have been nice, but
Oh yeah, that Bresnahan like got to be the best card in the format, basically.
yeah, or Dink would be really good too.
Oh yeah. Well, Dink maybe is the other like second best catcher in the format.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
But I will say, finding that Gillespie, he must is he a player like Kenley Jansen where he has a background maybe as a catcher?
I mean, I was aware of his existence, but I don't know anything about him. So
No, I don't know him at all. I'm not an Orioles fan, so I haven't really run into him. Quick look at stats says at least as a pitcher he hasn't been that good. If your WHIP is over 2, that's bad, right?
generally, yes. Generally, that's not ideal.
I mean, I don't know about all these advanced stats, but
Okay, he did in 2017. He played catcher for 5 games in the
Like in
what is this
college
league
or?
even? In the 2017 Independent Picos League. He
Okay.
played catcher. He played for the Monterey Amberjacks.
The Monterey Amberjacks. An
It is
amberjack's a
not.
fish? Is an amberjack a fish?
I have no idea. Let's see. Yes, it is a fish. It is an Atlantic and Pacific fish. They are widely consumed in various cultures, most notably in Japanese cuisine. Okay.
Hmm. Wait, what is it in Japanese? I probably then know it is
I
in Japanese and not in English is the problem.
I have no idea how to say it, even if I could find it. So, it's uh, it seems like it's related to some other. Oh, it's related to a kingfish. Oh, they're very big.
Kampachi. No, I don't know what kampachi is.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
yeah,
Well, anyway, that was fun. I don't know if my team is any good, but
yeah, it could be worse.
fun
Yeah, those
draft.
are definitely Atlantic and Pacific, definitely wide ranging fish. But, yeah.
Yep. All right. Well,
There you
we'll
go.
check on this in a second. There's still a couple spots if anyone wants to try it. We've still got a couple spots in Perfect Draft 500. And again, the restriction we're trying is you cannot play any position player at their listed position.
Yep.
So
Good luck to anyone who's entering. I hope you get no catchers, but
or two, or a
or
couple
two.
like this. Yeah,
Yeah, that works.
one
Yeah, I
catcher
mean,
bad, everything else good.
yeah, just be on the lookout for Logan Gillespie. That's really the best advice we can give, I think, from this.
Yeah, that was impressive. I see, Mr. Boy. Okay, but if you got a 14-12 in, that's actually. Did you get a 14-12 with two eligible catchers? Because that's a pretty solid draft, if so.
Yeah, I think said he got a Negro League pitcher as his catcher, which some of them I guess can play. I don't know. Yeah, there's some of those cards have a lot of eligibility.
Yeah, actually, this is like the format double duty's really good in.
That's true. Double duty would actually be very good in this. Yeah.
Because he's listed as a pitcher this year, right?
Yes, he's listed as a pitcher. He's not a very good pitcher,
No.
but he is a pretty decent catcher. Oh, Bresnahan and George Carr. Yeah, that
All
is
right,
solid.
Dukeston. I'm thinking you got a shot here.
Yeah, that's and
Actually,
Carr
what,
is
what I'm really thinking is none of us is going to get out of the first round. Like whatever random teams are in here are going to have the easiest draft they've ever seen.
yeah, someone's gonna be really confused. No, Carr is super good. Doesn't Carr play like every position basically?
Yeah. That's right. This is not the one I need to check in on. This is the theme team one. Uh, all right. Anyway, we are flying along here, but maybe we should start to look at another couple cards while this fills.
Yeah, let's. I think we can try to speed up here a bit.
Jack Taylor. Is this the same as? Yeah, so it's the same
There's
as same player. I
they're
mean,
I don't know. They're both in this set, so not sure. Uh,
they have the same shape.
yeah, so probably. Oh, is this a 66, not a 64? Okay, that was my mistake on that one. Um,
No, it might. Is it a 66 or a 64? It
it
says
says the
66 on the card, but sometimes the card art.
no, no, the value is a 66 also. But I think it is really a 66.
Okay.
So that's typo on my part.
So he's not eligible for low bronze. Um,
I don't think you'd play in if you were, but
no, this is not a good card, is it?
no, it's not an excellent card. Yeah, just kind of a bit behind where the meta is at the moment.
And also,
Yeah.
although he's eligible for early era stuff, this is just the wrong shape.
Yeah, in early eras, the control is going to be a real problem, and the peep habit also to some degree. Um, yeah, I just don't think it plays anything,
Okay.
unfortunately.
So we can give this one a quick F, I think.
Yep.
All right. How about Frank Dwyer, who I think is eligible for low bronze?
Yes, this one's a real 64. I'm pretty sure.
So he does have the control. It's the pitcher BABIP that he's missing.
Yeah, I mean, I have this actually kind of towards the bottom, like 5 to 10 kind of area. Um, Despite the low PBABIP. So
I have him a lot
it's
lower. Yeah, actually, I have
yeah.
him in low bronze. I have him 13th.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I still don't think I would play this card. Even in error restricted stuff, there's probably just kind of enough that's a bit better. Um,
Era,
and
I
you know,
don't
if the
think he
P
quite fits either. Yeah.
yeah, no, I mean, if the PTCS were low bronze instead of bronze, this might be an interesting card, because there just may not be that many cards eligible, but it's not. It's open bronze, and then there's too much other stuff, I guess.
Yeah, let's see. So for low bronze, what am I going to run? Something like Booth, Eldred, McNally, Malone, Charlie Leah?
Yeah,
Probably
I mean,
something like that.
yeah, I mean, yeah, this might make a bullpen in PTCS. I'm looking now. Uh, the card pool is pretty limited, and this card is not horrid.
The thing is, it's open. So I'll give you an example of a card that I would run ahead of him out of the bullpen. Although, because it's modern era in PTCS, I think I'd run Ralph Branca over this card. Early era, the control would kill him.
Yeah, I guess I feel like with the huge lefty home run factor that the walks might be a bit scary. Um, but I mean, I haven't modeled this at all carefully. It was really, I did kind of a preliminary run through, and
Yeah.
this was kind of one of the cards that was like bullpen option kind of place.
Yeah, so
Um,
London Enjoy, that
so
would be fun to let affiliates make their own custom perfect drafts next year. That might not be a solution for us.
yeah, I mean, I think custom tournaments would actually be fun in general. Just kind of have to make
Yeah,
them reward neutral, and it could be pretty good, and it would solve the sandbox problem. Um, so I'm definitely in favor of allowing for custom formats in some capacity.
yeah. I think the main concern might be that you'd have trouble filling or something, so you could get them stuck. But
Yeah, I mean, but I feel like there are enough, theme team groups or other groups of people or people that want to just experiment with stuff that you could get them to fire if you made them small enough.
yeah,
Um,
yeah, I think you can
I
make
don't
it
know.
work.
I would personally enjoy. Yeah, obviously, you're gonna have to be careful for monitoring people passing points and whatnot, but um, yeah, I think it could work pretty nicely.
Yeah, people already pass points around in the gold 1K entry, right?
Yeah, I mean, I will say I was pretty concerned about that when the entry fees were announced.
No,
So
I figured it would die out pretty quickly because the problem basically is, like in poker, you need sort of a healthy ecosystem. Um, the problem basically is the gap between the top teams and the others is just too big. So who wants to play a 10K buy-in against the teams that have all of the top LEs,
yeah.
right?
I will say though, if anyone does want to fire another so-called whale invitational, I will play in it. So, it's one more entrant for you. There you go.
I will play in it if it fires at a time when I can micro.
Uh, sure.
But
I will say,
but
it was actually quite.
but the main reason I am now willing to play in it is that I don't care.
Oh, I actually.
If I were grinding, I think I'm pretty clearly minus EV in that tournament.
Oh yeah, but I doesn't. Yeah, it is what I mean. I don't really care about losing the 10K, and it was actually pretty fun. The couple that did fired, I forget someone streamed them, and it was pretty fun to watch.
Um, anyway, yeah. So I don't think I can find a place for Dwyer ever to play. What do you think?
I I think I will probably, barring some. Okay, it was probably. I think barring some bunch of new bronzes being released in the next week, I think there's a good chance he will make my PTCS bullpen. And then I probably won't ever play him again.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
So I probably
Even then, that pitcher BABIP, because
no,
it's also a
it's not
park that you
great.
want to run left-handed pitching in, right?
It is, but I mean, the stadium suppresses BABIP pretty heavily. I think the control becomes really good because of all the homers.
It does have reverse
Um,
splits.
there's not a lot of there's like no doubles and triples, so the bet PBAB is only giving up singles. Um, like it's a decent card for the park, I think, and again, it's we've cut the card pool in half effectively, or maybe even less. So um, there's just a lot fewer cards that are eligible.
All
So I
right, so
think I
yeah, okay, so
yeah I
maybe
probably
he's in the fringes. I think for if the only thing he plays in is literally a one-off tournament and he's at the fringes of that, I don't think that's enough to really rate the card. Probably
I think I could give him a D based on that, but
just for the
I
one-off,
don't think I
just
could.
for the one-off tournament. You mean?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what a D feels like to me. Like it's good in one tournament or two tournaments or something.
See, I feel like a D is it's good in like a tournament that happens regularly or so. Like there's a format that it's good in.
Sure, but I
Not
mean,
he's good in like literally one tournament ever.
yeah, but I mean this PTCS is like the highest value tournament you can play in. So uh, you just that Warren Spawn on top of it is, I don't know, a many million point card. So uh, it has a much higher value to playing in that than playing in some random daily or whatever.
That's true. Although if you haven't qualified for the bronze, then he's completely worthless.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know.
How about an F asterisk?
Sure. Yeah, F for anything except PTCS, where he's probably okay.
I think that's fair. All right, one more bronze. We're almost done the bronzes. We're done all the irons this time, and we're almost done the bronzes.
That's true. Yeah, all the irons out of the way quickly. So let's
So
go.
we've actually got three Cy Seymours. It looks like now in the game.
Yep. And this one is
Um,
listed as a pitcher, and the other ones are outfielders, which is kind of fun. This one is a two-way player.
this is an interesting card. He's got stuff.
He's a lot of stuff. So I guess looking at this card as a pitcher, I don't think it'll play in bronze.
No, I don't have him close, which is funny because there's so much stuff there. I keep thinking there ought to be a way to use him, but no.
Yeah, and as a position player, I don't really have him playing anywhere either. But two-way players are always interesting because they do, they do provide a lot of value in tight cap formats.
Right. The only thing is, I don't believe there are any tight cap formats that a 67 is a good card for right now.
There aren't. I don't think either. And I don't. This one. So a card that I think we kind of missed on in our initial rating was this Brooks Kieschnick, who has ended up. At least I've played him actually way more than I ever thought he would as a two-way.
I've played him
From
a lot in
silver
the low
cap
cap.
up.
Yeah, he's ended up in my
Yeah,
low cap build a lot.
I've played him in SE cap. I've played him in low cap. I've played him in silver cap. And I think the lesson that I took away from that, at least, is like, if one side of the two-way is playable, the card gets interesting. But here, I don't think either side is playable.
I don't think I can play this one in low cap because I think it's too expensive.
Yeah, low cap, it's definitely too expensive. Also, I mean, now, you really want to try to fit in Monty Ward in that format, who I guess we'll get to in a while. But
You really want to
um,
fit in Monty Ward in that format. No, actually, I think we both
in
do.
that format,
In that format, I think we
everyone
both do.
wants to fit
Yeah.
Monty Ward, yeah. Uh, so yeah, I don't think this will quite play anywhere. It's a kind of a fun card. It's interesting that there's a card that the same player has been printed as both a pitcher and an outfielder. I don't know if we've seen that before, so that's kind of fun. But I don't think it'll end up playing.
You know, there is a second format that he's really good for, which is the imperfect draft we just did.
That's true. Yeah, he's pretty decent there. That would be actually pretty solid. He could actually back up out all three outfield positions.
But all right. So I guess he gets an F for fun then.
Yeah, for fun.
All right. And then we're on to the silvers. Let's look at one more, and then we'll check in and see if the
Yeah,
imperfect
so that's
draft is
pretty fun.
fired. Not the lower Donnie Bush, but so this is a Donnie Bush that's actually kind of similar to the one that was dominant last cycle, but with less BABIP.
Les Bevan also with that Donnie Bush, I believe, was either a launch card or close to it, and this one is now coming like 5 months in.
Yeah.
Um, and as a result, I think it's kind of just behind most of the other
Yeah.
silver options at the moment. Cards like Phil Rizzuto or even the bronze LEs, Archie Vaughn and Kevin Stocker. Or
He reminds me a
uh,
lot of this Eddie Juiced.
yeah, I mean he's definitely better than this.
He's a little better than this, but not enough, I think, to get into the meta anymore.
No, I don't think he makes it. And even in low silver, those three cards, Rizzuto and Stocker and Vaughn are all eligible. I think you'd pretty much always rather play those. Um,
Okay, so not too much to
yeah,
discuss here.
yeah. PTCS again. Those Rizzuto and Vaughn are eligible, so you're going to play them. So yeah, it's just a little behind at this point.
Okay. Well, that one was quick. Maybe we can do one more and then check in on
Sure.
Ed Klepfer.
Another card that was excellent last year. There was a really good bronze at Klepfer.
Um,
I think you got Uzuski up.
sorry about that. This card would have been excellent last year because if you cover up the pitcher BABIP, this is a really good silver.
Yeah. Um,
Unfortunately, we're playing PT 24 and not 23, which
yep.
means you have to look at that pitcher BABIP.
Yeah, you certainly do, and this one's just kind of not good enough, I think. So, yeah, just little.
I think there are a couple of these. There's another
Part.
one we'll get to later where, again, it would have been a dominant card. Well, was a dominant card in the past, but the pitcher BABIP specifically like kills it. So I think there are a
Yeah,
couple of those.
yeah. A lot of the dead ball cards have kind of ended up looking like that this year, where they either they have very low pitcher BABIP or some other this kind of high home run, low pitcher BABIP, high stuff kind of situation.
All right, so this one also just needs the pitcher BABIP. All
Yep.
right, let's check in on see if the other one fired.
Yeah. Sure.
What was the verdict on? So London Joe, we've actually got this on the left, so you can kind of look back. But Seymour, we just sort of felt doesn't really play as a pitcher and doesn't play as a hitter, and there's probably not enough there to quite play him in sort of these low cap formats because 67 is just an awkward number. So if he were, 60 or 61, where he's almost free in a cap format, maybe there are reasons you'd want to do it. Uh, but kind of this is just a number where there don't seem to be a lot of formats where you're desperate for these two-way players.
Yeah.
Okay, actually hasn't filled yet, so we'll come back and check in a little bit.
Sure. Yeah.
Apparently, I should remember my password.
That does tend to be important.
Oh, and I can enter. Oh, and I can enter a tournament. So we got everything going. What do you think? SE
Yeah.
cap, or is there something else to?
Uh, that's what I usually play the SE Cat most days, even though my team is a little bit weak for it. But
My team's not awful for it. I'm probably better for the daily dead ball, actually.
yeah, with Honus, I imagine that's true.
But I assume I'll get knocked out of like one of these things pretty soon.
Probably.
I haven't actually updated my builds. So now that I think about it, I should probably check because it's like 50-50 that means I'm running like a 23-man roster in one of these.
Oh, the SE Cap is 1985 now, so running short rosters is totally fine.
Um, let me see how we're doing. We are hanging in there, kinda.
Yeah, that's
It's gonna be a close
still in
race.
the still in that one game playoff. So really just need to do well in that series.
Well, I
against some
also
unpleasant
may have
numbers.
no bullpen at the moment. That may be an issue. We could
Oh,
use an
nice,
off day.
Dempsey.
What?
Is Dempsey entering the money round of Saturday on Warzone 2 losses. That's pretty good.
Ooh, that's a
See,
pretty solid.
this is where you could use Monty Ward. You could have 13 pitchers on your roster now.
I should probably. Oh, this Tim Keefe has been just unplayable. I thought my evaluation is it should be good, but people are hitting like almost 400 against him.
Yeah, I think I had him kind of as a decent bullpen piece.
He had been, and I finally. But all right, I think I actually need an extra arm. So
You
who
should
do I
get
want
Monty
to?
Ward.
Well, I mean I need like an extra, like arm right now. Um, who do I who do I even take off?
This is well. I mean, you're so late in the season. You could start looking at taking off position players, even if your fatigue is okay.
Yeah, normally I don't like to make that kind of change, but we do have to try to get to the playoffs, right?
Yeah, that's good.
Well, you can't win unless you make the playoffs, right?
Yeah, Mr. Black. There are a couple pitchers who have PUF that low, like the Zach Greinke and Greg Maddux. He's not the only one. It just seems like the stuff, I guess, isn't doing quite as much as
But see my Maddox with
you would thought.
similarly low PBABIP actually is fine if you look at the BABIP
Yeah,
against.
I don't. I think. I mean, obviously you'd like more, but I think like Keith looks like he should be
No, I
kind
think
of
I
a
think
reasonable
Keith.
reliever.
I think my Keith just has been having an unlucky season, but we were just talking about the like 191 WHIP is just a little much, right?
Yeah, I mean, he does have a lot, also low control, which most of the other kind of low PBAT pitchers like the Maddox or Greinke have a lot more control. So maybe that's kind of in tandem. Those are having a problem. I don't know. I think the card should be okay, but
But
it is
I
probably
probably
just
do have to call up a left-handed pitcher. Uh, Tannehill maybe. I'm sort of out of options here. You know what? Maybe
yeah,
I'll maybe just throw Granke on the roster and just get an extra.
yeah. Greinke's a decent card.
What? I lost all my
Yeah, when you
sliders on
deactivate
him.
people, that'll screw your sliders up. It's really annoying.
You'd think they could fix that by now, right?
Yeah, it's really annoying.
So maybe I just take Hubble off or something for.
Yeah, Hubble or Pollitt, I guess, or Noodles. One of those are all kind of the same. It's kind of similar, I think. Whichever one's the least tired, most tired, I guess. Yeah, London Enjoyer. I mean, certainly in kind of single PDs, you're going to get a lot of good cards that perform badly. I think in the aggregate, he was in Perfect League last year. He was still kind of okay. I haven't looked at anything this year yet, so I'm not totally sure if something has changed or whatever. But um, I think the card's fine.
All right. Well, I just need an extra. Do you ever try running Willie Hernandez as starter? I was going to do that this year, and
No,
then it didn't fit my park.
no, he's been very good in my bullpen. So but no, I'm not tried to make my starter.
Oops, sounds good. Anyway, all right. Where are we at? So who's next?
Uh, Tommy Leach.
Tommy
Yeah.
Leach. All right. So listed at third, very good defensive third baseman. Not a lot in the way of a bat, even at the low silver level.
Yes, so he's immediately disqualified for me because he's too good at third.
Right. You
Um,
definitely want to run bats at third.
yeah,
Uh, but even for me, I just don't think there's enough of a glove there. So the problem is to give you an example. Because I do think when we talk about cards as kind of being not close, we should give a few examples of what we mean. All right. Here's
sure.
this
Yeah,
Troy Gloss, and you get a much, much bigger bat, and you're not that much further behind at third.
and you get another position too if you need it.
And you
Like,
get another
it's a
position. I
nice,
mean,
another.
yeah, first base, you can find bigger bats, I think. But that would be
Yeah,
an
yeah,
example, for an offensive third baseman. Well, I think the best one right now in low silver is probably this Eddie Matthews,
Uh,
just for
yeah.
an
Then Matthew's
offensive
good.
one.
Actually, the next card we're gonna get to, I think, is in the discussion. Um, so we could look at him, I guess, too.
Kelly, you mean?
Yeah,
That's right. He plays third among other things.
yeah. No, Alfonso obviously is a huge amount better. Alfonso's playing second most people, but yeah, Alfonso is enormously better.
Yeah, I mean, I'd also play Blauser. I mean, so I don't have Leach anywhere in my top 10 at third.
No, no, Leach I don't have anywhere close.
I was just kind of trying to give a few examples of, you know, what does a good card look like right now, and how does that compare with where Leach is? But Leach is just not even close.
No, Leach is just really
In
not close
fact,
to being.
I mean, here's kind of not that Leach, this Leach.
I
Let
would
me
put
ask
that Leach in
right.
silver.
Let me ask a stupid question. So look at this bat you get from Leach. Um, is it actually really a better bat than Jeff Mathis?
Probably a little, but yeah, not substantially, I guess.
It's a little better.
Yeah, but you're also you're trading in the best, comparing the best catcher defense in the game to
Decent
third base.
defense at
So
third, and Mathis, is an iron.
iron, right? Mets is a extremely strong iron, but yeah, it's
So this Leach is just an awful card, is the point.
no, Leach is really bad. Yeah,
I don't know if it's quite an F minus, but it's in the frame.
yeah, it's bad.
Um, all right, let's go on. Joe Kelly. So, I'm gonna like the bat because look at the eye.
Yeah, I like this bat too. This bat is great
Um,
for low silver, certainly.
I still don't end up with him. I think as high as it sounds like you do.
Well, okay, so in open silver, I don't think I'll end up playing him. It's close maybe because he does have so much utility. But it feels like he's just a bit behind where the other silvers are at this point. Like this Josh Harrison card, which I know you don't like at all, but I keep playing.
Yeah.
Some of these new tournament editions. The Matt Carpenter or, yeah, I don't know, bunch of other stuff too. Arcana or whatever.
See where I have him in low silver. So in low silver, where do you think is his best position? Because I still have him say sixth in left field. That might be the position I have him highest in.
I think his best position is either first or third.
Okay, I have him fourth at third base. I actually am willing to run a bat first. I'm just willing to run Eddie Matthews there in low silver.
Yeah, I like Matthews too. I have Matthews a bit better than Kelly. So I have Julian as my top third baseman.
So I have Matthews then Julian, but they're close, and I have them in that order.
Okay, yeah, I have Julian Matthews fairly close, and then Kelly after them.
I have
Um,
Christian Hernandez and Kelly tied for third.
uh,
But remember, I value
yeah,
defense at third a little bit more than you
right.
do.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah,
but then I also have Gloss like within a tiny fraction of those.
I think in the low silver this week, I think has a pretty good as I remember was a pretty good park for him, and I think I ended up playing him at third VR and first VL. Um,
Yeah, I think
I will.
I still think he isn't ever going to end up on a roster for me. Like I would rather just play Matthews.
Yeah, I think okay. So in the PTCS, I'm pretty sure this will play in a lot of places. A lot of people will play this, especially VL, because Matthews isn't that great there.
Well, for the PTCS, he's also at worst the
Oh,
second best option now.
yeah.
Wait, Matthews? Hold on, Matthews is
Matthews
1960.
eligible.
Yeah, so
Matthews is not
then
eligible.
for the PTCS, then I think this is a card you'll play.
Then this is definitely a card that people are going to play that. Probably, yeah. It'll be most people's third baseman, I guess. Then is what I'm saying.
Well, but the PTCS is not low silver, right? It's full silver.
It's full silver, and the park is kind of bad, but also the card pools will be a lot restricted. I think it'll still end up I mean, it plays so much with
Okay, no, I still have him as the top. I have him like seventh or eighth in open silver.
solid.
Sorry, seventh or eighth in open silver, but the best eligible card for the format.
Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah, I think it'll play a lot in the PTCS. And even though,
Probably him and Crosetti, or maybe.
yeah, Crissetti, I have also this Hank Thompson. I think I had kind of decently uh, solid at third VR for the format, um, which I think was a lot park driven, trying to get lefties in. Um, yeah, but also, I mean, Kelly's so much of his back from his eye that the park is not the big. Even though he's right-handed, the park is not hurting him that much.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, he'll play there. I guess. Yeah, I mean, I think he's a good option in low silver. He plays in the PTCS, so I guess this is probably a C, maybe a B. I think it's a decent card.
You think D for decent?
I think it's better than D because I think it'll continue to play in low silver for a bit.
All right, how about a C?
Yeah, I think a C is fine.
That sounds fair. All right. George Van Haltren.
Who I believe did not get pitching ratings on this card. He has in the past, but I'm pretty sure this card does
Yeah,
not have
no
any
no
useful
pitching
ones.
ratings that I see here.
Um, I do have this as a pretty good card in low silver, like a top VR option in either corner. More in right, with the arm and more in right to left, but I think he's pretty good in left too.
Wow. I'm just looking
Um,
because I don't have him really anywhere on the board for me in low silver.
hmm.
So I know that our models disagree really sharply on the value of I.
Well, I mean, I think it's more Babbitt plus Gap than I. Like I mean, I definitely have I a little less, heavily rated than you do, but I still have I rated pretty
Okay.
well.
So I'm looking
Yeah.
at what my model's doing with him. Um, so first off, I assume you mean in a corner, right? Because in center with that 71 range.
No, not in center. Yeah, no, I'm mostly interested in this as a VR right fielder.
Okay, let me look specifically VR then, just to kind of see, because usually our models there's some things they disagree on, but usually we're not as different as like you want to run them and he's not in my top 10. So let me see if I can figure
Yeah.
out where we disagree. That's it. That's interesting. All right, so looking VR in low silver specifically. No, I still have him nowhere on the board. Let me just take one more check. Sorry, I'm wondering if maybe I missed him in the database somehow.
Mm, I mean, it does seem like the kind of card that your model is not going to love because the defense is a bit middling and there's no I, or not a lot of I at least.
Yeah, yeah, but
I think
I'm just surprised that you know.
I think it's mostly the Babbitt plus Gap that is kind of carrying the card in for me. I have to guess.
Yeah, I'm just trying to check it a couple other ways because I know there are differences in our models, and that's part of why it's a good idea to have two of us on a stream. But
Yeah,
I haven't really run into much before where like you think it's the top card and I don't even have it, on the board
yeah.
anywhere. So I'm just trying to make sure there isn't an import issue.
Well, until we get to the end of the stream, then we're gonna get another one. But
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay, that's funny. Yeah, I actually have him verse righties in right field in just open modern low silver. My model has him ranked 24th.
yep, I have them first.
And you have him
So
first. So the other ones that my model likes, so the ones my model puts at the top in low silver are Sizemore, Drew, Walker, and actually for another 2 days I like the live Will Benson.
oh, I have another different live actually. I have Brandon Marsh, but also Drew and Sizemore.
Okay, so our models aren't completely in disagreement, but so Van Haltren.
Yeah. So I mean, for me at least, this is a really strong little silver card and kind of a slam dunk PTCS play.
Okay, yeah. So I'm just
Uh,
looking at this. I've got. Okay, so to give you an idea, just to give you an idea of how different our models are on this, my model has the bat as being about equivalent to Quincy Troop, who you can also run in right field, and who's probably about as good of a defender.
yeah, I don't have Quincy Troop anywhere in anything. Um, so yeah, clearly there's a difference of opinion on this card.
Yeah, all right, that's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
So what kind of line do you have him putting up?
It, see if I can get that quickly.
So just like
I
running
usually,
against one set of pitchers, I would
no,
have
no,
Sizemore at like 217, 390, 401, and Van Haltren like 247, 344, 375.
yeah. You usually because I just kind of have all the rankings kind of pre-generated, so I don't have to go try to do it while we're in the middle. So I'm not sure if I can get a slash up quickly, but let me see.
Okay, I think this is the biggest gap we've had between our models on Steam so far, though. So that one's a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is, I mean, again, barring new cards, this will be my PTCSVR right fielder. Um,
I think I'm gonna run. Let me see. Luther Farrell could be in there for me. Dusty Miller works for the era. Kimbrough if I don't run him in center.
yeah, I'm playing Dusty Miller. I'm for sure playing in bronze. That card's very very strong for bronze.
But I would consider putting Herm McFarland here over this card.
Okay, so I'll play McFarland and Iron.
I know. No, I'm saying that our models really disagree sharply on this
Yeah.
one.
Also, I mean, I would give this card like an A or a B or something.
And I absolutely have this as an F. Wow. All right. How do we grade this one then? Because he's so different in the two models.
Yeah, I don't know.
At least
we
one
give
of us is badly wrong on this one. He's probably probably the answer is he's somewhere in the middle, right?
Yeah, you can give him a question mark, I guess. I don't know.
Is this the first question mark we've had to give?
Yeah, this card might be good, or might not be good.
Well, I will say I am now excited about this card.
Yeah, I mean, go look. I checked. I played him in the low silver yesterday. I've no
Okay,
idea.
all right, you know what? Let's go take a look at. Let's go take a look at the low silver. I mean, it's really limited sample, but just out of curiosity, let's see how many people ran him in the low silver. No, but this is definitely worth exploring, just because, if nothing else, now it's an exciting card to kind of look at.
Yeah,
I don't think I did well in the low silver, so that's a point in your favor for sure.
I didn't either. So
Low silver. Here we go. Friday low silver.
oh, you beat me in it.
Did I?
Know that. It's 7
All right,
games
all
in
right.
the third round.
In that case, it's definitely an F.
Van Holtzen was terrible for me at least. I don't know if he was good for anyone else. Let's see. A few other people played him.
So what you're saying is Van Hal. All right, hold on. Let me see how we did here.
For one team, he hit 444, 476, 778 in 22 plate appearances. So we take that.
Yep.
And for me, he hit 241, 281, 333, which we would not take.
Let me see how we did. All right. Oh, I see. Okay. So I beat you in 7 games.
Yeah.
So therefore, if Van Haltren was the difference maker, I'm now giving him an A.
Yeah, he was really bad.
I'm saying
actually,
he was my MVP.
He hit pretty well against you. I guess he hit badly against everyone else.
Minus .4 WAR. All right. Hold on. Let me see stats. Stats. What do I want?
Yeah, he against you specifically, he was fine. Against the other teams I played before that, he was not fine.
Okay, 4 Van Haltrens, and basically aggregate 0 WAR. It looks like. So
yeah,
in a really tiny sample, of course.
yeah.
And for comparison, let me throw the Sizemores in there. I assume there'll be a bunch of those.
I'm sure.
So well behind Sizemore at least.
Yeah, I mean we'd have to add this stuff up, I guess, because Seism was definitely getting a lot more play.
Yeah,
Um,
but definitely Sizemore like more than 0 on aggregate.
yes, it looks like it.
Yeah, or if I were to just look at, I could just look
I
at right
guess
fielders, for
yeah,
example.
Sizemore's also going to get some other innings.
Julian, I assume, is not actually playing right here, but
No, but he's permitted to do so.
that's a heck of a line for Paulo Orlando, though.
That card is not good, but yeah, it had a nice
No, but
tournament.
look, that is very much not a Warbot shaped card.
I don't think that's an anyone ship card.
Well, it's a Mooresville Cannons shaped card for sure.
Apparently.
And actually, I mean, the shape of that card kind of looks like a cannon.
Yeah, I guess a little, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I think we have not learned much about Mr. Van Haltern in this experiment.
No, but he wasn't great in the low silver, so
He was not great.
I'm now leaning more toward F again. All right, what do you want to give him?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I think an F is definitely not Jim. I think the lowest I would give him is C, but even that I think is pushing it.
All right, why don't we give him a question
I'd
mark?
probably give him a B if it were just me, I think.
All right, how about we give him a question mark?
Sure, yeah. We don't know. He might be good, he might not be good.
We will give him our first ever question.
Yeah, I think it
mark.
might be the first time. I mean, I think there was some, like you did when you did kidneys when they changed the tournament environments.
Yeah.
Because obviously you couldn't rate cards because you
No,
didn't know
but
what
here
the
we think we
environment
know
was
how to
like.
rate the card. It's just we don't know.
We don't agree. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a good one then.
All right, we've got
My
no
mice
question
forever
mark.
thinks no question mark. Give him a C.
But he's not a C. He's either
Yeah, the thing is,
good or
we
he's not
both
good.
actually feel pretty strongly that he's not a C. Wow. How about give him an I? Like, we'll give him an incomplete.
Incomplete.
We'll
Sure,
give him an incomplete.
Yeah, we'll come back to him in a few weeks. I guess I'm guessing he will get a lot of PTCS play because there just aren't that many eligible cards. So
Yeah.
maybe after that we can make some.
I still don't. I mean, my model still says that you can't play him in PTCS.
Yeah, well, we'll find out because I'm definitely gonna do it. So.
All right. Sounds fun. What do we got? I should have seen if there were anyone playing him with a silver cap, but I'm gonna assume not.
I would doubt people playing. I mean, it's probably too new of a card to play in that.
I haven't. I forgot to check if I had a 26-man roster for that. Probably too late now.
Oh well.
Just want to make sure we have pitchers. We have pitchers. They may not be good pitchers, but they're ours. That's the important part, right?
Yep.
All right. What do we got next?
No Van Haltern.
No Van Halterns.
All right.
Do I happen to have a 26-man roster in that tournament while you're in there? Kid Nichols. So this is kind of a funny card because it's just a lot of green, and there was certainly a point in the cycle when you'd be really excited about that. And he's got reverse splits, which I'm always really excited about.
Yeah.
And yet when I go run him, he just doesn't come out that well.
Yeah. So the card this reminds me a little bit of is Joe Nuxhall, even though Nuxhall's a lefty and
Well, he
Nichols is a
reminds me
righty.
of Nuxhall, but I have Nuxhall
He's worse.
much better.
No, he's just basically worse than Nuxhall at everything. And Nuxhall is actually, I think, a pretty playable silver starter.
I have Nuxall as my number 2 starter in silver right now.
Yeah, I don't. I think I had him like third or fourth, but yeah. I mean, it's definitely a playable card. Um,
But Nichols just, I think, is too far behind.
Nichols is just worse. I do think Nichols is a potential bullpen piece for PTCS, but I don't think he'll do anything besides that.
Let me see. So PTCS. Do I even have to start him in PTCS because of how few people are eligible? So it's what? Roberts for sure. Maybe Leon Day, but you're worried about the stamina. So it's
Yeah,
Roberts, Bill Force, Connie Marrero,
yeah,
Bill
Marrero.
Gatewood, Heliodoro Diaz, Hank Borowy. So like 5 of
Uh,
those, but if you don't have it,
yeah,
maybe Nichols is next.
I have Jesse Petty and Bobby Shantz also a bit better than, and Art Fromm actually as well. All a little better than Nichols for that too.
Okay, so he probably doesn't
Um,
quite make the bullpen. But for every other thing, it's just not quite
yeah,
playable.
I mean he's probably somewhere in kind of the bullpenny range. Like it's a card that you could play, and I don't think he's going to be bad compared to the other cards that you could play. But
Okay.
yeah, it's not a critical card
And I
certainly.
did successfully get a 26-man roster in. Thank you, Mr. Black.
Nice,
That is,
well done.
it can't win if you don't
And,
play.
and playing Nichols and Nux on Nuxall doesn't play so much better than yeah. I mean, but I mean Nichols has been out for 2 days. I'm not sure that we can really draw substantial conclusions
Yeah.
from pitching Nichols in a few tournaments for 2 days.
All right. I think this one's
Um,
not gonna. I think this one's not gonna work. All right. We'll call it. We can probably just move on.
yeah, I don't think
Wilbert Robinson. Um, my first glance, I wanted this card to be good.
I
Uh,
think it is good.
well, the problem is I still have him. So for PTCS, I'm going to play this card. Let me start with that.
Yeah, I think Silver PTCS. I think basically everyone's catches are going to be Wilbur Robinson, Ray Schalk.
Yeah,
Like, looks pretty clear.
and I have him as almost exactly like equivalent to Shock in value.
Yeah, I have this quite a bit better actually. I have this as the best Silver catcher both ways.
I'd still rather run Romo.
Yeah, I have Romo kind of in the next group with some of the bat heavy cards and Schalk. But yeah, I'd
Uh,
have this card as being fantastic,
I
basically.
think in silver, I still want to run Mathis, Romo, Charlie O'Brien ahead of this card, and in a cap, I'd run Shock because I have them pretty similar.
Yeah, I think in silver I'm playing this and Schalk probably just like an open silver. I would think about depending on how many righties I'm getting to play Joe Mauer.
You're not playing Mathis in open silver anymore. You mean?
No,
Okay, I'm still playing Mathis. I think.
I would play Mathis if there were nothing but lefties.
I could see that.
Um,
I mean, Romo's also a switch hitter. The bat's not great either way, though.
no, I mean I don't think Romo switch hitting helps him that much. That is terrible, so it doesn't matter if he gets the other way that much. Um,
Yeah, I think the difference between this bat and Shock is basically the same thing. Where I kind of think a walk's about as good as a hit, and your model gives more value to the hit.
yeah, um, that seems probably about right.
Um,
Because that's really they're really quite similar, other than just you moved some I to Babbitt. Other than that,
exactly. Yeah.
they're very similar cards.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. So I mean, I'd probably give this card an A.
I
I
think it's
think
in
it's
the
just
frame, but I
very
don't think it.
strong.
I don't think it's. I don't think it's quite a starter. Is where I have him. So I would have said more like a C, but I'm fine with like a B.
Yeah, we can give it a B. That's fine.
Sounds
I mean,
reasonable.
PTCS certainly it's a very nice card.
For PTCS, you definitely want this. I probably should buy one at some point now that I look at it. But I,
Yeah,
I, I
it's pretty
assume
cheap.
I assume he'll be in spotlights, and that'll drive the price to
Yeah,
0 or something.
yeah. Unless it's emissions, but still, its price is already pretty low.
Unless he's mysteriously removed from spotlights.
Yes, it's always a possibility.
Uh,
All right. Tully
Tully.
Sparks.
Yes. Well, he's got pitcher BABIP.
He does. I think this is kind of a similar card to Nichols, where it's just a bit behind where it's the silver meta is, but kind of maybe bullpen playable in PDCS.
I think it's even a bit worse than Nichols, though.
I have it a bit worse than Nichols, but not. I mean,
Yeah,
not
okay.
like a huge amount. Yeah. It's
All
about
right,
the
that
same.
one's pretty easy then.
Yeah.
The next one's a bit tricky. This is actually almost the same card that we just
Yeah,
saw,
very
but with
similar
a
card.
little more stuff. It's a little bit different shape. Just a tiny bit more stuff, but still not enough of it, right?
No, I think this one's again a tiny bit worse than Tully Sparks, but yeah, very similar card to Tully Sparks. You know, put that discussion here. Really, you're not gonna change anything.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's about right. So not so tricky.
No.
And it's the second. The problem is that, and I think we agree that Tricky is the second best Silver Nichols starting pitcher released in the set.
Yes. Not by a huge. I mean, they're
No,
pretty
they're pretty
similar,
close.
but
All right.
yeah.
So Steve Brody, if it weren't the outfield error that had the huge rating, I'd be a lot more excited about this card. Because I like finding kind of these defensive options in the outfield.
Yeah. No, I mean, this has to compete with, among other things, the defensive options. Jim Pearsall and Rich Becker and those kinds of players. So for open, I don't think just open Mon and Silver. It doesn't have the bat to play right, really. I don't think. And
But Pearsall's also eligible even for PTCS.
Pearsall is not eligible for PTCS. Oh, he is.
No,
I'm
he's
sorry,
55. He should be, right?
He is eligible. Yes. I'm sorry.
So I'll probably run Pearsall and Fielder Jones or something.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is. I don't think this is substantially worse than Fielder Jones. It probably is a little worse. So, for that.
I have it a fair bit worse, but remember my model kind of loves center field defense.
Yeah, and I mean, this will play right. If you don't want to play Van Haltren like I do. So, yeah, I mean, it's not a great card.
No,
But maybe
no,
in PTCS it'll find its way
all
up to
right,
some roster.
we can. All right, we're on to gold. See, we're making progress here.
Mr. Black says one more for the imperfect draft.
All right, one more. I was just going to check in on that. I was thinking this was a good time to check in.
All right, well, I guess we can keep going then, since it's not fired yet.
Okay, let's keep going. So, Christy Mathewson. So, from our discussion last time, this is one of the few cards from this era where that screwball is actually a screwball.
Yeah. The other pitch.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, it's kind of a weird shape for a deadball card.
Yeah, and that's a problem here because it's really not a good shape for anything else.
No, it's just not really a great card. I don't even have this. I mean, gold actually, a lot of the good gold pitchers are actually eligible for this. So Mathewson just kind of isn't close there either.
No, this is actually one of the worst cards in the set.
Yeah, it's really not a good card. In low gold, it's still behind a ton of stuff.
There are a couple other cards that I think have F- discussions in here, So this isn't quite at that level, but this is a lousy card.
No, bad card. Not gonna play anything. Not gonna play PTCS because there's too many good high golds eligible.
Don't think it gets the minus though.
No.
How about?
And Andy was Luke. The rules are you cannot play any pitcher, any position player at the position listed on the card.
Right. So, for example, if the player is listed at, if you get Dink, who's listed at second, I believe.
Yes.
You cannot list Dink on your depth chart at second base. You can list him at catcher,
Right.
left field, right field, anything else, but not at second base.
Yeah. Whatever. Yeah. Primary position. Whatever it says in the title on the card, you can't play him there. No, pitchers. You can do whatever you
pitchers, you can do whatever you want, and you can still list, anybody and anybody's allowed to DH.
Well, unless I say DH.
That's okay. Yes, that's right. If the card says designated hitter on it, then it cannot be a DH.
Yeah, there are not many of those, but there
Um,
are a few.
so we can show you what we ran if it helps as an example. Oh, I'm out of the silver cap anyway, so apparently it,
Didn't help any.
didn't help. But I think let me see. I think I at least ran a full.
It was 26 players, but apparently the wrong 26 players.
Well, you know what though? I didn't run Van Haltren.
That was the
That
problem.
was the mistake. I didn't run Van Haltren. If I had run Van Haltren, we would. Let me see how badly we did. We we made round 3. All right, could have been
That's not
worse.
bad. Yeah, get a couple points.
But is there a Van
Yeah.
Haltren? Is there a
I
Van?
think Mr. Black said there was not.
Don't see one now.
Yeah.
How are you doing on qualification? Are you going to qualify for all of them, or are you?
I should make them all. It'll be a little tight on bronze and iron, but I think I'm in. I think I have like 48 or 50 points or something like that.
I think I'm probably in, but I may miss the weekly draft because
Ah.
I did too many daily drafts. I think I'm in the others in the draft. Do we want to get into that? Do we want to get into that discussion?
I don't know.
What does everyone in chat think of the draft format?
Yeah, that's the way to. Good way to.
That's a good way to do
it,
it.
I guess.
What does chat think of the PTCS draft format?
Which is, for anyone who's not aware, it's this. I think they call it rocking chair. So the rounds alternate. You get a historical round, then a live round, then a historical round, then a live round.
Here's what it looks like. Although actually, I guess it doesn't say it here.
No, I entered one the other day because.
You know what? Actually, why don't we, since we've got the alt up, why don't we do a rocking chair draft?
Okay.
No, is that bad of a format? No interest.
I mean, we can do one, but yeah, it's not my favorite format ever.
We're not going to win, are we? It is a bad format.
We have an equally good chance to win as any of the other 64 teams that will enter.
I see chat is giving an F- and an F- to the rocking chair draft.
Yeah.
So we were talking about this a little bit before stream. Okay, so first off, for anyone who has not played one, that was why I was asking if we should go through one to see the format.
Yeah.
But we can just talk through it.
Yeah.
So you alternate. Go ahead.
No, I mean I don't necessarily. I can actually give the exact round. It's one. So it's alternating perfect live rounds. It's 1 perfect round, 2 diamond, 4 gold, 8 silver, 6 bronze, 5 iron cards. The iron cards are all historical. Every other one is split evenly.
So it's a standard format,
Yeah.
except that. So it's otherwise a standard single draft format, except that the even numbered rounds are lives, which means that it's under half because all 5 of your irons are historical. But approximately half of your roster will be lives.
Yeah, it's I think 11 cards are lives.
Right.
Out of 26.
Because the whole reason that everybody enjoys doing perfect drafts is because we really wish we could play more live cards.
Yes, I love live cards.
I love drafting live cards. I want more chances to play all those live cards that I usually don't get to play around with in builds, and now I get to do it.
Right. So yeah, I mean the thing is that as much as this live stuff is kind of a new gimmick, what a live round basically is a regular round from I don't know, 1 or 2 tiers, probably 2 tiers lower,
right,
than the tier listed on the card. So the diamond lives are kind of like silvers, and the diamond golds are kind of like bronzes, and so on and so forth. I mean, it varies obviously, but close enough. And so basically what it means, you get 1 diamond, 1 historical, 2 golds, more so. There are many fewer cards kind of in the middle, and only 2 or 3 actually good historicals that you'll get to see.
Right. So how does that change the draft, right? I think in a few ways. So, to me, there are three big differences that are worth thinking about as far as what the format looks like. Number one, and yeah, I have a nice. I don't have some place that I can put it here. Um, if we had a Discord somewhere, we could post it. But you know, uh,
Yeah, half the roster sucks by design, pretty much.
yeah. So it's a weaker team. So I think there are maybe three things that are important to consider. Uh, the first is I think it's a much higher variance format in the sense that it's more difficult to sort of get your way out of a bad couple of key rounds because often if you have one bad diamond round, there's some place to hide the player. But here, even if you have a bad diamond round, that has to be a key player on your team.
Right. Yeah. You're. If you get some really terrible historical diamond, it's going to be better than all your lives anyway. But you have to play it. You don't have it. You can't try to cover it with gold or platoon it. It has to play both ways, and it has to play well.
Right. So that's sort of one, that it feels like a higher variance format from that point of view. Um, I think the second is also with the live cards. There's an enormous variance, especially with the live cards, in the sense that the one or two best live cards are enormously better than the weakest options.
Yeah. You card like Joey Gala is actually just playable in bronze.
Right. Gallo's
Um,
playable, Tristan McKenzie. Well, so which ones may change a little bit because we have one more live update to go through.
yes, that's true. But Gala's still going to be good.
But there will be
I,
cards, it does seem like these cards with extreme shapes, there will be a couple where it's actually maybe even more important to get those cards than to have key historical rounds.
yeah, those cards are. I mean, you have a
Um,
card like Tyler Wells or
Silly question, by the way. If you had the option, would you do your draft before the live update, hoping to get some pops?
oh, that's interesting. I mean, I don't think we're going to be able to, but maybe. I guess you lose out on what's likely to be potential to draft Immortal 2 cards, which
Yeah.
could be damaging, especially if some of them are very strong, which is certainly possible.
You don't think it'll be Immortal 2 next week?
I think it will be Immortal 2 next week. I mean, 'cause I think I mean, this is, of course, complete speculation. My suspicion is that, so they announced at the start of the year that there'd be three kind of these player partnerships. We've had two so far, which are Robinson and Gehrig, and I think most people believe the third one will be Roberto Clemente.
Right.
Roberto Clemente Day is September 15th, and the Thursday before that is September 14th. So I think it's overwhelmingly likely Clemente will happen on that day. And then if Immortals doesn't happen next week, it means it's happening the week following, and that just seems like way too long.
The only thing is, well, I was going to say I assume what they want to do is put out cards for PTCS, and we know with the Immortals already, the way the eras are set up, that most of them won't be PTCS eligible.
Yeah, you'll only get, I guess, 6 out of the 14. That would be.
Right. On the
Um,
other hand, I guess what we've now learned is that the cards on Thursdays aren't the best ones of the week, so maybe it's fine. Maybe the key card will just be the LE that comes out Friday instead.
right. I mean, we know next week. For example, this is the start of this September event where they're going to release cards every day. We, of course, don't know what those cards are, but I think it's reasonable to expect they will.
So what fraction of that? So
Strong.
what fraction of the cards released this week will be key PTCS cards? Would you say it will be 100% or higher?
I think it is very likely that every card released next week will be eligible. I'm not willing to say which ones will be strong because we have not consistently seen that every card that
Is intended to be strong is strong.
intended to be strong always ends up being strong. Or at least that I think is intended to be strong. Obviously, I don't know what exactly the process is, but yeah.
Anyway, that's two. So both of those essentially say that this is the worst format you could pick for a PTCS because you're just making it entirely random.
Right. And okay, I will say I don't have a problem with the rocking chair for not PTCS. Like I don't enjoy it, and a lot of other people don't enjoy it, but some people do. Clearly, I mean it fills. I think there were some comments in Discord before that I could see when I could still do that people were enjoying rocking chair. So that's great. If people like the format, I have no problem with it existing. I don't want to
I,
play it, but
I,
that's
I
fine.
actually do enjoy the format, but it's not because I think it's a good format. It's because of the third point I was going to raise, which is almost nobody has figured out how to play it. And I think that the gap between the people that figure out how to play it and everybody else maybe is even going to be big enough that it outweighs the randomness.
Yeah, I'm sure it would be big. I think if everyone was getting kind of similar cards, but like if you just get some miserable historical perfect round and historical diamond round, I don't think there's any amount of good managing that will let you escape from that situation.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you might beat someone in the first or second round who has better cards but isn't using them well. But by the time you get later in the draft, it's going to be people who have good cards and are using them well, and then you have no hope.
Yeah, I don't
Um,
think you can win a spawn that way, but I think there will be teams that get through 3 or 4 rounds of it with bad drafts simply because they understood the strategy and everybody else didn't.
yeah, and I mean, I guess if that gets you a Stu Miller, then it worked out. But
Yeah.
uh, yeah, but yeah, I mean, even probably getting up to the next good card, the Andrew Jones, it's still probably not going to happen. I guess
You're
unless
not
you
you're
have
not
good cards.
you're not a fan of the Yogi.
No, no, not a Yogi or Simmons fan, but I
Oh
like the
come
other
on! Oh
four.
come on! That Yogi is a top 25 gold catcher.
Probably, probably top 25. Yeah.
Sorry, gold
I
only. Gold only.
maybe before. Yeah, yeah. It's
I mean, he's not as good
yeah.
like Shock, but gold only.
Which shock because the bronze and the gold are that different.
That's true. There's a
Um,
gold Shock. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Um, yeah. I mean, okay. The other four are all varying levels of good. So we've had worse PTSS rewards. I think the one last time was a bit better because I thought all 6 cards were playable.
Okay, no, I do think
Um,
Yogi is a better gold catcher than all but one live gold catcher.
that's good. Yeah, it's solid. No, I mean the card is like, yeah, uh, it's a card. It'll be an admission maybe because apparently the PTSS be admissions now. So I don't know. It's
Is he?
it's
Is
it's
he? Will he be worth more than my John Smoltz?
That's a very good question. It's certainly going to worth less than last time's Johan Moncada, who was actually pretty decent.
Yeah.
Uh, but yeah,
Yes. Uh, what I don't understand is, we decided to like actually change the format last year and not run sort of a very early era tournament because the game engine, because actually simulate early era baseball where people did weird stuff, but it was actually a high skill format. If you look at the people that were winning that tournament lab, it was generally very sharp managers. Um, but then we are running like this format as what's supposed to be like a championship draft. That that
yeah,
that just feels weird.
yeah. No, I mean, yeah, I think PTCS, as I see it, at least, is supposed to be kind of like supposed to be the best 128 managers at whatever format it is. I don't know that the system actually does it successfully, but that's the goal, at least. I think should be.
Well,
Um,
I mean, what it's supposed to be is you take the best 128 managers and see which one of them bought the LE release the day before the PTCS.
well, yeah, I mean that too, but also, I mean, I think it's PTCS are supposed to be a difficult environment where you're supposed to try to play against, if you make it, the other 127 top managers for that format. And when you make it kind of that it doesn't, it's just very random, you defeat the purpose of having it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, don't love that for PTCS. But, I will say I'm glad that they are trying to experiment with stuff like this rocking chair. I don't think it's worked, but And I certainly wouldn't make a PDCS, but I'm glad they're trying to experiment with all kinds of new formats and things because that's kind of how you get good ones.
Yeah, I think I actually do like it as one of the like daily format options. It is one of these things that sort of is a deceptively high skill format at the sharp end.
Yeah, see, that's kind of what I thought when they first released it, that it could be some kind of big skill cap on it, and then I did a few, and I did not find that that was the case. I was doing all sorts of stuff that I thought was sensible. Maybe I was just doing something bad, but I was doing stuff that I thought was good, and I still got beaten by all kinds of random live cards that didn't look like they were at all decent. So who knows?
Yeah. So I see this fired, by the way, so let me see what we got. Anyone want us to highlight their team in the imperfect draft? We are playing against the Silver Run Ninjas, who appear to have done the boring thing of actually playing players where they're supposed to be played and have Monty Ward. So
Yes, yeah,
we may be in a little bit of trouble, is what I'm saying. Although,
yeah.
actually, this is, like, for a team that found Monty Ward and is actually trying to just run a draft, this is not that deep of a team.
Which Lolich is that? Is that, I assume that's the Diamonds that's before Mick Abel?
Wow. That's not a good Lolich.
No, no, this card is bad. Don't draft this card unless you have like 5 lives.
Depends which live. There are a couple lives I would, yeah.
Yeah, there are probably lives that are better than that.
I would take live Sean Murphy probably over this.
Yeah, probably. Also, I think this team has 9 relievers.
Well, yes, they are running 14 pitchers, but of course we're running 16 pitchers.
Yep.
So we've got more. So we've got them out pitched.
we have more, we have more pitchers. I would have liked to have a Monty Ward. That would have been a pretty nice card for this format.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, we'll come back and check in a little bit. If we actually manage to beat this team, it's not impossible. Actually, anyone else wants to highlight theirs real quick before we go on?
Okay. EV's. Yeah, we can take a look. EV's baseball.
Let's take a look at EV's baseball. EV's baseball.
What is
Okay,
Andy?
so solid looking rotation. And then let's see what they got here. They got Ruth in right is going to be great.
Yep.
Oh, I hate that you have to DH. Okay, it's that bow. I was going to say the other bow having to DH feels bad. Yeah.
Yeah. The Bienvenido Jimenez is pretty nice for the shortstop.
That's a
It's
great
hard to find
option.
good
Is this the
defense.
live
Yeah.
Peraza or is this the historical? Okay, that's the future legend Peraza. That's a nice second baseman. Oh, Dandridge catches.
Dandridge catches. Wow.
That's
I knew he played second. I didn't know he caught. That's a nice card then.
Yeah. Okay. This is a great build. Scales is really solid.
This looks the Matt Carpenter is a really good first baseman. Assuming that's the historical one.
I think that's a silver.
Yeah,
like the
that's a nice card.
Okay, this is an excellent team. This team legitimately could just win.
Yeah, this team looks quite good.
And you're playing also against a real team? Well, okay, you're playing against a real team that is starting Pedro Martinez.
So I think, yeah, that doesn't count.
I think you've got a legitimate shot.
No, this is that roster looks like actually a big favorite against this one.
That's incredible.
This starting pitching is horrendous on this roster.
Yeah.
Andy was Luke to get the single catcher from being in every game. You have to come in and force bench him manually whenever he gets tired. Otherwise, the game will put him in no matter what. So,
I would say, yeah, I would say that EV's baseball looks. That's the best team I've seen so far. Let me see what else.
Murray's mates. That's
Murray's mates. Sure, let's take a look at Murray's mates.
Oh, we can look at Mr. Black's also.
Oh, does Red Lucas play outfield also? I'm trying to play second base really poorly.
Don't think so. Oh, okay.
Let's see. Okay, Willie McGee in right is fine. So they also found Candy. Okay, Bresnahan is that's almost a cheat code.
Yeah.
Quincy Troop at non-catcher is really good. Raphael in center. Okay, so there's that's a really nice card for this format.
Yeah, that's very nice. Yeah, this looks pretty good too. Yeah, the George Carr is good.
And
Mantle and
of
Rapp.
course, Mantle, because you can
Yeah,
kind of
Mantle's
play him
excellent.
anywhere but center, and he shouldn't be a center fielder anyway. So he's the ideal one for this format.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah, this is a good build. I think we probably have the weakest. I don't think we did horribly, but
No,
it was
it's
just a
we
hard
didn't.
format.
Yeah,
The banana split. So is this like just players that have weird splits? Is that the idea?
this looks pretty good too. Oliver Marcel is a phenomenal card for this.
Yeah, because he should be a shortstop anyway. I just run him at short
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah. They can't play him other than short.
Yeah, they
He's
found
not looking
Bush.
fit. This
This
starting pitching is a
Ott, I think you could run Ott at right, actually, maybe.
yeah. The starting pitching, by the way, here is amazing. Newcomb, Verlander, Walsh is really a phenomenal. Nuxhall too.
Nuxhall's
That's
great too, yeah.
excellent top four pitchers.
And I guess the only thing is they
Amador is
didn't find
second,
a
yeah.
catcher, right?
Right, there's no catcher here.
But
Yeah.
no catcher is actually better than one.
Yes. Unless you're gonna do the fourth bench every game thing.
I like this. I think a lot of people look like they've done well with this. Let me see what else. T-Ref
Yeah,
Immortals. That's
this is
Oh, so they're having a heavy at catcher.
oh,
Oh,
and
Sammy
Hughes.
Hughes. That's a good call.
Yeah,
McLemore's great for this because he sort of plays everything in the infield.
yeah. Oh, Joe Kelly too is actually really nice.
Yeah, I've been running him in a bunch of things. Oh, I see. Yeah, I like that. Platoon him.
Yeah, it looks
Um,
good.
and here we go. Cy Bucher has made a roster.
Wow. Well, we played him in the no starting pitcher thing, and he was pretty decent.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, we find a way to play Cy.
Who else is? Let me see. Belt Day Buddies.
Mr. Black.
Mr. Black. Which one of the?
Yeah,
That is. Here we go. That's this one.
his Dempsey. We can look at his as well.
Is it the Black
He
Freighter
pitched.
TBD?
Yep. All right, pitching looks pretty normal. Uh,
Not a huge pitching investment, so probably mostly
No.
in the lineup here.
Well, at Mason Miller's a gold, I think.
Let's see. Torriente's really solid.
Torriente's nice. James Wood is nice. Catcher. Oh, the Dalton Varsho. Yeah, it's not very good, but at least it plays.
But he plays, yeah.
Jared
find
Young
two?
plays.
Who's the
shortstop.
other?
Isn't
George
Jared?
Mitchell plays. Okay, they found a pitcher that plays catcher.
Oh, nice. Isn't Jared Young a first baseman playing shortstop?
Qualified to appear. The best
God.
words in OOTP.
Oh God. Oh, I don't know about this one. this I don't think this is gonna go too well.
I think that may be in trouble.
And that Plouffe is like I think 21 at short or something. Yeah,
22.
shortstop
Hey, you're underselling him. 22.
22, okay.
22 fully trained.
This shortstop is an issue.
Tell me you don't have a bunch of ground ball pitchers. As I go back and look to discover. Okay, extreme fly ball. I like that. Neutral. Extreme fly ball. All right. So that's good. Well, Slim Jones extreme ground ball. But all right, the more of these fly ball pitchers,
this
it's just
is
like
a good pitcher though.
yeah, it's just like keep this away from my shortstop, please.
Yeah, that shortstop is.
I don't think
alright,
we're
well,
doing. I don't think ours is great by comparison.
No, I think we're like the third or fourth best of the five we looked at.
Yeah, like our pitching staff, our bullpen's pretty good. Starters aren't great.
But we do have a player who can actually play shortstop, so that's
The
already
live Logan Gillespie is maybe gonna be some trouble behind the plate.
I think he's gonna be good. I'm ready for Logan to start throwing people out.
Yeah, Mr. Blake, he's a very shortstop.
Yeah.
But I do think we at least deserve like some credit for playing Jim Fogarty someplace other than center field.
Yeah.
Because I do think we may be the first people in the history of PT to do that.
Yeah, most likely. Most likely. All right, well, I guess we can keep going to the cards, and we'll come back and take a
Yeah,
look when some games have been played.
sure. Let's come back and check in a few games, see if we're already out.
The most out of position award. Yeah, that's true. He is probably the most out of position.
Definitely, yeah. I think that probably is the most. Did you even know he was a catcher? I mean, that's
Gillespie?
yeah.
No, no. I had no idea. I mean, I've taken him in some drafts before, so I kind of knew the card existed, but no, I've never actually looked at his catcher eligibility. That's for sure.
No, that's no, but it's good to know that that's like an extra bailout catcher now.
Yeah, yeah. It
Uh,
actually is useful.
see, do we have? Just want to make sure we have pitching available as usual. We do have pitching available. Yeah. Okay. And we got to buy. We got an off day after this. So
Yeah, I'll say after the bye.
yes, buy and then an off day. Um, and it's all bunched up again.
Very bunched up. Well, it's really it's two spots for four teams, basically. It looks like.
I'm guessing we need to get to about 87.
Yeah, that's usually. It seems like that's usually about the number that gets you in.
Yep. And have you now clinched magic number
Uh,
one? Magic
all
number
right.
one, and that'll get you the buy as well.
Yes, the buy. In fact, I've. Well, assuming buy, I've
Assuming you
clinched
win the division,
already.
you've
Yeah,
clinched the buy. That's what I'm saying.
yeah, yeah.
So magic number one gets you both the division and the buy.
Yep.
So all you got to do is beat
Anybody, or have one team lose.
anybody. I think you're gonna make it.
Should make it. A 10-game losing streak is possible, but not likely.
We did have one of those last year. Lost the last like 11 or 12 to miss the playoffs by one game in perfect league.
Yeah, yeah. Those are pretty. That's pretty
I
rough.
forget who it was, but there was definitely one I
No, I
remember.
remember that was. Yeah, there was one like that.
So, all right, what card do we got next? Let's see.
Byron Houck, it looks like.
That's right.
Oh, actually, while we're on I don't know why I thought of this now. The PTCS that is a high gold floor.
Yeah.
There's like only 5 or 10 85 cards that are actually even eligible. So any of them are good. If they're just say 85 and they're eligible, they're good.
So yeah, that makes sense. Well, I think we're going to talk about an 85 on this stream. That's pretty good.
He's not eligible, but yeah, he is pretty good. Yeah, well, that was not an 85. That's a 100 that has an 85 on top of it.
um, yeah. So how? Well, he prevents home runs.
He sure does. He doesn't do anything else, but he does that.
Um, why is this card a gold?
Um,
Would you play this in silver?
No. I think I would play it in low silver.
I don't think you would actually.
It's close at least. Let me look. Would I?
I don't think I would play it in low silver. I think he plays bronze. Well,
Definitely plays bronze.
I mean, he's
No, I
worse
must
than he's
play
worse
bronze.
than like Timlin.
Yeah, he's worse than Timlin and Hasagawa, but like those are playing way up. Yeah, I think this is probably kind of like in the bullpen discussion in low silver and plays in bronze.
Okay. This is one of the worst cards of the set.
Yeah, this card is really bad. Yeah.
Uh, what do you think?
Well, it's definitely at least at most an F.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know. I mean, I don't. I think our criteria for what exactly makes an F minus is somewhat variable, but it's close, I guess. I mean, if we're saying it's only like 15 points too high, there are definitely like that Brooks Robinson and Sandy Alomar who were a lot more than that. Like those were probably 50 points too high
Yeah.
or whatever. So I don't. Maybe it's not an F minus.
Give,
but
give him a gentleman's F.
yeah. Sure.
This is a lousy card. All
It's a
right.
bad card.
Um, ooh, there's an LE.
Yeah.
We haven't had
This
one of
one
those in a
is
while.
this one is not a lousy card.
This is not enough. No, no.
No.
Although my initial reaction to this card may have involved an F.
Yeah. Um, so this is the best gold catcher. It's the best VL. I have a second VR, very slightly behind Frank Duncan.
I
I
think I
think
still
I
have him
also
ahead. I think I still have him ahead of Duncan.
yeah only VR. I mean, I have it behind him overall. I think I would. Let me just double
Both. No, I'm
check.
saying both ways. I mean, it's close, but I still have him even a little
Yeah,
ahead of Duncan.
I think this is pretty playable in Open Diamond.
Yeah,
Um,
I think so.
I think this is playable in League.
I think I've got him
I think
fourth in league. I'd still rather
yep,
play Piazza Gibson, Bresnahan.
yep.
Not in that order actually, but
Yeah, I would play one of those three, and then otherwise either Freehand or Frank Duncan. This card is absurd. It's the strongest gold by some incalculable
I
margin.
mean
Basically,
the problem is that this is. I really hate this approach to card making because this isn't an interesting card.
no,
It's just like we took a gold card, we wanted to make sure you have to buy it, so we threw, not an interesting shape where you have to make a decision, but we just took like a typical gold meta card and we threw 10 more points of everything on it.
yeah,
Um, and yeah,
maybe
that
even more
will
than
make
10.
it the best option, but it actually means that there's no choice. So Andy was Luke. Van Halteren, we had a really interesting discussion.
I think he's
Basically, Isidafo's model thinks that this is the best right fielder in low silver VR. My model, even VR, even just in low silver, has him, I think, 24th and like completely unplayable. Uh, so we were kind of like debating between an A and an F, and there's not a lot of middle ground. It's just that this seems to be a card that, like, with this combination, our models disagree really as much as we've ever seen them disagree on a card.
yeah. Well, until the end of the stream.
Um, yeah, yeah. Our models just entirely disagree on the card, and so
Yeah.
we felt that it probably wasn't correct to rate it either an A or an F. So we decided to sort of give it an incomplete. We looked. There was limited tournament data. There were 4 of them in the low silver, and they weren't that good. But it was only 4 of them, so it's a tiny sample. Um, at least one of us will turn out to be badly wrong on the card, just
Yeah.
because of how much we disagree. And
At least one.
yeah,
Couldn't vote.
I mean, maybe the answer is it will turn out to be like fringe playable or something.
Yeah.
Maybe there will
Who
be
knows?
sort of an in between. But neither of us think he's fringe playable. Like I said,
Right.
Isidafo thinks this is the card that you should start, and I think this is a card that like should be nowhere near your team. Even if you're missing 10 cards, should be nowhere near your team.
Yeah.
Actually, I think even if you're missing 20 cards, I have them nowhere near your team. Um,
Yeah.
so, look, I think this is part of why it's fun to have 2 of us. Is, we do have 2 different models, and I think you're seeing that we don't agree on everything, despite both having put a bunch of effort into modeling the game engine.
Yeah. And I mean, we agree on a lot of stuff, and actually, I think it's actually, it kind of to some degree demonstrates some of the shortcomings of just modeling everything, right? Because you're never going to get some kind of perfect accuracy, and you'll never kind of entirely know whether what you're doing is right or not. Like, there's always some amount of uncertainty, and like definitely we're seeing it here.
Yeah, and also the concepts of our models are all a little bit different as well. So as I understand it, what you're doing, Isidafo, is mostly thinking about how would this card play against the current meta.
Yeah, more or less.
And what I'm doing is looking at the player pool, trying to figure out sort of what I think the meta should be based on the player pool, and then asking how does this card play against what I think the meta should be.
Yeah.
And both of these are wrong in the sense that the meta right now is neither the meta that you see in data from the last week or two, because it's always evolving, nor is it like the end game equilibrium that you would get to if you let the cards run out for a long time. There's one time that my model should converge to the meta, and that's going to be at the very end of the cycle when they stop releasing new cards and people, get to spend a month or two optimizing their rosters with the same card pool. Then it should
Right.
hopefully look more and more like my model.
Yeah. Then everything should, yeah, be very similar.
you know, but what it means is we're both kind of wrong in different directions, I think, about exactly where the meta is. You know,
Yeah.
or maybe a better way to say it is, let's say we're playing 128 team low silver. Probably Isidafo's model is a better model for your first round opponent, and my model's a better model for your opponent in the finals, or something like that.
Yeah. That's most likely true. That
Um,
is. Yeah.
and then which is actually the right one of those to pick, who knows? But the
Yeah.
funny thing is, this is such a.
No.
I don't
Usually
think
it's
we've
not
seen this
this
big.
stark.
No, no.
Yeah.
Most of
Usually
these,
it's like
it's yeah. Go ahead.
one of us thinks the card is fringy, the other one thinks it's really good or whatever. But yeah, this is like good versus terrible. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Um, so we figured this is just one where we should, well, literally in this case, sort of just highlight that we disagree on it.
Yep.
So, freehand though, yeah, I mean, I think clearly this is just an overpowered card. I don't think it's a clever approach to like card building because it's still not an interesting decision. It's the problem is if it's not an interesting decision, it's just like here's a tax on playing gold, or
Right.
here's a
Well,
tax on playing diamond, possibly.
yeah. It's good. Everyone knows it's good. It's it's not exactly hiding from you. You don't need anything. You just look at this card and say, "Oh, look, it has more ratings than every other gold catcher, so it's good."
Yes.
Um,
Yeah. You don't need to actually evaluate. You don't need to evaluate the game. You don't need to ask like which are the yeah.
yeah. Actually, I think in low diamond right now, I would play the exact same two catchers I would play in gold.
Yep.
So that kind of I think shows how strong actually both Duncan and Freehand are.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think this is just S plus, right? Very, very.
Yeah, I think it's clearly an S plus
Very
card.
correct.
On the rating, I just don't think it's a great approach to
Yeah.
building.
Completely agree.
Smokey Joe Wood. So this is one where I was really disappointed in the card because this should be really a two-way card, and they picked the year where he's not.
Yeah.
Like he ended up being basically an all-star level outfielder late in his career.
Yeah. No, I mean we've gotten we never I don't think we've ever gotten a Snow Vision Wood that's kind of had both. We've had some cards like I think it was a silver last year from his kind of late career Cleveland era that was just only an outfielder, and obviously we've had some cards, especially in 1912 was his best season. That's only pitcher.
I think there was one in
Um,
PT22 which I was running in caps for a little while as a two-way card in low caps because it was listed purely as a pitcher, but at least he could hit.
Right, some semblance of batting. Yeah, but this one is. I mean, this is nothing. This is not. This is just a pitcher, and as just a pitcher, particularly as a high gold, it's just not.
It's
Like
not even remotely close. Yeah.
no. I mean, this is probably just worse than the Mathewson even.
Yeah.
Yeah, this card's really really bad, and also kind of a missed opportunity, I think. So
No, this would have been another like F minus candidate. I don't think it's quite that bad, but
yeah,
it's
it's
bad.
Yeah.
Hickman. If not for that eye, you know how much I'd like the card if not for that eye.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So I have this as the second best not Gil Hodges. Oh, this I'm sorry, the best not Gil Hodges VL first baseman in gold. But gold lefties are kind of slowly dying out, and Gil Hodges is way better. So if that's the only way you're going to play him, um, you know, probably not there. I mean, I guess in PTCS this is probably good.
And I don't have him even that good because
Oh no,
'cause I
Hodges
want
plays.
more I there.
Never mind. Yeah, Hodges plays PTCS. No, you're not playing Savior.
But
Fuck that.
I also think this is a dangerous card because your manager is going to manage to stick him at like second base in extra innings or something like that.
Yeah. No, I mean we had this kind of really funny Charlie Hickman last year. That was I think an 89 LE that had like 107 range.
He had a ton. Yeah, he had a
and
ton of
error.
range, and you'd have to train him up. But if you trained him up, then he actually became really interesting.
Yeah.
This is not
Actually,
that card.
I remember at the end of last year, I was buying and selling because this was when training still was carried over. I was just buying and selling a whole bunch of Charlie Hickmans to try to get one that was already trained for me, which I never managed to do, but it was kind of funny.
So yeah, I don't think he ever plays in anything though.
Probably not. PTCS, is he a DH ever?
I mean,
Probably
not for
not.
me because I want and I'm terrified of what the manager's going to do if I allow him to pinch hit.
I mean, he's somewhat close to the L, I guess. And you will have lefties there, but there's also Breslingham.
Yeah, but I
Brestlingham's
mean,
so
just
good.
more generally, I think the problem is if you give this card to the AI manager and you allow him, he's going to end up playing second base in extra innings, like on a
Yeah,
regular basis, because that's going to be a format with a bunch of pinch hitters.
yeah, no, that's true. It's probably good. Yeah.
So
But
yeah.
maybe in the PTCS it will see something. I'm totally
All
not
right.
totally sure, but yeah, it's not great.
All right. So Ray Shock. There are a lot of things I like about this card, but this actually is the most frustrating card of the set for me. Um, Non-LE edition. For a really simple reason. You remember we had a discussion, and we were very authoritatively told, by the way, that Roland and McGriff would be cheap enough, and it wouldn't take 3 months to want to finish those missions. Well, there. What are we? A month and a half in? When were they released?
Yeah, it was middle of July, I guess, a month and a half. Yeah, that's about right.
Um, well, those missions still are nowhere close to like good value. The cards aren't in. They were never in the meta, but they're certainly not in the meta now. Uh, but the problem is the price of the mission hasn't even dropped as quickly as the price of the cards involved.
Yes,
Um,
that didn't stop me from doing them, but it wasn't because it was a good decision.
no, but we were told very authoritatively that we were crazy when I. No, I guess I was told I was crazy. You weren't told you were crazy. I was told I was crazy when I said that it would take 3 months, probably for the price to drop enough. And they tried to make me wrong by releasing that spotlight packs specifically to make those missions finish, and people just still didn't finish them because they're still not cheap enough.
Yeah,
Um, but a lot of the defense of that was if you're going to have a Hall of Famer, the peak card for the Hall of Famer has to be 100. So we couldn't have like made McGriff the kind of diamond that say Giambi was and made it a really fun card, right? That the peak McGriff had to be 100. Well, this is a peak card, and
yeah. I mean, I guess the idea is
unless like every authoritative source I can find about baseball is lying to me, Ray Schalk is a Hall of Famer.
yeah. I mean, I guess the idea is that we're not celebrating Ray Schalk in the same way. But yeah, I mean, I think it would have been substantially better to make Roland and McGriff playable cards in some other format instead of making them kind of bad perfects.
Yeah,
Um,
well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's why I don't think it was because they felt they had to be perfect. I really do think a lot of the problems we've had this cycle have been an inability to evaluate cards, and so that's why now there's kind of, and we saw this with the PTCS also. There's just kind of the lazy approach of like, well, let's just take a card that people are playing and add 10 to every stat because then it has to be good, even if we don't, even if we don't have a model that's telling us why.
I mean, so yeah, I mean, the thing with particularly with Roland and McGriff is that you could have, I mean, McGriff more than Roland, but you could have just made a 99 with identical ratings, and it would have been a perfectly fine card to have in the game. Like it would
Yeah,
have been a
it
strong
would it would
card.
have been like Giambi when Giambi came out, where it was a very desirable card, and they had already seen this because Mathis is probably the mission that attracted the most excitement, post build a lineup to that point in the
Yeah,
game, and obviously the topper was, not a perfect.
right. Yeah, I mean, I think people, especially because I mean, if you're just gonna release identical card with the different overall, people's idea is to play this card. They want to do the mission to play get a league card that they want to play like a budget first baseman. It does not change a single thing. Um, the
Right,
card functions identically as a 99 or as a 100 for league.
right.
Um, so yeah, I mean, those I thought were misses. I still think they were misses. If the goal is to celebrate Roland and McGriff, which we should do, I mean, they were great players. Um, we didn't do it. We printed some bad perfects and no one played them.
Right.
Certainly McGriff. Roland was kind of okay for like 2 weeks, but yeah. Um, yeah.
Anyway, so as for the card with shock, if they hadn't released Freehand at the same time, I think this would have been like your second best gold catcher.
Um,
Uh,
yeah, it certainly in the group with this Charles Johnson I quite like and some other very splitty
yeah,
ones.
I think for modern, just you get all the extra glove. I wish the glove were the opposite shape, of course, but it's still a
Yeah,
good glove.
yeah. I will say in the PTCS, I think uh, this and Frank Duncan are the two best catchers by a lot
Yes.
for gold. So yeah, let's play there for sure. I think it'll be pretty much everyone's VL starter. Again, assuming there aren't new cards.
We just got banned again for those comments. Yeah, well, because you mentioned at the beginning of the stream, OOTP can kind of decide how they want to moderate their forums. The only thing I would have appreciated would have been a little bit of communication because we still haven't been told anything about the situation. We've obviously inferred some things from the fact that we're no longer in the Discord. Um, but what you're going to get on this stream is just our honest opinions.
Yep.
Uh, and if it turns out that the main Discord is not a place that you can put honest opinions, then I think that will mean that people use the main Discord in other ways, and that honest opinions end up in different forums.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I think.
Uh, anyway, yeah. As for shock, so I think this card to me would have been like a solid B or C, if not for freehand. The
Yeah,
fact
I
that
mean, I guess
freehand
the
exists makes
question.
it like a lot worse because there's never a reason to have the third best catcher.
Yeah, well, except unless you want to save 100K and you think this is close enough, and there
But
aren't
I
enough
don't
lefty
think it's going to
pitchers.
be 100K because there have only been about 25 freehands pulled. So I think if you're willing to like wait for it to be close to the 100th freehand, I do think it'll be 40K, like not 100.
Well, Hodges went for what was Hodges go for in the end? Like
Let's
60-ish.
look.
I think freehand is better than Hodges.
Hodges, well, the last 10 is 70, it looks like.
Okay, so yeah, freehand's probably. I mean, I think freehand is better than Hodges was when he was released.
But I don't know what Hodges was like at the bottom because once they're actually out of packs, then it goes up a little.
No, Hamlet. Freehand's at 100. It's Fernandez at the 25.
Yeah, freehand. Do I have that wrong? I believe freehand's at
No, no, no.
25.
Freehand's at
Yeah, it
100.
says 100. Yeah,
Um, who's the second best catcher? Frank Duncan. Frank Duncan and Bill Freehand are the two best catchers in gold by a lot.
but in the opposite order, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it depends how many righties and lefties you're getting, but yes, I would pick Freehand over Duncan if I could only have one.
Yeah, so that makes it tough to grade because I still don't think it's an F because, as you point out, if one of the cards in front of it's an LE, not everyone is going to be able to get that card. Um, maybe
Yeah,
becomes
so
like maybe becomes like a D or something, or
I
even
think
a
it's
C.
probably. I think it's a C. I can give it a C. Like
Okay.
it's a decent card. I think if you're trying to play if you're trying to play budget gold, you can just say I'm getting no lefties because there are a lot of righties now, and I'm willing to just take the hit against lefties and play Frank Duncan, and Schulk is the next best catcher, and then it's kind of fine, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have been a lot more interested in this card if not for Freehand. But the problem is catch is one of those positions where there's kind of no reason to have too many of them.
Right. No, I mean I think if freehand doesn't exist, this is on most gold rosters. It's just
Yeah, absolutely.
Duncan Schulk.
Then it would have been like at least a B, maybe an A.
Yeah, yeah. It's just everyone's just playing Duncan Schulk then, and now everyone should just be playing freehand Duncan instead. So
All right, Terry Larkin. Um,
yeah, Eskin
so
gold was free of LEs for a bit, and then it kind of got a few in quick succession. So it's definitely become a lot more pricey.
yeah. Um, Terry Larkin. Uh,
Uh,
why is
we
this
have to.
card a gold?
He has 113 stamina, so that's good, right?
I
He
mean,
can pitch a lot of low quality innings.
if I had to run this card on my gold roster, I think I would rather run him as a DH than a pitcher.
I just force bench him for the entire tournament. Is that
Yes.
acceptable? Uh,
Wow. Okay, how low would this card have to go to be playable? Because it's behind like a Bill Ricks, probably.
Behind everything, I don't know.
Now, I'm just thinking like in low silver, I think he doesn't play. It's close. It's close.
No, I don't think he plays in low silver. I mean, this is worse than Giolito for sure.
Well, that's true. It's definitely worse than Giolito. Well, he has more stamina than Giolito.
Yeah, he's more stamina than Giolito. I mean, okay, he's worse than Dave McNally if you want one stamina.
Yes.
Um,
But McNally comes with like a free, Mark Belanger and Brooks Robinson.
yeah, so does it? I don't know. Does it? Maybe he has to be low bronze before he starts to play.
This is a really bad card. Is really what I'm saying.
Yes, this is a really bad card. I think this is the F minus.
This actually, I think, might actually get the minus.
Yeah, this card's just horrible. Do not play this card. Do not play this card in PTCS. Do not play this card in anything.
Do not
Play
pass.
Jim
Do not
Unknown
pass go.
instead.
Do not collect a big PP package.
Yeah.
Uh,
This card is mission value exclusively.
uh, but I have
Yeah.
one because I got one out of a pack.
No,
No. I remember it. Okay, no, I remember what this is. You know how I got this card? On laptop stream, the other day. I just went to look at the card, and someone was selling one for 1,600 perfect points.
Oh, there you go.
And I said, you know what? For 1,600 perfect points,
Any
you know,
any non-mission gold is good for that price.
any non-mission gold is good for that price, even if it's a bronze.
Yeah. Or an iron.
It's a bronze.
Actually,
It is a bronze.
Is this worse than Charlie Lee?
Let's pull up Charlie Lee for comparison. Yes, but he's a better hitter than Charlie Lee.
That's true. And
So if
Charlie
you
Lee
have
is
to
the
DH,
best iron.
so if you have to DH one of them, you'd rather DH Larkin than Lee.
But look at all the sacrifice bunt.
Yeah, but see, Larkin actually gets on base. See,
No, I mean, yeah.
Larkin will walk sometimes.
Every now and again, yeah, he'll get one.
This is a bad card.
Bad card, yeah, bad card. All right, Freddie Parent.
Freddie. I mean, I wish he had eye. If he had eye, I might start to get more interested. Look, I love 98 range at short. If this card had eye, I could kind of have a lot of fun with it.
Well, I mean, Yeah, it's. I don't think we play this card. I mean, so like for example, so even if we go to PTCS and we basically lop off for Call and Tony Fernandez and Nassim
And
Nunez
Nassim
and whatnot,
Nunez, and but then wouldn't you rather play
then
Bill Dolan?
I'm just going to play Arky Vaughn.
Sure, I'd rather. Well, I have him a little bit ahead of Vaughn for the format, but I'd rather play Bill Dolan. But actually, I'd also rather play the Donnie Bush we just looked at because you know how much I'm a sucker for I.
Yeah, you can play that in Bush. I mean, you can play VL. You can play this Johnny Logan, with 95 range, and it's a much better hitter. VL. You can play even the Silver Phil Rizzuto. Like, there's just a whole list of cards. Even if you cut off a huge portion of the meta that this doesn't
So
play.
I think I have him ahead of a couple of those. This is again just one of the differences between our models, where I tend to value shortstop defense a little bit more than the in-game WAR does. So
Yeah,
I
no, I
think
mean,
my model then likes his 98 range a little more than yours is going to.
yeah, I think I mean, I definitely have. The in-game war is so horrible that I think basically it doesn't value anything properly. But
What is it good for?
uh, yeah, no, I mean it's funny because in all honesty, it might be better if they didn't display the number.
Well,
Um,
the thing is that this year that's really true because I mean, see, I'm going to get myself banned from the Discord if I keep talking. But what I kind of keep having to tell people is PT24, some of the changes they've made, it is no longer quite modeling baseball. It is modeling OOTP ball, which has a lot of things in common with baseball, but things like the pitcher BABIP actually really change how it's played. Because now if you look, how is pitcher BABIP implemented? What's happening is that balls in play have to sort of magically find gloves anyway.
right,
You're really kind of, yeah.
right. This is basically the Angels in the outfield is happening.
Yeah, exactly. So
Um,
you're kind of getting this extra help finding gloves, and that makes trying to use traditional baseball stats very difficult because, you know, there isn't any like magical magnetic thing where balls find gloves. Well, maybe in Houston.
that's the approach. If we can't do it on hitting, we got to find a way to do it in fielding. Um,
We're allowed to say that on air now, right?
I think we were allowed to say that one before, but yeah. um,
But the fact that OOTP ball is a little bit different than baseball now, I think changes what some of these stats mean.
yeah, well, something like FIP is, I mean, the most obvious example where it's just kind of meaningless.
Yeah, FIP means something, but it no longer means run prevention.
Yeah, it's just another. It's just it's
Right.
sort of just a number that exists and doesn't actually
Yeah.
tell you how the player's doing. Yeah,
It's number prevention until they turn the magnets on.
right.
I like
but
your
even,
I like your turn I like your Angels view better. That's a better way to say it. Until they start flapping their wings.
the ghost of Mark Belanger is coming to inhabit all the shortstops with Dave McNally.
And I like this. Nightbot did
Yeah, I saw
not want
that.
D Dempsey to post about Rusty Kuntz.
Wait, why was Jimmy Ryan pitching in the quarterfinals of Saturday Iron? That's really the question, right?
I don't know. But let's check in on the other thing.
Yeah. Well, I guess we can give Freddie Parent a grade. Freddie Parent's an F, I guess. Yeah. You're not going to play him in even the PTCS, so.
No. I don't think he's quite an F. I do think my model's going to like him a little better than yours.
Yeah, I mean he's probably like in the second tier opposite PTCS or something, but that's not good enough. If you're second tier for one tournament, you're still enough.
Well, I see we are out of the imperfect draft.
Okay,
so that is
given that we were playing a real team, I guess not totally shocking.
not totally shocking, but not the
We do have
best
to
sign.
check how Logan Gillespie did.
Yes, we do. So first off, did we even win a game? We won a game. That's a
Okay.
good sign. Logan Gillespie didn't play.
What? Does the AI not know how to do that?
Hold on. Wait. Jocko Fields played 3 games.
Who played the other game? Oh no, no, it's just because Gillespie's still set as a pitcher, so the front page only displays his
Did Gillespie not
pitch.
play catcher? Let me see.
No,
He
no,
played catcher.
I think it's just the game is confusing.
Okay, played catcher. Uh. Oh.
Looks fine.
No, no, I was
Largely
just
stolen
confusing
bases,
for a
but
second because it said outfield assist 1 Montalvo parentheses held at second base.
oh yeah, that's better. That's funny.
but of course what they meant was
What do you hell?
yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. So Logan Gillespie, here we go. Batting stats, not excellent.
No,
But we
but that's
didn't
okay.
get him for his bat. We got him for his glove.
And he did keep Jocko rested, so he did his job.
No passed balls. No one tried to run on him. No one tried to run on him. That's a good plan. So,
Well,
you know,
he really, his main job was to give Jocko some rest, and he did that.
and he gave Jocko some rest. So, all
So,
right,
mission accomplished.
mission accomplished. But he is in fact, Oh, hold on. I was gonna check how everyone else did, and I hit the wrong thing.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I'm hoping a few of us are still alive. We at least got a game. So so we've set the bar. Not quite at the floor. We did win a game. How about everyone else? Oh, look at this. Evie's baseball, that draft that we loved, swept the first round.
Nice. Oh, and Mr. Black won too with his no shortstop.
So they swept a real team.
Yeah.
This swept a real team.
A real-ish team.
A team that was trying to win. What else do we got here? T-Ref.
Okay, we need to check on the not
Oh,
shortstop.
okay. Bry Dave has got himself through against.
Yep.
Was this a real team or was this a theme? Oh, against
No,
another
I
theme
think this
team.
was
Okay.
also, yeah.
All right. Good. So that the Haboobs are. This looks like a real team. That's a real team.
This does look like a real team, yeah.
But yes, Mr. Black's. All right. Trevor Plouffe
So Plouffe did end up playing instead of Young.
had a positive ZR. Oh, I love this game.
It's a good game.
Trevor Plouffe with a positive ZR. And who was your backup then didn't get in, right?
I guess probably. Well, it was 4 games. He might have gotten it. It depends on how the.
No, Jared Young did not yet have to
No,
play
he didn't
short. Who else do we got here? Okay, a couple game 5s. The Ninjas. That's the team that knocked us out.
That's the real team.
The Who's on first. So I like the name.
That is a good name.
They do appear to be running a real team though.
Although double duty Radcliffe, and they didn't use him properly.
As real teams go, this is also one of the weaker ones I've seen.
There's Gehrig and Teixeira and Colson Montgomery. It can't be that horrible.
Which Gehrig? Okay, it's the perfect Gehrig. Yeah, but if
I
you're,
assume that's the Diamond Teixeira, not the
if
gold.
you're starting double duty as the Diamond Teixeira. Not a big fan of that build, but
that double duty is like one of the best cards for what we were actually doing, but it wasn't being used that way.
But not for this. The only Nolan batting a solid 429.
Nice.
Yeah, Mr. Black, that'd be great. King of Imperfect draft.
How many Nolans are in this? Is that actually the only one?
Well, there are 3 Nolans, but only one of them is the only Nolan.
Okay, the only Nolan.
The only Nolan. And you're going to a game 5 against. Is this a real team? Against a real team.
Yeah. Fielder Jones in center. Disgusting.
Oh, they're running the gold Jackie at second. You got a shot against this team.
Yeah, this team is not good either. Oh, live Kevin Gausman? Oh,
This is not a good draft. This is not the good Corey Kluber, I assume.
well, the bronze is also decent, but yeah,
It's a little worse than the perfect.
little worse than that.
But congrats to everyone who's gotten through a round of it. I still think there's a shot one of us takes this down.
Yeah, I think EV's baseball is a good chance. That team actually looked
That's a
quite solid.
legitimately good team for like given that these tend to be a lot weaker.
Yeah,
Oh, did I forgot to check if I ran a full team in the live bronze also.
that's live. Who cares?
Um,
You don't need full rosters of a lot of lives.
well, main thing is
That's
you
a
run out
shame,
of pitching.
We do care on pitching, yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Lost of Tucson, lost in 5 in first round. I guess that was the
No, he says in game. He says in game 5. We
in
hasn't
game.
fired yet.
Lost in 5. My fault.
I got a full roster.
Nice.
Look at this full roster. All right, now we're totally gonna win something in this tournament. We're gonna win a choice pack, maybe.
Well, I was very happy with this live bronze because I got 15 points from it the other day, and that was enough to stop playing bronze for the rest of the period. So
Yeah, I decided to like actually take 24 hours and play a historical iron, and then I won the thing, and so now I don't have to play iron.
nice. That's always good.
Um,
Otherwise, just got the low iron dice rolling with everyone else.
yep. Yeah, I got my good die roll this time.
Yep.
Um, I feel like iron and bronze are actually the ones I have the best shot at winning a spawn in, because I'm not going to buy the LEs they put out Friday.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what cards get released, I guess. But yeah, I mean, there could be strong. I mean, I think there are some strong LEs, like the Jake Powell, for example. Um,
It's true.
but he was actually pretty cheap, so I imagine most.
I actually
people
still don't have a Jake Powell.
Oh, he's found a bit expensive now. I guess probably because of the PDCS.
I just, Oh no, that's right. I quick sold my Jake Powell.
Ah, very nice.
That's my solution to LEs at the moment.
Just a quick sell of all. Yeah, well, I mean, it worked for the Kofax, so
Yeah. Yeah. All right. What do we got next? Who's next? It is
the other Jack Taylor card.
So I think this is a different Jack Taylor, right?
I'm
They have
not
similar shapes
sure.
though, so that's why I was a little confused because they have similar shapes as well.
See,
But I think I saw in Baseball Reference they're two different players.
different people. There are two different Jack Taylors that both played around the same time period. Yeah, so
Okay.
it's probably is two different ones.
And that's most of what we actually need to discuss on this card, right? Because there's no pitcher BABIP. And there's not a lot of other stats. He has reverse splits. That would be good if he were a low silver.
There are no pitching ratings of any use.
Yes, that is really the problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. How about Lee Richmond? Player I hadn't heard of before.
You do the first perfect game, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. No, I mean, I
Yeah.
just hadn't known much about him.
Oh,
So it's a
okay.
good story.
Yeah.
But
I like this team name, the Worcester Worcesters.
see, I think just to like screw with everyone, they should have called themselves the Worcester Worcesters.
Okay, yeah, that would have been good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this card is slightly better than the Jack Taylor and Terry Larkin.
Yeah, I don't think he gets a minus, but there's just nothing there. I mean,
No,
he has P
I mean-
BABIP.
Yeah, I think this is potentially a back of the bullpen option in PDCS, but that's not enough to get out of F.
Yes, Tony Fernandez.
Yeah, this is an interesting one.
Tony Fernandez. An LE 25. Are we allowed to discuss these things?
Maybe? I don't know.
Let me see if I have any instructions on that. Because as you know, we have definitely received the message that we have to be careful about how we evaluate LEs. Yes, it appears I do have some notes Tony Fernandez is an 89 overall shortstop. He is a switch hitter with 88 contact, 37 power, and 52 eye. He is from the 1986 Blue Rays. I think they might have meant Blue Jays.
Yeah, probably.
That is my entire discussion of the card that I am comfortable giving. What about you?
Okay, I mean, I can't say some real stuff about this card. I guess. um, no, I actually think this is one of the weirdest and sort of most bizarrely printed cards of the cycle. Um, for a few reasons. So the first is that this is an LE25 shortstop that I don't think is the best card at position in its tier. Like, I have for call basically just as a better card. And not really that close either.
I don't think it's close.
A couple other weird things. So that's the one thing. I mean, this is an expensive card that I don't think plays because it's The second point is that this is a peak card.
Tony Fernandez was a better player than this.
Well, it's not only that. I mean, so for some reason, despite this being a peak card, he is qualified to learn second and third, but can't actually play them in tournaments.
Yes.
If this Tony Fernandez had a single point of defense at second base, it would be an instant meta card. It doesn't. So it's not. It's just bad. The only reason to buy this card is if you're a theme team, or you're basically hedging that at some point there will be a format where Fernandez plays and Furcal doesn't.
The problem is that for a theme team, this is a really expensive card. So if you wanted to enjoy putting this card on a theme team, you're going to be paying a heck of a lot of points to do it.
Yeah, it's a really strange card because there were a number of ways to get it to be playable, and none of them exist. I'm confused by this one. Given that it's an LE25, I imagine it's supposed to be a good card. I would think.
Look, we've run into this all cycle where there are cards that are intended to be good cards and aren't, and then they get upset because the community tells them they're not good cards, and so then they decide that they don't want to hear that.
But this one,
but whether or not they hear that, the card is going to behave according to the ratings that you've given it.
But okay, again, if you gave this 1 point at second base, this is a meta second baseman. This is the best second baseman in Gold.
I might play Nunez, but at least with 104 range, I'd strongly consider playing him over Nunez at least.
Yeah. So you could do literally identical card. You could still be qualified to win second and third. It just letting it play it, and the card is suddenly, if you made it actually have a bat,
right.
It isn't just
but
void
you see,
and nothing else.
But if you wanted to make this a second baseman, wouldn't you need some sort of historical basis for Tony Fernandez as a second baseman? And I'm sure that he must never have played second base in his life, right?
Yeah, of course.
Let me see what Baseball Reference says. No, Baseball Reference doesn't seem to support that. Baseball Reference actually seems to list him as a three-position player.
Okay.
But they must be wrong.
Yeah. No, so I mean, I don't know. Like every other P card has had, or I think every P card I can think of had kind of normal defensive rating. I don't know if this one was just kind of it was missed or what happened exactly. I cannot see any reason this shouldn't be able to play second and third. It's very peculiar.
I mean, even historically, if there's supposed to be a 3-year window or something, it at least needs third for that era, even if it's a 1986 card.
Yeah, it's just really, really strange. Well, the thing is, so Dukeston, I actually asked this on the stream when the Immortals came out, because I don't know if you can pull up the Immortals Jose Ramirez.
Oh yeah, he has the same problem.
No, he's the opposite problem.
No, I'm saying that the anti-historical.
Yeah. So this Jose Ramirez is supposed to be a single season, 2017. 2017, Jose Ramirez played only third base. He didn't play a single inning at any other position. And when I asked in the Twitch chat on Twips, is this defense also based on a single season? I was told that no, the defense was based on his whole career, which is fine. But then if you want to do that for this, what am I going? Immortal Seasons. Seasons. This is a single season card in its name. If you want to do that for that card, you need to do that for the peak card too. It just makes no sense. I really cannot figure out a reason that this Tony Fernando was printed in the way that it was printed. I don't get it. I don't know if it was a mistake or intentional.
I think we can agree on whether it was a mistake.
Yeah, but it just makes no sense to me, this card. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about it.
Yeah, I mean this is just an awful shortstop as part of the problem. Not this, I have the wrong card up, but
I mean, it
as
has
a
the second
shortstop,
best.
you know,
I was the second best gold shortstop, but
I don't have him anywhere close actually.
well, but
As
it's
much
a
as
big, I
much
mean,
as I like that range,
it's like I mean, I have him like, I don't know, full win or something. Maybe probably more behind for call. But you'll never roster him because you're not going to roster two singles and shortstops, and one of them is just better than the other one, both ways.
I would definitely run Nunez over this card also.
Yeah, well, that's Nunez is playing second. Nunez then gets the
No, but
second,
I'm
so,
saying
like,
even if I had to run him at short, I'd run Nunez.
Yeah, I mean it's.
But I still think I'd run a card like Schmidt over him. I think I'd run Dahlin over him.
Yeah, I don't know. Either way, it doesn't particularly matter because as long as for call exists and is cheaper and is eligible, no one should ever put this card on their roster.
Right. So this I think just gets an F for Fakal.
Yeah, basically. I mean, it's just bad. It's bad. It's confusing. It's not in line with the rest of the design this year. It's.
But this is the one they chose to make 25 copies, so I think they thought it would be good.
I don't. I assume.
I mean,
so. I don't know.
As I understand,
don't know.
I think the thought process here had to be like clever players are telling us that like if you make a card with a ton of range, we're going to play them because they said Bancroft was so good. So we should make one of those and make it an LE, and people will give us a bunch of money for the LE.
Right. Well, I think that's also to some degree, that's kind of where Simmons and Belander come from. Also,
right, but they don't have a how do they not have a model? Like
well,
their model should be better than ours. They have access to the code.
Right. No, I mean, we have been told that there is a model. I think I don't think you actually would want a model. I think what we want is a simulation environment.
I think they have the capability of creating that too.
Yeah, but either way, yes, yeah, cards have to hit. They don't just get to play the field. There's no designated fielder.
Right.
And the value of a card is both, kind of the sum of its fielding and its hitting.
But this is also why I think it. This is also why I think it takes them down a bad path to kind of cut off channels for feedback.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Because it does seem clear that there are things that they are treating as expecting to be good cards. And I think that's what I took away from what happened this week, is basically their belief seems to be this is an excellent card, people should be paying a bunch of money to go chase this card, and the only reason they're not is that people like us are telling other players that it's not a good card. And if we didn't tell other players it's not a good card, it would be a good card.
I think on Kluber at least they're right that it is an excellent card, but they're not right about any of the other parts of it.
Well, I never discussed Kluber on the stream. I mean, on the Discord. I actually never said a word about Kluber on the Discord. I mean, the only two things I said in that discussion were, to answer Kidney's question about are we affiliate streamers and do we ever get communication, and to suggest a poker night, which I will admit was off topic and probably didn't belong in the general forum, and so clearly I was banned for an off-topic discussion. I will admit to having done that.
Yeah. Yes, and this if anyone is not aware of what I was referring to, it's in chat now. So yeah, with the model situation.
Um, yeah, but I do think that the way they treated this card, there seems to be an expectation that this was supposed to be an excellent card.
Yes, I know. I think it's supposed to be basically the kind of meta breaker goal shortstop, and it isn't.
No, it's. I mean, not only isn't it, it's really not close. Is the problem?
Yeah.
So, yeah. All right, Bobby.
Anyway,
Should we do Bobby Veach?
let's move on.
Let's do Bobby Veach.
Bobby Veach.
Yeah. Bobby Veach. So this enormous gap power is a bit of an outlier, and we've seen that that's one of the things that, for example, Curtis Mead, I think, was initially a bit undervalued because of the gap power. So that's something to look at with this card. I still don't have him as that strong, even kind of adjusting for that. But this is the kind of card I'm thinking your model might like more than mine.
Yeah, I think so the card that I have been running a lot in low diamond. So okay, two things. First, this card is a 90 overall. Actually, the 90 overalls are kind of bad. So in diamond floor, this is probably pretty decent, and I think in PTCS it's also pretty decent. Again, because there aren't a lot of. This is it's probably not a top option, but it's somewhere. In low diamond, in particular, the card that I've been running is Pete Rose, mostly.
Which is another of these cards that I think my model is going to hate, and your model's more willing to play with all the BABIP.
Yeah, there's another new term edition, John Stone, who's very splitty, but also I think kind of in the same area. I mean, the splits here are Stone splits are really huge.
Stone is a card that my model likes a bit better as a one-way player. I mean.
And the other card that I kind of consider in low diamond outfield is the Shoeless Joe Jackson, which we'll get to in a few cards. So he's probably more DH. So I think this Veach is somewhere in the playable range. It's probably not a critical card. I'd give it probably like a C or a D, I guess.
Right, and my model doesn't have it close. My model actually has Stone as the top left field option.
Yes, I have basically Jackson, Veach, Stone, and Rose all effectively tied for left field VR.
Yeah, so my model has Stone, and then none of the others really. Well, Shoeless Joe a bit in the frame, and then none of the others close. And it's just this difference between how kind of I want to value I and how you're more willing to value the other things in place of I.
Yep, pretty much.
So maybe we split the difference and give him a D.
Sure, that's fine.
All right, Amos Rusi. Rusi or Rusi?
I'm not sure. I said Russi, I think, in the past. But
it could be Russi.
Right.
Yeah, because he's not in my pronunciation guide. That only has the modern ones. Maybe someone in chat knows, though. So we got reverse splits. We got a ton of pitcher BABIP. Obviously, the control is lacking.
Yeah, I mean, I think, so I think first off, it's fairly clear this is not a good enough card to play in just low diamond.
No, I think it's just there's not enough stats. You're missing too many things.
Yeah. So the only question is this playing in diamond floor? And actually, the 90 overalls are really strong.
Yeah, Tiedemann's quite strong, for example. Neftali Feliz is quite strong.
Yeah, I mean, even Houston Street. Darren O'Day is hugely splitty, but the VR is phenomenal.
Yeah. And if you're willing to pay 1 point, then there are a lot of options as well.
Yeah. So 90 overall pitchers are really crowded. Rusi's worse than them.
Okay, so I think that's actually we can just move on.
Yeah, pretty easy F.
So Shoeless Joe, my model does like better than and especially one way. as you point out, maybe he's a DH. The problem is if you try to DH him, I think it's just too crowded in low diamond right now because you've got McGuire, you've still got Jimmy Fox, you've got Jose Bautista. You also could run Mel Ott there. Chris Davis, if you're going to platoon somebody, you'd still rather run Chris Davis at DH than this card, I think, or
Yeah,
even Votto.
I have Jackson actually as the top VRDH in low diamond. I'm willing to play Chris Davis at third, though.
That's true. I'm not willing to play Chris Davis at third.
Yeah, and then I mean some of the other cards, Votto is definitely a card I like a lot for that. McGuire and
Ott, I think, is also in there.
I don't have Ott right this time, but McGuire I much prefer as either VL hitter or as kind of a two-way to save roster space, cap space, or whatever. Not, I think I can find better VR hitters.
Yeah,
but he's somewhere in the picture. Yeah.
So I think this is a card that, it's definitely a draftable card.
Oh, and also, I mean,
yeah,
for PTCS, this is actually really just quite strong. It fits the park well.
That's true.
A lot of the cards you mentioned are not eligible. I think this is going to be quite a strong PTCS card.
That's true. So yeah,
I think it's probably
like
a B, maybe. I think is what I could go.
I think is a little lower because I don't think I just think he sort of never quite fits anywhere where you want him. He's like a little bit behind where he needs to be in all of the places you'd use him, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'll definitely play him and stuff. Certainly PTCS and probably whatever low diamond stuff exists. But there isn't a ton of that. Yeah, I don't know. It's like full diamond is clearly not good enough. But yeah, I mean B, a C, one of those, I guess probably.
How we can give him a C.
Yeah.
All right, and then we got our three-finger brown. This actually looks sort of similar to let's call him Amos, right?
Yeah, I mean it has a bit more control and a bit less stuff, I guess, but otherwise, yeah, it's reasonably similar. But
so I think he's similarly behind, except he costs you 3 points more.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, Mike Griffin.
So this is sort of a funny card, for me at least.
I mean, there are a lot of things I like about the card. My model looks at that 55 outfield arm and basically says he's not allowed to be a center fielder. And if that's true, it's just an F. So if you think he's allowed to be a center fielder, though, like if you're willing to put up with the lack of arm, this is a really, really good center fielder.
So we're having it sort of funny. So I have him as number 2 low diamond center fielder VR behind Jim Edmonds. Okay, Jim Edmonds is 100 and whatever K card that is honestly probably too cheap. And much better the other way. So Jim Edmonds is way better. But if you don't have Jim Edmonds, then this is kind of fine, I guess, as a one-way low diamond. In PTCS, you think, it's great because Jim Edmonds is eligible.
No, but then Wilmot.
Well, now we have also Jerry Benjamin. I think Jerry Benjamin in PTCS just kills any chance of this playing.
That's true as well. But actually, this is one where I also have him as the second best. So our models, it's funny because this is the kind of card I thought we might disagree on. But we each have him kind of as second best behind Edmonds, but it's so much about what you're willing to do with that outfield arm, because a lot of this is going to be the defensive value in center. And we don't have a lot of examples of the huge range no arm shape.
Yeah, we don't have it. I mean, not a ton, certainly.
I am just going to run Edmonds, where I can, but and I guess the other problem is because he's only a one-position player, if he's not a starter, then he sort of never ends up playing.
Yeah, I mean, I think he has to get probably not an F because Edmonds is so expensive and difficult to get.
Yeah, I agree.
But I think it's probably just a D then, right?
Yeah, I'll definitely draft this card.
Yeah.
All right, we are on to full diamond. We're actually getting there.
Slowly, but we're doing it.
We're making progress.
Well, the last two cards of the thing are going to be long, so buckle up, everyone.
Rust, no, not Rust. Sorry, not Rust Ford. I'm Tom Hughes first. You think we're gonna have a discussion on Kluber? Is that what you're saying?
I think both Kluber and Monty Ward will have some discussion for very different reasons.
Yes. Yes. Tom Hughes.
Why is this?
Really splitty.
Why is this a 95? What is this doing as a 95?
Well, you see, no, nope. I got nothing.
No, I mean this card is. Is this even? Does this play in gold?
No.
Does it play in silver? Yes, it plays in silver.
If you give it an opener.
Even with that one, this is better Conning Railroad, right? So it has to play there.
But Moreira's, like really fringes a silver. Yeah, it's a little bit.
It's
All
a
right,
lot
yeah,
better.
all right.
All right. So if you took 20 points off his overall, we'd be interested. There you go. That's Tom Hughes.
Yeah. Why is this card 95?
Yeah,
exactly, Cavacon. We could run 50 ads right now, except I actually don't run ads. Although I don't know if Twitch just inserts them randomly, but I don't do anything to run ads. So.
Yeah. The thing is that I think it seems like some of these Deadball cards are, maybe it's some error-related thing, but potentially getting overrated by their stamina.
Yeah.
It's kind of the only thing I can find that's kind of common among a lot of these pitchers that we feel are very overrated.
Is this?
It's close.
Yeah, this actually. Yeah, when I compare it to all the low goals, this just isn't even close to playing.
Well, like Boom Boom Beck, for example, is just.
Oh, of course,
so much
yeah,
better.
yeah. All right, this might actually get a minus.
Yeah, this is a really.
I think this also. Yeah, I think this one gets a minus actually.
Yeah, I think it's a fair minus.
All right. Look over here, 5 to go. We're making good progress. Let's take a look at Russ Ford, who I learned on laptop stream is also Canadian.
Okay.
Canadian. He's got these reverse splits, which I love. He's got the pitcher BABIP, which I love. Is this screwball a screwball?
I don't know. Maybe. Probably not.
Let me see.
Most of them aren't. I will say, like,
no. That screwball is what they call an emery ball.
Ah, emery ball. That's fun.
So apparently he claimed to throw a spitball, but it wasn't a spitball. It was actually an emery ball.
I like that. He's lying that he's.
he actually was lying that he was throwing a spitball.
That's amazing.
That is actually wonderful. Yes.
Excellent. All right, I like Russ Ford now. I don't like the card that much, but
no, but he definitely gets credit for that. I actually don't hate the card.
No, I will say I thought when they released it on stream, like just my eyeballing, I thought this card was going to be better than it seems like the model thinks it is.
Yeah, but my model also doesn't even quite have him in the top 15. Like, it's not a bad card. It's just there are too many stronger things that have come out recently.
No, I have him as kind of about number 10, I guess.
Yeah, I thought he'd be closer to that.
I have him though as number 4 for PTCS eligible cards. So I think he'll see play there.
Yeah, I could see that. No, I'm gonna bet he won't. I'm gonna bet that if he's number 4 right now, that by the PTCS he will not be in the top 5.
That's possible, yeah.
Would you actually want to take the other side of that?
It's questionable because I think we're getting seven immortal and seven immortal diamonds, seven immortal perfects next week. That's my guess.
Right.
Uh, and then
Three of which will be era eligible.
three of which will be arrows. Will probably one or two pitchers, and then some other random
And then there'll
cards.
be some and then there'll be some LEs designed to make people buy them before the PTCS, and they're usually the high end ones, so there'll be at least one diamond.
Yeah, so it's probably more likely than not he will not be in the top five by the time the PTCS actually fires. But it's possible he'll be number five. I guess I don't think he'll be number four still. That seems unlikely.
All right. You know what? This seems like a good quick poll. See what chat thinks.
Okay, but even if he's not, he'll be in the bullpen even if he's not number five by that point. So it'll still, it may not be a starter, but people will still play it.
He'll still play somewhere, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it's funny. This is one that's frustrating, just in the sense that, like, I don't think he's, I don't think he's actually a bad card, but
no. If he was released a month ago,
the more I start to look at it, the more he should never see play.
right? No. If this card was released a month ago, he's going to be in a lot of diamond stuff.
Yeah, but I think it now actually just is an F, which is funny because my initial evaluation was that this would likely be good.
Okay, I think I'd probably give it a D. Again, I mean, there still are this expensive Gaylord Perry and Dennis Martinez, and it's we think it will see play in PTS in some capacity, even if it's not a starter. So I don't know. It feels like there's enough there to make it not.
So
an
PTCS,
F.
it's what? It's Max Manning, Orville overall, Don Newcomb for sure.
Yep, those
And
are my
then
top three.
What? Maybe Harry.
And then I have
Harry Burkeen.
I have this Russ Ford and then Roy Partlow.
Yeah. Okay, that's right. Partlow's going to be up there.
Yep, and then Burkeen and is kind of the next one, and then some other worse guys. There's also the Roy Face, who's a reliever in there, which is a little rare. So he'll be in the bullpen someplace.
Yeah. And Burkeen's actually not cheap at the moment.
No.
So if this card is cheaper than Burkeen, maybe it's worth getting Ford.
Yes, probably. And also, I mean, again, it's like this is a 75 mission value, mission card. So at some point, probably it will have some value.
Well, you say that, but
or it doesn't. Who knows?
I mean, I think the current pattern has been if it's released before the mission comes out, it doesn't have value.
Okay. Yes, have value maybe is not 100%. It'll be in a mission. Whether that mission actually makes it valuable is unclear, I think.
Yes, it will be in a mission.
Yeah.
It'll be in a mission, like the tournament cards, where it's like, well, you've been holding these tournament cards. Let's just wreck all their value by having missions that are, 6 to 8x total value.
Yeah, I mean, at least those there was actually a pretty large reward at the end. It was just the reward at the end was a giant gamble.
Yeah, but even those, the problem is because it was like there's 6 to 8 times as many options out there. It sort of killed the value of all of the ones that were dumped in the same mission.
Okay, you were getting those Immortals packs were probably worth 100, 125k or something, I guess. And you got 7 or 8 historical diamond packs. I don't know. There's 300, 350k of value in doing those. It's not terrible.
I got diamonds from mine, so
I did too, but I think that's the biggest problem with this mission is that it was so gambly. You pulled Morgan DiMaggio, it was hugely worth doing. You pulled Creature and Rafael Palmeiro, it was terrible.
I know we can. Let's see. So Ford, all right, we can give him.
I think Ford, I give it D. Yeah.
All right, we're on to the perfects. Here we go. The perfects, most of which were featured in spotlights this week.
Yeah.
Okay, Eddie Plank. This just isn't a good Eddie Plank, right?
No, I mean this is definitely the worst version of Eddie Plank I think we've had in PT. He used to get amazing cards. I mean, he had these big reverse splits and super big stuff boost and just really good.
Well, and he does have the reverse splits, but I think the pitcher BABIP just kills him.
Yeah, I just don't think he quite makes it. I mean, he's better than the next one, that's for sure.
But yes, we do have to discuss the next one, don't we?
But yeah, it's still not going to play anywhere. Even in Deadball, it's not great because the PBAB is kind of low.
No, I mean, so the good news is that the community's already recognized that there's no value in the card. But I think even at 70K, I don't think I want him.
Well, I mean, it's a mission spec at that point, which I don't think is terrible.
I think 70K is too much for mission spec. I think
70K
at 40 I'd go for it.
Yeah, probably fair.
And even,
I don't think
even
he plays in
era-wise,
PTCS.
he's even wrong for early eras. No,
Yeah,
I think.
I don't think he plays in PTCS or anything really.
All right, I'll just
Just
put
not
the
a good
F
card.
down now, and we can keep discussing him.
Yeah, well, the next one. Let's move on to the next one.
Oh, do we have to? Who apparently is Pud Galvin, not Pud.
Pud Galvin. Okay.
So, if this were a baseball simulation, this would be an excellent card.
I don't even know that's true.
Well, because then you're comparing him with, say, Maddox, and this is a better Maddox.
No, this is a worse Maddox. This is a way worse Maddox.
In a baseball simulation? No, you're right. Okay, no, you're right. You're right.
Like, this is Maddox, but you took his good ratings away and made them bad, and then took the bad ratings away and made
them worse. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so chat thinks it'll be either 2 or 3 new starting pitchers ahead of Russ Ford released this week.
Yeah, I think I'd probably say 2.
2 and 3 were tied.
Yeah.
But if it's 2, then that means he won't quite play. But this card...
This card is horrendous.
Yeah, but then also it's not a baseball sim. It's an OTP baseball sim, which means you have to look at that PBABIP rating.
Yeah, and so Maddox is actually a good card. Like, Maddox is a league perfectly playable starter. He's kind of on the border at this point, but this Galvin is just worse than Maddox in every single rating. Like, much worse.
Well, he also doesn't play Diamond.
Well, I mean, we've been playing Diamond. The card is just terrible.
I don't think he plays low Diamond, actually.
I
think I'd rather play Bobby Miller than this, for example. For sure.
Yeah, I mean, I really, really don't know what this card is doing.
Actually, hold on.
Rating.
Let me compare him with Boom Boom.
Oh, he's worse than Boom Boom. Yeah, he's worse.
Yeah, he's worse than Boom Boom. Yeah, exactly, Dukes. And 2 seasons ago, this card's amazing because at the time, PBABIP doesn't matter, and so then it's more interesting. But the problem is, with the PBABIP thing, you're not playing baseball. You're playing, like, this hybrid thing.
Yeah.
And then the card's just awful.
Right, yeah, you could play in Deadball, but he can't because of PBABIP.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I think this is...
actually gets the minus.
very, very clear F minus.
I don't understand this card. This is a
either.
card that basically says that we're in September and whatever model they've got maybe needs a bit of a revamp.
Well, the thing is, I mean, the thing that really, so I can understand mismodeling. Like, it happens. It happens to me. It happens to you. It happens to everyone. Like, models miss
Sure.
cards. But this card is just...
No, as you point out, this card is Maddox minus
worse
a lot
than a card that was released 2 months ago. I mean, it's strictly worse. It's worse in every rating.
It's not close.
No. Like... I would be fine to have a good Galvin in the game. We've had one in previous years. I mean, in PT22, he was like, I think, a PTMS award that was really strong.
Yes. I agree.
This card is...
I mean, to be clear, I'm running, I am running Maddox as an example. Like, I'm running this card.
I'm running Maddox too. I wouldn't.
He's not
been.
He's been average for me. 102 ERA plus. So
he's
perfectly fine.
Yeah, he's a sort of back end of the rotation option still in perfect league.
Yeah. Although 16 and 7, so by like really old time stats, I mean, he's great.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Let's move on to Monty Ward. I want to talk about Monty Ward.
I want to talk about Monty Ward too. Okay, so let's take a look at Monty Ward.
Okay, maybe we should do Kluber first, so we end the stream with some more interesting session. Because Kluber, I think, is going to be just a lot of. Yeah, we could do more.
Would you rather do
Um,
Kluber first?
no, we could do more. We could do more. We could do more.
Okay.
Uh,
So
yes,
we were talking
especially
about
some
this
of our
before a
sponsors,
stream.
exactly.
Our models. This is exactly. First off, this is exactly the kind of bat that our models are going to disagree on. Right? It's an eye. It's light on eye. It's light on gap power. So much of the value of this card come as a bat is in singles, and then however you value the base running and whether you're going to be able to get him to steal. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I can say at least when they released this card, when I saw the card on the stream, I mean, you know, even before the pitching ratings, just on the batting. So I look at this card and I see, okay, this is 105 range second baseman. This is interesting for that reason alone. Right? Like the best we have is 99 and it's a 10 copy card.
Yes.
And then I saw the pitching and I was like, okay, this is a great cap card. And I sort of missed that this is a shortstop. This isn't a second baseman.
Yeah, with
It's a
105
really
range,
good shortstop.
he is a really good shortstop. I mean, remember, I've been running Bancroft quite a bit. Bancroft has 106 range, and Bancroft was getting me something like, 20 ZR a season at one point when I was running
Yep.
him.
Bancroft was on my roster until a few, relatively quickly after Twipt on Thursday.
So
no, I
I love what you get from Bancroft defensively. I think where we're going to disagree is kind of the value of this bat relative to Bancroft's bat, because this is the BABIP heavy version, and Bancroft is the eye heavy version.
well,
right?
I think that Ward has a number of other advantages over Bancroft. So even if these cards were identical batting value with different shapes, because the gloves I think are close to a wash. Like it's at one point either way. It's okay. It's a couple, fractions of a run. It's not going to make a big difference. This card for roster construction and flexibility is tremendously strong. You can do all kinds of things because this is allowed to play second and pitch.
Yes.
Right now, basically, I'm able to run a 13-man pitching staff because I have a free pitcher.
Here, we can take a look at how. Did you clinch, by the way? I'm guessing you did because you had a couple.
Yes.
You did.
Yeah,
So
I did.
congrats.
Thank you. Yeah, we can take a look. Mine has been the worst one in the league so far.
But to give you an idea defensively, so he's 41 starts, and he's running +2 ZR. But I'm
Yeah,
guessing he would be a little better than that over the course of a season, and also
Yeah, he should
perfect
be.
leagues is a pretty stiff competition.
It is unfortunate that the AI has put him in center field for 12 innings. So that is a bit of an issue.
Yeah, the AI does that sort of thing. And not at second at all, it looks like, for you.
No, well, I have Pedroia. He would be playing second if I didn't have Pedroia.
Yeah,
So the reason I
go
think
ahead.
this card is so first off, I just have this as the second best VR shortstop, behind only Honus Wagner, and I think like third, fourth best VL behind Wagner, and also I think Alex Rodriguez, and Appling also, and the second best VL second baseman behind Pedroia. So there's just a huge amount of ways you can use this card. Like if you have Wagner, it's fine, you just play second VL. If you have Pedroia, it's fine, you play short. If you have both, you can still back them up. You can pitch. You can take a pitcher off your roster mid-season to put in more position players. You can do all sorts of stuff. In the playoffs, he's really strong because now I think I'm going to be able to run effectively 10 pitchers plus Monty Ward, which means I can play some more specialists or platoon players or pinch runners or whatever. We haven't even gotten to Cap. We're just talking about League now, but in Caps, I think we both agree it's a very strong card.
Sure, yeah. I mean, in Caps, this is the best cap card in the game, clearly, because you're getting you're getting somebody who, even if we disagree on whether he's exactly the best middle infield starter like in league play, he's viably close, and you're also getting, which at least, again, not top end, but a viable perfect level pitcher. So it's
Yeah,
basically what Bullet Joe Rogan was on release, but not only updated several months, but unusually an infielder, which means you
yeah,
can run him and Rogan and even, Donaldson.
and Ray Brown, and yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. No, but I mean, basically, I think this is sort of in the conversation for the best not like limited card in the game, and probably the answer to it.
So I think I definitely agree for tournament play. Um, I think we're evaluating him a little bit differently with the bat in league play. But when I say a little bit differently, I mean, you're having him as like number 2, and I'm having him probably 3 or 4.
Well, but it's not. I mean, it's number two by a fairly large amount, especially VR. It's like Honus, then -1 win, Ward, then
Yeah.
-1 win, everything else.
Um, but actually, I wonder if this card means you don't need Joe Morgan.
I don't think so. I think Morgan is still too good. Because I think you just want to play. I think this is supposed to, unless you. I mean, you have Honus, so it's a bit different. Kluber made perfectly. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think Morgan is basically a DH who's allowed to play second base.
Yeah.
So that seems pretty strong still. I mean, if you have Honus, I think you still want this card because this replaces Jackie basically and is much more useful.
Yeah, I agree.
Um,
Anyway, I think there's clearly an excellent card. I think it's a more powerful card than it looks for cap play for sure, and for most tournament formats. I'm still not quite sure about the league. So the problem is, I feel like in league play, one of the big differences is you still get the 26-man roster, but you get a lot more off days than you can guarantee in tournaments. And because of that, the value of two-way players goes down considerably. Yeah, you can sort of run an extra platoon, but there are enough cards that you want to play two ways right now that even the extra platoon I don't think is as helpful as it's been in some past cycles.
well, the thing is that I think Ward opens up some other even options that, like, you wouldn't have it. Like, for example, let's say I want to try to run 18 batters faced with 5 starting pitchers. Well, now it's much easier to fit 13 or even 14 pitchers on the roster because I have Ward.
That's true. See, I feel like you actually get enough off days, and maybe perfect leagues maybe the one place where that's a little less true because it's a little more compressed schedule. But
Yeah, well, also, I mean, if you have a top team in Diamond League, your pitchers are going to be so good you'll never run out of stamina anyway.
yeah, that's true.
I mean, for playoffs, this is great because, again, it's just the amount of roster flexibility that this card lets you do it's pretty crazy.
Yeah. So I think this is a really funny card for me to rate because on the one hand, I think just for the tournament value alone, this is a clear S plus tier card for me.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, it's a perfect S plus tier card that on release I'm not sure I can find a spot for on my league roster. And that just feels like a funny combination. But I think that's where I have it.
It is. I mean, yeah. I mean, I would give this basically an S for league too. But
Yeah.
I think I would give S plus returns S for league. But yeah, I mean, it's a very, very strong card. I will say there's one kind of funny thing about Ward, which really is only very marginally related to the actual gameplay. There's another Monty Ward card in the game. Or I should say there's another card of the same person in the game.
Yeah.
But that card is not named Monty Ward, it is named John Ward.
Really?
It is a 40, and it bats left-handed. This 100 is a Monty Ward, which is a switch hitter. This is the same person.
Yes. Okay, I did not realize that's the same person.
The game will not let you put them both on the roster at once, but it will give you a kind of funny message. If you try to put the Monty Ward in your roster when John Ward is there, it tells you you can't add Monty Ward card to your roster because I already have one. And if you try to put the John Ward when the Monty Ward is there, it will tell you you can't put a John Ward because I already have one.
That's... Huh.
The switch hitter thing is kind of funny. There's a weird note on his baseball reference page. It lists him on baseball reference as batting left-handed, and then says Ward occasionally hit right-handed versus left-handed pitching, which I think would make him a switch hitter. That's kind of what a switch hitter is.
Thought that was actually how a switch hitter was defined. Well,
Yeah.
I guess the idea is it's an occasional switch hitter. So that's probably how you would describe me as a hitter right now. At one point, I was a switch hitter. Then I started playing cricket, and I discovered that it's really tough to keep both a cricket and a baseball swing simultaneously.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So I ended up mostly playing cricket left-handed and baseball right-handed.
That works, yeah.
But what I am, is sort of a switch bunter. So in a situation where like I'm up there sack bunting, or there's a decent chance that I'm going to want to bunt, then I'll go up left-handed.
Yeah, it's like the guys who used to hit like same hand against knuckleball pitchers.
Yes.
So yeah, this is kind of a funny. I mean, I don't think the name. I think probably should be changed because that doesn't impact gameplay at all. I don't see any reason not to do that. But the switch hitting versus lefty thing is kind of funny.
Yeah. In any event, I think this is a clear S plus tier for both of us. Right? You like him you like him in League even a little more than I do, but I think we both agree that this is one of the strongest cards like on release that we've seen for tournaments.
Yeah, no, it's a phenomenal tournament card. No, I mean I'm trying to think even what non-limited card I would rather own than this, and I don't know there is one. This might be the answer.
Non-limited.
Probably it is.
I think if I could only have one of the two cards, it would be more important to have Mathis than this card.
Yeah, maybe Mathis. Maybe Mathis. I don't know. This card is just so good. I guess it depends.
He is good,
what
but
kind
he doesn't play Iron.
Yeah, it depends what kind of tournaments you're playing.
All right. And finally, we've got Mr. Kluber. Just reading this brick over here. Maybe you should go first.
So, I'm going to say something that may be surprising to people, which is I think this is actually a really well-designed card, if it didn't say LE10 on it. I have this as sort of tiny bit better than Hilton Smith, but effectively tied with Hilton Smith as the best starter in the game non-spawn division. And most importantly, a very different shape than the other three top-rated starters at the moment, which are Smith, Ray Brown, and Satchel Paige. Which I think is really important to have pitchers at the top levels of the meta that are different shapes. And it's eligible for Oates P era and a bunch of tournaments that will give it kind of a lot of longevity. So as a card, purely as like if this were a normal packable, I would really like this card. I would be very happy it's in the game. I think it was a well-designed card that really moves the meta in a good direction. It's not, though. It's an LE10. And what that means is that basically people are paying what looks about $1.5 million for a card that is right now kind of a top meta option, but may not be quite soon. And then you're paying $1.5 million for a good tournament card in OHP era. And it basically kills any hope of this card ever returning good value to anyone buying it. So I wish I could say that I like the card better, but I think the LE10 really just makes it a mistake and not one that makes any sense to print.
Yes. Well, I think I clearly should be very careful about what I say about this card.
Well, you didn't say anything. Apparently, I was the only one who said anything.
Let's see. Um, Corey Kluber has 125 stuff, 109 movement, and 108 control. He is a RHSP for the 21-7 cleave. There's another
Yeah,
page here. Land. He is 100 overall.
that's true. Yeah, those
Are
are true
those are
statements.
those are those fair things for me to say that won't get me into trouble?
They're certainly accurate.
Well, accurate doesn't guarantee I won't get into trouble.
That's true. Well, I mean, maybe yeah. No, I mean, I think it's really like this card is really I think pretty uh, depressing. Like that's I guess the best way I would describe this release. Um, Both because I mean, like the stuff I said about the card and its place in the meta and whatnot, but also because it seemed like we were kind of done with these silly LE10s.
Yeah, well, last week we were just kind of saying like this is great. They've listened to the community. We kind of have stopped doing this. They realized it's bad for the game. Well, then we got Fernandez and Kluber, and we
Right.
clearly have misunderstood.
Yeah, and you know, yeah. I mean, I think as an LE25, it still suffers from some of the same problems. I think as an LE100, this is not much different than a packable. I would have no problem with this as an LE100. Um,
Yeah, I think people didn't have an issue as much with say the Sandberg, uh, but
yeah,
in general, I also
I
think
mean,
there are a few other things that you're seeing with this card, which so for example, you know, if you release a top of the meta LE10 starting pitcher, what did Koufax go for?
1.8 ish, 1.9. I don't remember.
Yeah, and he still at 1.8. And Griffey, despite having more copies, um, still 1.8, right? So one of the things you're seeing is that even the people that are willing to spend money on these kind of have understood that this is bad.
Yeah, I
I mean,
mean,
you have the points where if you wanted a Kluber, you could get a Kluber, right?
I honestly thought about buying one mostly because it would be really funny for me to own one. Um,
Yeah, I thought about it too. So I have more points than it looks like I have available at the moment.
yeah,
Um,
um, yeah.
I didn't because I thought that paying 1.4 for a quick sell was a little much.
Yeah, I see. I was actually trying to calculate how much value I thought I could return in OTP era tournaments because there is actual value there. Like this will be one of the best starting pitchers in OTP era tournaments for probably quite a while. But I didn't think it was anywhere close that I could actually justify buying the card as anything more than kind of a I have a Kluber, and I was removed for it. Um,
Look, I mean, obviously the idea is they're trying to get people to spend money to get points to get these cards. I understand that's the idea, but I think part of it is not understanding the economics. A lot of the releasing LEs is we want people to rip packs. Okay, why are people not ripping as many packs this cycle? Because of the spotlight packs. The spotlight packs essentially are saying it is a bad idea to rip packs because you can't mission spec because missions are going to rely on the new cards that come out, and those will be the expensive ones. So it's not valuable to spec on previous things. The spotlight packs mean that instead of having to rip a large number of packs to get new things, you rip a small number of packs to get new things, which again means less pack ripping. As chat points out, there are also fewer packs from quicks, which means less pack
yep,
ripping.
yep. spotlights. Well, the thing is also when you buy a spotlight, let's say a spotlight costs 15K. That's 15 standard packs that may have just not.
That's
been
what I
ripped.
mean. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
15 standard packs that wouldn't have been ripped, and it's fewer packs that get ripped in general to find those cards. Like I said,
Right.
if I were able to just buy Terry Larkin for 1,600 points, why am I ever ripping spotlight packs to get that? But why am I ever ripping standard packs to get him at all?
Yeah.
Um, but I think it's worth pointing out that even without certain people on the Discord evaluating this card, this is what the community is telling you. This is the feedback you're getting from the community on pricing.
Right. I mean, the thing is, I think over the course of the cycle, there's obviously inflation in the card market. More points get generated, so cards, equally powerful cards will cost more. That's just kind of, how markets
Yes,
work.
but not here.
Well, the thing is that I think so. Spawn, right? Spawn is basically a Kluber level, not Kluber, a Koufax level card. Right? Spawn is basically Koufax, but to the current meta.
Yes.
It's also going to have 10 copies. I suspect the Spawn will sell for, what do you think, 2.5 million points, 3 million points?
Sounds reasonable.
That's what, and we're saying they're the same strength. So basically, with a million points in inflation. So this, in effect, the community is saying is, something more like a Bob Feller level card and not a Koufax.
Right.
Um,
Yeah. But also, I think when you do one or two as a novelty, I do think part of the spec early on was this idea that they'll kind of come to their senses and realize they can't do this long term. So maybe you use your points, at the point it's been done.
yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Because if it's now clear that there are a lot of LE10s, then the value of each has to go down because, it's a huge financial commitment if you really want all of them.
Yep. Yeah, and there are a handful of teams that do have nearly every one of them.
Yes, there are.
Which, that's fine. People can play the game that way. I don't really have an issue with it, but yeah, especially when that is the case, it really sort of means that for the teams that, teams like, my team or yours or any of the other kind of strong players who don't just go out and buy every single card. There's really actually fewer than 10 copies of this.
Yes, significantly.
We will not outbid those teams. It just won't happen.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, and I think I think this is a choice that's being made as far as how to run the game. But there are a few things that look, as I mentioned, I have actually background running sports at a game like this for basketball, and one thing I can say that is certainly true is if you have a game that has sort of a freemium type model, if you drive out your free players and you make them feel like they can't play, you will drive out your paying players very quickly thereafter, because they want to win because they're beating people.
right. Well, and yeah, I mean, the thing is that it's hard for me to say because I like winning as much as the next person, right? Like, winning is fun. Everyone who's playing the game competitively likes winning things. I mean, right? That's
Sure. But
But the thing is that I personally, and I don't know how this is true of most players, I don't really enjoy beating people because I have better cards than them. Like, not that fun. It happens some tournaments first round. I play some team. I have every good card for the tournament. The other team, doesn't. I didn't do anything.
No, I mean, this reminds me a lot. I also design a lot of puzzles, and if anyone's interested in that, I'm happy to point people at stuff. At the moment, we're constructing next year's MIT Mystery Hunt, so that's a lot of our time. Uh, One of the things about good puzzle design, the puzzles that people really enjoy are ones where they had to do something difficult, but you gave them just enough breadcrumbs that they were successful. So
Yeah,
they feel like they earned the reward of winning, basically. And
right.
and they do need to win. Like when you're designing a puzzle, like as an author, it's important to remember. It's very easy for me to write something that nobody can solve, but that's also not a good puzzle.
Yeah,
uh, the author's supposed to lose, the solver's supposed to win, but a really well-designed puzzle is one where the solver got pushed and then won.
right.
Uh, and the
But I mean, I think
same, I think what you're saying is the same thing here.
yeah. Well, the other question I think we've asked this before is like, you know, obviously the goal of the people, well, OSB developers wants to make money. They should. They're a company, right? That's their job. And the way they decide they want to make money, it seems, is to get a relatively small number of people to spend a lot of it. Okay, that's a business model. Um, the question then is, if you do that and you get rid of some other people who aren't in that category, will the people who spend a lot of money keep spending the money? And then the question for those people becomes like, do do those people like having someone like me, for example, playing the game? Right?
Right.
Is it?
Well, and I think one of the
And I
things
don't
that is
know.
very clear is for some of them the answer is no. I think that's part of what we saw this week.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that what happened, on Wednesday was result of like some small group complaining. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I should say about that, but
I don't know what happened Wednesday.
um,
Has
but now I'm
something
just
has
totally
something happened
speculating, so I
Wednesday?
should stop.
I haven't received any communication about it.
Yeah, at this point, I'm just on total speculation land, so I really should stop talking. But um, you know, like, is it? Do other? I don't know. Do other people find it fun to play against a team where you have, to play some kind of thing where you have a ton of strong cards and the other person doesn't, or doesn't, or has strong cards but doesn't use them
I
well?
mean, the problem
Like,
is if you're going to do
I don't know.
that, I mean, for me, that's the equivalent of, playing. Like, if I play the base game on Dynasty mode, you know,
Sure.
generally speaking, what I learn pretty quickly is I'm better at this than the AI. And
Yep.
so, given enough time, I'll beat the AI in Dynasty mode. Uh, And I think this is the same reason that a lot of streamers that do historical stuff, they don't tend to do like 20-year long simulations because very quickly the answer would simply be you're overpowered compared with the AI, you win.
Right.
That's why typically, and I enjoy a lot of the streamers that do the historical games, but it's usually give yourself a team that's in a little bit of trouble and give yourself no more than a season or two to sort it out because after that the game would be too easy.
Yeah. No, I'll say I haven't played the base game in ages, especially because PBAP exists but isn't even displayed. But that seems to make it tough. But
Well, that would make it tough, except that we get to cheat because we know something about the players involved.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think that's sort of, yeah, that's a pretty decent.
Um, so I think that's the idea. What people tend to enjoy. People enjoy winning, but they enjoy feeling like they were pushed and then won, or feeling like they kind of, you know, maybe the other analogy is like pro wrestling, where it's kind of been learned over time that the most money is actually in the chase.
Right.
You know, you want there to be a payoff at the end, or the fans will eventually leave. But you know, having a difficult chase is what makes it work.
Right. Well, no,
Um,
I mean I think that's really, I mean, that's the case. Like my absolute favorite like tournaments to play are the ones where like I find some random silver card that fits the format that no one else is playing and does really well, and I win. Like that's great. That's what I want to happen all the time. Uh,
Yeah, you feel like you did something clever and
right.
got rewarded. And, of course, in baseball in a short series, you're not always going to get rewarded anyway. That's the nature of the game. But, you get to feel like you did something interesting and it helped.
Right.
If the interesting thing that you did was pull out a credit card, at least for me, that wouldn't be satisfying. You know,
No, me neither.
Look, if it were, fortunately, you know, as an academic, I mean, you're not paid as an academic what you would be in industry, but you know, if I wanted to put money into OOTP, I could. Um,
Right. Yeah.
I will say, if I were
Um,
somebody putting money into OOTP, I would be much more frustrated with this cycle than than I am currently.
yeah, but I mean, I
But
think that's
I
you know.
think as mentioned in chat, if you thought about this as like a gotcha model,
Oh,
this
it's
is
terrible.
incredibly predatory.
Yeah, it's just yeah. Well, also, I mean, like we can look, the value. What is the most points you can buy? At least most points you can advertise to buy once right now. You can buy 1,000,000 points plus 20%, so 1.2 million points with PT Plus for $500. So $500 does not buy you a Kluber.
I bet it will, by the way. I think because I think there are still a few more
Yeah,
on sale. I bet you could
the
get one
price
for
will go
1.2.
down. Eventually, we'll be able to get number two probably. Um, but even just the fact that that's like the top option, spending $500 to get you a single card that gives you a very marginal advantage is like something is wrong here. Uh, you know, the, something seems to be broken. I don't know what exactly, but it doesn't seem like there's any way that can be a sensible way to do things.
Well, it is if you have enough people that are willing to spend. But the problem is, I feel like that model only works when there is a tier of people that are spending just behind that. The
Yeah,
problem is that the gap between what you get with and without the spending has to work. And if I were somebody spending a lot on these cards, I'd also be really frustrated. Here's the problem. If I were spending a bunch of points, if I were spending a bunch of money, I could have spent 1,000,000 points and done the equivalent of that to get Sandberg on release.
right,
And then by the end of that week, it was no longer even the best second base option, or the
right,
best third base option.
yeah, yeah. So I think to Mr. Black's point, I think what we're kind of saying is that yes, some of the people who are spending a lot of money are definitely happy right now with what's happening, and that's fine, and I understand why. But what happens? Like everyone has noticed that the market on any day that isn't Thursday, Friday, or Saturday is effectively dead. You can't buy them; they just don't exist. No one's selling. Everyone's waiting to buy stuff for when spotlights are out. Like the market is dead as can be. Um, and people started complaining about that. At least they did when I was still there. Um, what happens when some of the people who are feeding the market leave? Like it's just gonna be dead always. So your only way to play the game is to spend lots of money, buy packs, rip them, buy spotlights, rip them, hope to get the good cards, put them on your roster. Like, is that really the game that people want to play?
Well,
It's not the game I want to
but
play.
also to make that work, you have to be able to sell your duplicates, and there have to be people that want to buy them.
Right, and it won't be those either. Yeah, but I mean, if you spend infinite money, then you don't care. But yes, I mean, it
I
it,
mean, I
it
mean,
just
the problem is basically that nobody's interested in putting a lot of time in to be the Washington Generals, and nobody's a Washington Generals fan.
yeah. Um,
So You know, yeah. So yeah, I think what makes the game interesting, the problem is that what makes this fun, I think, is that when you win, you kind of get to say, I beat all of these other, I beat all of these other strong people, right?
Yep.
Otherwise, why not just fill this up? Yeah, exactly. You make it worth your while to be free AI for the whales. I mean, that is sort of the point. That what you're doing is you're basically sort of saying, like, you're not playing some AI. You know, you're playing a bunch of other people that are also trying,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. I mean, like for they could, like, let's say they decided, okay, we're gonna run some tournaments. There are 128 team tournaments, but only two people can enter, and the other 126 slots are filled with gym unknown. Right? Like, okay, your EV in that tournament is obviously phenomenal, but
Enormous.
who's going to enter that because it's fun to play?
I would simply enter that for the EV, and that
Right.
would be it.
The rush to enter that for the EV would be huge, but no one would actually enjoy playing that.
Well, isn't that how the PTMS got one? Or we're not supposed to?
That- yeah, that wasn't quite as bad, but yes, that clearly was something that needed to be addressed. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so I'm very concerned. I think that's kind of why we keep saying the same stuff as much as we do. It's not because, like, right now Corey Kluber is destroying the game. I mean, he's not, right? Corey Kluber hasn't substantially changed the way the game is functioning at this exact moment. But the idea of Corey Kluber is really scary.
As a Red Sox fan, can I push back on the idea that Corey Kluber might be destructive?
Fair enough. Yeah, but it's the
Sorry.
same basically concern I had when Hugh Jennings was released. The Huey Jennings was released, right? Like, Huey Jennings did not substantially change the game at the moment he was released. It was a good card. It was quickly surpassed by other cards. It's fine as a card. But what the combination of Huey Jennings and Cal Ripken said about the game was horrendous to my way of playing. Like, it just
Right.
was completely antithetical to anything that I want to do in the game.
And I think now the decision also seems to have been made that actually they want to shut off the ability for the community to give this feedback, which also
Yeah.
doesn't, again, as we said at the beginning of the stream, neither of us are upset about this. I think, companies get to make decisions about how they want to run their games. But it's not something that leads to getting good feedback or to a healthy community.
Yeah. And again, like I've said this before, the OTP community is generally really good.
Yeah.
I mean, again, like, not anymore, but I saw all kinds of people being very helpful to new players, to experienced players, to anyone in the main, just with anything. People were very helpful and generally, very nice about stuff. But it really feels like, to me at least, that things are starting to move away from that. Like,
Right. Yeah, exactly. Well, if they don't want, but if the only feedback you get is positive reinforcement, you're not really getting positive reinforcement,
yeah,
right? What you're basically saying is, yeah. I
yeah,
mean that's how, you know, there are a lot of historical parallels that one could give. Tellies will continue till morale improves.
yeah, basically.
No, but this does actually, you're ascribing this to the wrong thing. I mean, I think to tell an entirely unrelated historical story, Picasso, painted Guernica, the
Right.
about the Spanish Civil War, and when he was in occupied Paris, he got called in and questioned over this, and they showed him a picture of Guernica, and they asked him, "Did you do this?" And Picasso's answer was, "No, you did."
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
but that's an entirely unrelated historical story.
Yeah.
Yeah, as far as the card, obviously, you know, this should be the best pitcher in the game. It's overstated compared with things of previous shape.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I have it only a little bit better than Hilton Smith,
yeah,
so I don't think
I
it's an
don't
F.
think it's
It's probably an
runaway.
A, I guess. It's an A probably. I think.
Yeah,
Okay,
probably.
I think it'll get surpassed relatively soon by some new Immortals cards or new cards in September, you know, card releases or who knows what. But it has legs. It has a lot of legs in OTP era. It doesn't have much legs in other stuff, I don't think.
Yeah, that's probably right. I mean, the other thing. Oh, that's right. I was checking in on
Oh,
our tournament, and I
yeah.
see actually that we've got a couple imperfect teams in the semis.
Ah, nice.
So well done to Evie's Baseball and the Black Freighter, to Mr. Black and Monterre Don, I believe.
Yep.
Um,
Somehow, Trevor Plouffe is not destroying the world of shortstop. That's pretty amazing. If that's functioning at all. But
Here, let's look. I'll take a quick update. Let's see how bad he's been. Uh, if he hits enough to make up for it, right? Maybe
yeah,
he's hitting.
he's an iron with no bat, but sure.
All right. Well, they're both down 2-1. But let's just take a quick look. So Trevor Plouffe has a positive ZR.
Goodness.
Now I will say that ZR is broken in OOTP.
Yeah. It is.
Did I show you? Did I show everyone last week? I think the Deadball is an example of that.
Yeah, it's broken in a number of ways, but yeah, the dead ball is it's pretty obvious. So it was
Um,
2 for 4. Jesus.
I'm looking at the backup. By the way, Jared Young has he still
Who
not
can't
gotten in
play
a game?
shortstop?
He's still
I
not
guess,
gotten in
yeah.
a game actually. He's gotten in a game, but not at shortstop.
Well, Plouffe is just playing so well. How could you take him out?
2 for 4 on remotes, 3 for 6 on.
Yeah.
That's
All
great.
right, new meta iron.
There you go.
Trevor Plouffe at shortstop. We've played the card. We know how it is now.
New meta, but so Plouffe at short, great. Gillespie at catcher, maybe skippable.
Not as
Maybe
yeah,
skippable.
maybe. Yeah, probably not the best catcher.
But yeah, here I'll click into the dead ball, just to illustrate. But it's pretty bad.
Yeah. No, ZR is. I mean,
Well, because
more or
ZR,
less.
like by definition, has to add up to
Yeah.
0, doesn't it?
Yeah, more. So I guess there's kind of three, three tiers of baseball. I guess there's like the counting ones, like home runs or walks or whatever.
But
Right?
here's
Those,
here's the team fielding stats, and you see basically the total ZR is very much not 0 for the tournament. We're actually at plus 25 ZR, 2 games into a 64 team tournament. So the
yeah,
average team over 162 game season, the average team in this tournament would be on pace to hit about a plus 60 ZR,
yeah, something like that.
according
Yeah,
to this
pretty bad.
calculation.
No, but I mean, so like in terms of
And
the
we
game
are
statistics, right? The counting stats, I think you probably agree. I think are trustworthy, right? Like how many home runs are hit, how many walks there are, whatever. That stuff I haven't found any issues with.
Yes. Although like OPS plus they get wrong.
Well, that's kind of what I think is like a second order statistic, right? Like it's not a counting number. So the second order statistics, some of them are wrong, some of them aren't. Like ERA is fine, OPS plus is wrong, WRC plus is wrong, batting runs are mostly wrong, and then the third order stuff, because it's based on second order stuff, is just
Hamlet makes a good point that this is OOTP ball ZR. Maybe is
that's true. Yeah. No, but I mean the third order stuff, the war or I don't know what else. That kind of stuff is just so far beyond wrong. It doesn't
Well,
really even.
the crazy thing is that most of the community has just made their own versions of these stats, and any of us, would be happy to hand them code.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's two things that like there's two things that I would do if I were out of the park tournament. The first thing is I would actually just publish this stuff, like how all the players are doing and all the different levels, and all the different leagues. They have it. We know they have it. It's been shown in the Discord a number of times.
Yeah.
I don't see what the harm is to publishing that information.
They have a Discord?
Yeah. The second thing is, this is supposed to be a baseball game.
Yes.
And not only that, a baseball game for stats nerds.
So you'd think you'd get the stats right. Like, put
Yes.
a priority on that.
Yeah, you would think that would be really the main thing you try to do here.
Well, especially, if you're going to have partnerships with things like Baseball Reference and Stathead Baseball.
Yeah. And
Which,
I mean,
okay, which, actually, this has been bugging me all year about the Stathead thing. Okay.
Oh yeah, the discount.
So, we all know we get a $25 discount in Stathead Baseball. We've heard that over and over again. So here's my question. Does anybody in chat, without looking it up, know what the original retail price of Stathead Baseball is? Like, are we getting 25 off, like $50? Are we getting 25 off $200? Like, how good of a discount is this?
It's a discount.
Have you ever heard, have you ever heard of any, like, sale in which you try to sell something but don't actually give you the price?
Yeah, it's a bit odd. It's definitely a bit odd. Yeah. No, but I mean, I think the last thing I say about the stat stuff is I know I have spent some time, because it's what the game goes, trying to figure out which stats are trustworthy and which ones aren't. If anyone at Out of the Park Developments is interested, I will gladly tell you what I have found.
As will I, as will,
Yeah,
a bunch
reach
of
out
us.
to me. Let me know.
Well,
I'm happy
hold
to
on.
go
You say
into...
reach out to me. I think clearly after this last week, we should actually put some contact information out there, because they may not know how to contact us.
Fair enough.
So
Yeah, no,
perhaps we
I
could
mean-
drop our contact information somewhere for them, just in case. Just in case they need to reach out and find us.
Yeah.
Because presumably
but-
that's the problem.
But I mean, I'm very happy to go into a huge amount of detail on what exactly I have found that I think is not being done correctly, and not even just like done a different way, just wrong. I mean,
Yeah.
very, very clear. It's not that it's been doing an alternative way; it's just being done wrong.
Oh, well, I think I'll show you one of my favorite examples. So we're 2 games into this tournament, right? Let me look up like lineup or something, or hold on. Oh, that's the other one. But actually, while I'm at it, I should make the important. Let's do that real quick. Okay, and then I will show you the other thing, which is important. We're 2 games into this Deadball tournament, right?
Yep.
So, okay, maybe we're 3 games in. What I was going to do is I was going to show you just what like the various OPS and OPS plus are.
Oh,
because
yeah,
they're
that's
internally inconsistent. And
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
one
yeah.
thing to try to do the calculation like 50 games into a season. But if we
Yeah,
just
no, I mean-
compare,
The home road stuff is messed up. Like, it's all just
yeah.
yeah. No, you can find lots of examples of people with higher OPS and lower OPS plus, and vice versa.
Yeah,
It's
that's
very
what
easy.
I was going to show you. It'll
Yeah.
be very easy if I click through to find some examples like that, And of course here there are no park effects or anything like that to worry about, so there's not a park related thing happening.
Which is also wrong, by the way.
Well, yes. Now that you mention it, yes, that is also true.
But I mean, I think it actually is important.
But yeah, actually, so here's actually one example right here. You have Baker and Donlin, who have an identical OPS, but different OPS plus.
Yep.
And because they're trying to do kind of a funny weighting of different aspects of OPS, I think. And I've heard the theory that this is going to be a park effect related thing because it's not a flat park. But in this case, actually, the tournament, I'm almost certain, I can double check. Okay, oh, sorry, this tournament is in cores. Okay, so in principle, there could be a park effect correction being applied here.
You can find it in no park tournaments too. I think it's both.
But not only can you, but if you compare sort of Strang, who has like the opposite shape, these two should have Donlin these two should sort of be bracketed.
Yeah.
So.
No. I mean, it's a mess. It's a complete mess. And honestly, for a game which is purporting to report to you the performance of your player, like, it's one thing if you're some kind of mobile game that doesn't actually tell you how you're not supposed to tell your player's doing. You're just supposed to play it and, for fun, basically, right? Like, not. But this game is purporting to tell you how your player is doing, and it is not doing so. It is telling you some other thing which is sort of related to how your player is doing, but not exactly.
Yes, it is.
And it basically makes people confused all the time because they say, "Oh, look, my player has 6 war. Why are you telling me my player's bad?" It's because, okay, the number is wrong.
Well, I will also say that you need to be a little bit careful because they recalculate war at the season closeout as well.
Yep.
So you want to be a little careful which version of war you're looking at in some cases.
None of them are right, but they're different too, which is just amazing.
But they're wrong in different ways.
Right. Yes, they're wrong. Well, I don't know how I'm going to do it, but replacement level is calculated wrong. Defensive numbers are recalculated incorrectly. Park effects are recalculated. Like, basically every portion of war that could be calculated is somehow done not properly. And it's not even like it's something where it's just not like mirroring Fangraphs or base reference war or whatever, and put their methodologies up publicly, which they could just copy. Like, I think I and I think most other modelers have probably done.
Yeah, I ran into this problem for a while because the first version of the Warbot thing I did was basically trying to reproduce the in-game war.
Right, and it's just.
And at some point I realized that was actually not the thing I wanted to predict if I wanted to make my team good.
Right. Yeah, and honestly, war, if you just, like, it's pretty straightforward. If you just kind of follow, like, Fangraphs.
It's linear.
The Fangraphs library, it's kind of outdated, but it's really good. They have an explanation of how a huge number of baseball stats work and how they're calculated and why they're calculated that way. And
so what you're saying is they should try to build some kind of like partnership with Fangraphs.
Yeah, that could be good. That could be pretty cool to have a partnership with Fangraphs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really mystifying. And yeah, I mean, I know, Kidneys has been working on something that basically just is trying to do that, right? It's just trying to actually not predict anything. Nope, not to make any predictions, just to tell you actually how your players did, because the game doesn't.
Yeah. Well, and I suspect this is even part of where our two models disagree, is because we're both trying to find ways to kind of correct the in-game stats, and we've probably made different decisions about, because I'm not doing it from first principles. I'm deciding some things are semi-reliable that maybe aren't. I don't know if you're doing it more carefully.
The only things I rely on, so I begrudgingly rely on the baseline number because I have no other way to get a number.
That's how I feel. That's how I feel about catcher framing. Although I actually have strong reasons to believe that number's wrong.
I fix anything that I trust in game. I fix to actually be have a average of 0 because none of them actually do. So maybe I'm doing that differently than some other people are. Because I think you kind of have to. And I do some stuff for framing. At least I've tried to, that isn't just strictly what the game gives me. for batting and pitching, I only use the numbers that are counting numbers because they're the only things I believe are actually accurate. I don't look at in-game WOBA or FIP or batting runs. I do that all myself.
Yeah.
Fielding, again, you're kind of forced to pick the lesser of two evils between the in-game ZR number or the in-game balls and zone, both of which are wrong. But you have to pick one. So I picked balls and zone. You could pick the other one too. It doesn't matter. They're both wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, maybe there's a good place to wrap up. Oh, and congrats to Montier Don for making the final. I think that was just legitimately a good draft.
Yeah, that was really.
I mean, if you were allowed to put those players in their real positions, obviously even a little stronger, but even, especially considering the format, that's an excellent draft, and I think you're a deserving winner of the imperfect draft here. Hopefully you even get a few packs out of it, but either way, congrats. That really was an excellent draft.
Yeah, that was great, and it's great to see someone actually doing the thing and making the finals over teams that weren't. So really happy about that.
Yeah, beating out the random teams is actually quite impressive with these formats.
Yeah, 5. Yeah, maybe that's imperfect packs. We can give those out. That's you can pull some not LAs out of them.
I will say, if we ever had some sort of partnership with OTP or something, imperfect packs where you can only get the F- cards.
That would actually be really funny. These are all the cards you don't want. Man.
That would be, we probably have enough F- to build a theme team pretty soon.
Yeah, I don't know if we have. I don't know if you have all the spreadsheets saved someplace.
Yeah, I've got them saved, and also we do put everything up on YouTube eventually.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that'd be pretty fun to actually. I wonder if we actually can fill the whole roster with them.
At least by the end of the cycle, probably we will.
Yeah.
So anyway, overall, this wasn't the strongest set. It's not going to be strong every week, but this was not a strong set. And of course, the spotlight thing didn't help because I think it was priced assuming Noodles would be in there, and Noodles is the most valuable card in the set.
We didn't even really talk about that much. Well, Monty Ward is the most valuable card in the set, but yeah. The Noodles thing is... Do we want to talk about that now?
Well, okay, maybe I should at least mention... Well, go ahead. I'll let you mention what you'd want to do first, and then I can pull it up.
Oh, so... Yeah, I mean, I just... Kind of the background for everyone who's not aware of the Noodles situation. The Spotlight packs for the last 2 weeks were... we were told included all the cards, or the silver and above cards from the last 2 sets, the 80 grade names in this Deadball Hero set. Noodles Han was in last week's 80 grade names set. It was not included in the Spotlight pack. You can still pull it as one of the regular cards, but not as the spotlighted card. According to what was posted on the forums, that appears to have been inadvertent. I don't know. Maybe I can read the forum post if I can get it up quickly.
Are we allowed to do that?
I'm not banned from there, I don't think. Though I honestly haven't tried to log into that in a long time. I don't think. So yeah, we can read. Let me see if I can find it.
But I think one thing it does is it gives you a good control for what Spotlight packs do. So you see, Orator Schaefer was about a 300,000 point card before Spotlights from the same set, and is now last 10 of 110.
Right.
And probably going to be lower than that, right? Because there's 6 sell orders and just the 1 buy order. So my guess is this 90K will fill.
A lot of these sell orders look like they're honestly kind of old because they're still a lot higher than the last few sales have been.
Yeah, so probably the 90K will fill. The Noodles, on the other hand, who wasn't in that, not only still at 200K, but with no sell orders, I'm guessing if I listed mine at 250, I'd get a sale.
Probably.
Given that he's PTCS eligible.
Yeah, prior to Yeah,
The
Thursday
spotlights, I
spotlights.
think Order was like 280 and Noodles was actually right around here.
Yeah, I mean, relatively similar, but yeah, or it was even more expensive, probably. Yeah. Um, and so I think that, yeah, it sort of shows that what spotlight packs are doing. Not that really it was a mystery, uh,
No, but if you
but
wanted to get a sense of like how big the effect is,
yeah, this is a very clear demonstration of that.
it gives you an idea of about the size of the effect.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, the spotlights at least were okay. Now it's different. Now we're back to the rainbow packs. It looks like, but
Uh, oh, I have the forum post, by the way. Um, I can read that if anyone is curious what happened. Um, Noodles is missing. He is not in the packs as an option for the fixed card. Unfortunately, we only noticed it after releasing the pack, so it would be unfair if we added him back in after people already bought and open packs. So that's the situation there.
yeah, I understand the thinking, but at the same time, that's not in keeping. In the past, when there have been errors like we had these double missions thing or something, they tried to correct it. Uh, I would have said here there actually should be compensation for people that bought spotlight packs.
Well, I think probably what I would have done is put Noodles in the pack and given anyone who bought Spotlight packs however much EV they lost by not having Noodles in.
Right.
I don't know how much that
Yeah,
was, but
something like that.
that's what I would have done.
And that's in keeping with when users have benefited from mistakes in the past, they've tried to claw back the extra points that they got. Like I remember a couple cycles ago, there were like things we could double click a mission, and then they would
Yeah.
basically try to take the value back that you had gotten
Yeah.
from
I
selling
mean,
the extra
because
copy of the card because you weren't supposed to get that value.
there were some that weren't like there was by accident there was a Sergio Santos card that was double included in a mission that made it really really easy to complete, but they kind of let I mean they changed it obviously, but they let people who already completed the mission keep the card. Um, so yeah, it's been a mixed bag, but I think in this case, yeah, pretty clearly, at least if it was me, I would have included Noodles and provided some make good to people who had been shortchanged by his accidental omission.
Yeah, because I think without noodles, just the purchase price of the pack should have been a bit lower.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much lower, but yeah, definitely lower. Probably, I don't know exactly how much he's worth.
Well, what? It was a 1% chance of hitting noodles, and he was about probably a 250,000 point card, so
Yeah, it would
2,500,
have gone down. Would have gone down a little, I guess. So yeah, probably, yeah, 2,000. I
two,
would say
two to
probably about.
2,500, something like that.
Yeah, yeah, that seems about right. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of points to give back, obviously, but you made a mistake. It happens. Like we're not blaming them for making the mistake.
No.
Um, it seems like this is
If we got blamed for every mistake we made on stream,
right.
Anyway,
Um,
so I guess it's probably a good place to wrap up. Is there somebody we can raid? Let's see. Is there actually no OOTP stream going right now? I wonder if we should
no,
be going for a Saturday timing instead of Friday more generally.
maybe. I mean, I guess yeah. With Twipt also not happening next 2 weeks, it's probably fine either way. But
Okay, well, is there anybody who was planning on streaming that wants us to wait and kind of raid into them?
um,
If not, we can just
honestly,
wrap it up here, but I'm happy to raid into somebody.
yeah. I
I
mean,
guess we should give Kluber a grade probably, or do you just want to give him a 10? Or
yeah,
do you just want to give him a 10?
10 out of 10
10 out of
for
10.
now. For now, until someone quick sells them or one of them disappears into the
10
wild.
out of
Like
10.
Kofak.
Oh, which ends up as a bunch of asterisks or something here. But maybe that's actually
Oh, because it's converting it to a date, probably.
converting it to a date. But you know what? Maybe
Oh no,
that's
you can.
actually. Well, I can tell it
You
not to do that, but actually.
Yeah, you can fix it. But yeah, it's no. You can do if you do single quote mark 10 out of 10, it'll.
Okay, not Nazbase is streaming. He's just streaming a different game. Okay, then
That's
why
fine.
don't we raid Nosbase? I think
That works.
after all, we are a non-affiliate stream, so we have no obligations to only raid. So let's raid Nosbase. That sounds fun. Great. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Yeah, we got a nice,
Yeah,
tidy 5-hour stream tonight. Nothing too bad.
yeah, pretty short. Good luck to Monter Don in the finals of that draft. I hope you win
We yeah.
the two
Let
extra
us
packs.
know if you win. We are very much rooting for you. Thanks a lot, everyone, and we'll see you. I don't know exactly the timing next week. It seems like we're playing around with the timing a bit because,
Yeah, I guess Saturday next week is probably bad with PTCS, but
yeah, that's true.
um,
So maybe we'll be back to Friday, you know. But yeah, thanks a lot, everyone. See you on some future stream.
yeah, we'll be back
All
at
right,
some point.
bye.